European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme. The weekend rolls around, but the cricket keeps on coming on the European Cricket Network. The Euros of Cricket, 31 nations broken into groups of 5. Now, 4 teams from Group D remain, and they will play off for one of those spots in Championship Week today because it is finals day, and we can't wait for it to start. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship, and it starts right now.
Conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Gracias y bienvenido. Good morning. Welcome to Spain, to the Costa del Sol, where it is the Euros of Cricket happening right now. And we're pretty much at the halfway point of our 4-week adventure. It's the end of week 2. It's Group D finals day, which will turn into finals night later on tonight. 4 teams still in the running from this group. Only one can come back in just over a week's time for Championship Week as one of the 7 top teams in Europe. So we are starting the day with the eliminator, the teams that finished 3rd and 4th after the qualifying stages here in Group D. It's Austria versus Finland. I know that Rob Kemming is here. He's got the 2 captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Okay, Finland, your call. Andalusia.
It is Andalusia.
Who'll ball first?
Good.
Buenos dias, ¿cómo estás, mi familia? And welcome to Group D Finals Day. It's going to be an exciting one. I know that a few people already in the chat looking forward to this. I am as well. This match is the eliminator. Austria taking on Finland. Finland winning the toss and electing to field first. Well, interesting one as we see the first ball from the captain, from Judge Sher. And good bit of movement. Yeah, I mean, I say that because, look, these 2 teams did meet, of course, in the group stages. And Austria batted first then as well, and they made 175 for 6. Finland finished on 127 for 7. So Austria winning by 48 runs. But I will say this, Finland did have Austria in a bit of trouble. They were 21 for 4 after 3 overs. So they're looking to do the same here, but do better towards the end. But they're not going to do well bowling that length. Not a good delivery. And Imran Asif, who, dare I say, has been getting better with each knock that he's played, and puts that away effortlessly, really. Not a good ball from the captain. And he is out there, Imran Asif, with Zishan Arif, who, well, sort of came to their rescue, didn't he, in that match that I was talking about, match 4 in the group stages. He batted beautifully to help his team get to that score of 175. 41 of 10 he scored, and Basir Khan also played a huge role in that match as well. He made 32 of 16. Better delivery, better areas. No run this time. That's where he needs to be, because he does get that ball to shape away. Does Amjad Shah. Buenos días. Todos mi familia. Bienvenido del campo de Cartamaoba aquí en Andalucía, cerca de Málaga. Amjad Shah once again. And this one will go all the way. Balle. Inna zona. Shaka Lagia. Así, eso es de primero. 6 carreras en este día de finales por ese grupo D. A lovely shot from Asif. Namaste. Assalamu alaikum. Sasri akal. Ibo1. Welcome to all of our viewers watching via fan code. And oh, that's an absolute bullet of a hit. What a shot that is. Smashing that hard, flat, all the way to the mid-wicket boundary. This is a cracking shot. The timing on this was epic. Well, that went like a flash, didn't it? Vanakkam to all of our Tamil viewers as well. Lovely to have you all watching in the Indian subcontinent, of course, via fan code. Now this time played out in the offside. There is a sweeper out there. Doesn't go that far though. He gets a single. And it's a cracking start, isn't it? That is the end of the first over. Just some wayward deliveries there from Amjad Shah, and that means that Austria get off to a flyer. 17 off the first. But the captain just doesn't get the line right, though he did bowl a couple of good deliveries. This is the schedule for today. This is the eliminator. One of these teams will play no further part in this championship. The other will have a difficult match coming up in qualifier number 2. That will be decided by who wins out of Ireland and Hungary in the qualifier 1. Whoever wins that match will go automatically into the final. And then, well, that means that's going to be a tricky match for the winners of this one. And, of course, from the loser of qualifier 1. Nice looking shot, beautifully played. It's a nice one to play in the power play with those men inside the circle. Imran Asif is looking good this morning as Raz Mohammed gets it for his first boundary off his first ball. I'm Rico Full. You're watching the European Cricket Network. This is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship, and joining me in the box is the legendary Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, thanks, Rico. Good to be here. We're going to see a 4 driven through the covers from Asif, who's made a cracking start here. Wasn't the worst ball from Raz Mohammed, but Asif threaded the needle and gets a boundary for Austria.
It's a delightful shot, isn't it? I think Imran Asif looking dangerous here, isn't he? Not only is he clubbing the ball to the boundary, but he's timing it exquisitely as well.
It sure is. Yeah, Raz Mohammed, gotta always give you full effort. Full, technical full toss, but this time picks out the fielder, which is Paveen Kumar, just a single. Yeah, good morning, everyone, and good to see a lot of interaction in the comment section as well. A bit of mention about our ECN Superfan sweep, and I know that Colin and Mandrake have drawn Austria. They're watching this game pretty keenly. Also, James Stewart, who's living in Estonia, but has drawn Finland, as well as Aftab and Little M. They're following Finland as well. So these two teams with their heads on the chopping block. Well, this has gone completely wrong, but it's going to work out okay. Position Arif, who faces his first ball, back of the bat, behind point, could have gone anywhere, ends up falling safely in a single.
Suerte, suerte, suerte for Arif. He's looking to play that on the onside, and it hits the back of the bat and safely gets it over the man who's at point. So, yeah, a little bit of luck going Austria's way.
Asif, though, it's been on fire so far. Faced 9 of the 10 balls as well. This one will just be wide down the leg side. Now, like I said a little bit earlier, these two teams, they've had a lot of recent history. They've met 4 times in the format over the last month. Austria winning 3, Finland winning 1. And that win for Finland came in Rome in the ECIs just before this ECC got underway, when they met in the group stage here in match number 4. Austria kind of batted them out of the game, whacking 175. It's pretty well bowled by Raz. They put the long off back now, so it's just a single. Yeah, Finland are one of those teams. They're certainly very, very capable of doing very well on finals day. They've shown they can beat some very high-level teams before. But, you know, it seems to be a thing that they're always a good team out of luck, Finland. So let's see if they can bring their best cricket on finals day. Austria, they haven't quite been themselves, let's be honest, in the first couple of days. Yeah. But this is when it matters. Last ball of the second over coming up. Another low in-swinger, which is just clipped away for 1. That'll be the end of the over. Austria haven't lost a wicket yet. It's 30 without loss after 2.
Yeah, nice start. Be happy with that. Going at 15s at the moment. They'd love to get to a 150 plus score here in Finland. They need to try and break this partnership pretty quickly. This is how the top 4 finished. The Ireland topping the top of the tables. They're unbeaten in the group. Hungary just the 1 loss, and that was, of course, to Ireland. Those 2 play again in qualifier 1. And Austria and Finland, of course. Austria finishing 3rd. Finland with that win over Turkey. The only victory that they've had in the group this Group D, mean that this matchup is happening here now. And, well, I think this is going to be an interesting matchup as well. There's a new bowler is coming on to bowl, and it's Nick Sullivan. I think he's bowled very well.
He's a very good cricketer, actually, Nick Sullivan. We saw him playing in Switzerland in the ECS earlier in the season, but qualifies to play for Finland on nationality. And he's going to start the third over. He's going to be bowling to Zishan Arif, who they've continued with at top of the order. Zishan goes over cover, just gets enough to get it over the infield, but has to pull up, and in the end, pretty good piece of fielding, keeps it to 1. Yeah, so looking at the table, it kind of went according to form, a bit like groups A and B, where everyone on that table, they lost the teams above them, they won against the teams below them. So finals day provides an opportunity for some rematches and perhaps for the apple cart to get upset a little bit. Asif, though, started very, very well. Last over the power play, fairly straight, long off, and a deep mid wicket for him. This is going over square leg, though, and it's going to go a long way. Maximal! A bit too short by Salin, and he pays the price, 6 runs.
Yeah, too short, and he hasn't really got the pace to trouble the likes of Imran Asif with this sort of delivery. And it's an easy hit, really, and I think straight away you can see that the captain, Amjad Shah, having a chat with Salon and saying, come on, you need to get that ball fuller because this guy is liking it. And he's timing the ball exquisitely this morning, is Imran Asif. He's eyeing up a big score.
We certainly saw Asif at his best in the ECS earlier this year, had an outstanding tournament for the Austrian Cricket Tigers. Salonen was playing for the Zurich Lions, so in a way you've kind of got a battle of the big cats here right now with Salonen against Imran Asif. But Finland, no, they've shown they can score some big runs, that's the thing. But I suppose one of their biggest problems is holding a team like Austria. Finland have made a conscious decision to work on their bowling unit and to try and pick guys they think have the skills to do well. Salonen's one of those. Just kind of got it wrong once in this over, didn't he? But, let's see if he can get the big wicket of Asif here. Oh, kind of uppishly played, but doesn't carry to the man at cover. And that's Vanraj Padal there. He'll likely open the batting for Finland in the second half of this game. Hello to all of our viewers, by the way, in Austria and Finland, of course everywhere else, but I know those two countries will be keeping a keen eye on this game. We've got a lot of friends in both.
Yeah, very good morning to you. Of course, I think a lot of Austrians will be excited watching via Streamster and seeing if Austria can go all the way. Taking him on.
Yeah. Gets there in the end. I don't think the ball hits the stump. I think Salmon disturbs the bails. And this is a case of Imran, I think, feeling the pressure of a dot ball or two. I think he would have made this, yeah. Would have made it anyway. Taking the shortest possible route from one end to the other.
Yeah, backs himself. Interesting how Amjad Shah and Nick Sullivan are sort of having a chat almost every ball, moving the field. I noticed that he's going backwards and forwards depending on what the ball is going to be. He's come back into the ring this time and mid-wicket goes back.
Goes for this, but he hasn't got it at all. Simple catch from Mohan, and he pouches it. So Zishan Arif doesn't come off at the top of the order in the eliminator. Salonen, not a bad over, all things considered, in the third. Last over of the power play, just 8 off it. Finishes with a wicket. Austria, 38 for 1.
Well bowled. A lot of thinking was going on there between Salomon and Amjad Shah. Like I said, they were moving the field around according to what Salomon was bowling to the same batter when the batters changed. And it's nice to see they're working. Look, there's the joy there, Salomon, as the catch gets taken. Watch this. Vamos! Well, probably not vamos, he says, but that'll do. And look at that. That is what it means to him to get the first wicket. And it's a dangerous man to get out because Zishan Arif normally is pretty destructive. Just didn't get going this time. But look, I don't think Austria will mind this. If somebody like Zishan is not clicking, I mean, 4 balls for 3 for him is slow. They can have somebody else out there who can get going and do a better job. That's what they're looking to do here. And the man who comes out for that is Basir Khan, who's been in pretty good nick.
Yeah, I think it's a good decision to bat him at 3. And I agree about Zishan Arif. You know, if it's not your day, get out of the way. Interesting that he tries to take that ball from outside off and go over the fielder, whereas another player might have wanted to go over the offside where you had a few gaps in the outfield. But anyway, into the power play now, and Basia is in, but he won't be facing because it is the end of the over. It's going to be Zia Uraman to bowl over number 4. So Finland, they have an intense belief that they can do well today, and if they play their best cricket, you know, they're very, very capable of beating some of these teams that placed above them in the group stage. Did what they needed to yesterday over Turkey to make sure that they were going to feature on finals day. Asif, though, he's had a brilliant start. 34 off 14, now we're into the middle overs. And nice cut shot. This is going to set a bit of a task with the fielders, and it's going to be 4 runs. Well, that's a very good shot selection. I like the effort from the Finnish fielders, but they can't win the race.
This is a penalty. Red card. Watch this. I mean, this is one fielder sliding into the other. Watch this. That's red. Look, that's a red.
Oh, yeah.
Get him off. Red card. Referee. Referee.
I tell you what, he had the proper football-style dive as well, didn't he? Raz Mohammed. I think Ronaldo would have been proud of that one. Good shot by Imran Asif, though. Really, really good shot selection. It's a safe shot. It's a shot that brings value. Brings him 4. Now gets a full toss, and he's going to put this one away as well. In fact, he's gone all the way. Maximo! Zia gets it wrong, and that ball never touches the ground until it's over the rope.
It's a delightful shot, though, isn't it? I mean, he plays it with so much time. He doesn't panic. You see, sometimes batters play that too early, hits the wrong part of the bat, but no problems there from Asif. He has been exceptional this morning so far. Anything that's been bowled badly to him, he's put it away.
Big hit away from a 50 here, Imran. It's been an interesting innings. It seems that he's being a bit more selective in this big game. And we know that Austria have occasionally run into problems losing these top order guys pretty cheaply. So his decision making's been pretty good. He hasn't gone at everything, and you actually look at his strike rate there. He's going at probably over 250. So he feels like he doesn't just want a 40 here. He wants something big and to build a big total for Austria.
Oman now gets a chance to attack Basir Khan before he gets set.
Yeah, Basir Khan. Again, I like him. I like that they picked him at 3. I mean, you've got to feel for some of the guys like Ranjit, for example, who they would have hoped clicked at the top of the order. It just hasn't happened. So you got to go with the guys in form, I think, at this stage. 50's up for Austria as well in the 4th over. You saw a key big bowl there a moment ago. Captain of Austria, taking the reins from Razmar Shigwal. Unfortunately, not a part of this series. Missing a couple of key players, Javid Zadran, Mark Simpson-Parker, amongst others. On the charge this time. Bottom edges it down, and Jordan O'Brien behind the stumps. He's been a source of energy for Finland as well, and we've had signs of what he can do with the bat as well.
Yeah, he's going to be very much a key component in this fixture, I think. O'Brien, and then someone like Nilan Cherry as well, and maybe Vanraj Badahal, who has shown some good form, but hasn't really put that into a big score. Maybe he's going to come good from where it matters. That's the end of the over. It's a good finish from Rahman. He was under attack early on, wasn't he? But Austria getting along quite nicely. 51 for 1 after 4 overs.
Having a look at the progress so far. That's a very quick look. We might have another look with, I suppose, reasonable progress. Decent first over. Finland pegging it back a little bit, getting the wicket of Zishan Arif in the 3rd. So tracking for around about 130 at this stage.
Interesting that they don't go back to Nick here. I think, you know, he just took a wicket, bowled a very good over. I'd go back with him straight away. I know you'd be tempted to hold him back for later on, but
yeah,
you could do with another wicket or 2 here.
They trust Parveen Kumar with the 5th over then. Interesting choice though. It's a bit of movement, probably a bit too much movement as it gets the tram line for a wide. But yeah, I suppose with Salnen's skill set, they kind of like him towards the end, maybe bowling the 9th or 10th over. Some good outswing though, first up from Parveen. He's been a bit hit and miss with the ball and had some good moments. Imran Asif though, he's been motoring 46 at the moment. And this is hit really hard. Oh, that's almost burst through the hands. It was that man Salonen we were just talking about.
Where's his catch him?
No, I think he gets the hands on it. Otherwise, those sunglasses wouldn't be looking so good. And I'm thankful that he does. This was hit so hard. You can see there, he doesn't catch it. Does make the stop, I suppose. That was like a traceable. In the end, it's a long single.
Well, I was concerned, Vinny. I really was. But yeah, so glad he gets those hands in the way.
Yeah, has to go down as a chance, but it was a tough one. You saw how hard it was hit. Now Basir throws the hands at this, but picks out the fielder. I remember my coach saying, you know, if you take the ball right in front of your eyes, it's a pretty good incentive to catch it. I suppose he doesn't catch it, but he does save himself from a trip to the hospital, I think, there, Nick Salonen.
For sure. I guess he saves the boundary as well. A couple of nice shots being played here by both batters, but they're finding the fielders at the moment.
Didn't seem to pick it up or pick up the pace it was going. I think that was the issue. Wow. Yeah, see if takes on the reverse. No outfielder back there, but two infielders. This is a shot that looks easy, but it's not.
Yeah, I don't mind him trying this. I mean, if that man was back at the boundary, it's a different story, as Corey will say. But with him inside the ring, yeah, don't mind it.
I think the thinking there is that Parveen's not bowling a lot of balls that are going to hit the stumps, so he feels like he's pretty safe from bowled or LBW. Worst case, you miss it, it's a dot. Having said that, when he just smashed one at Salonen, or a similar kind of ball, okay, went to the fielder, but 2 metres either side, I think it was going to go for 4 or 6. Oh, he's bowled him. He's missed a full toss. It's flicked the off stump, and it's the end of Asif, who just kind of lost the handle after batting fairly sensibly but effectively through the first half of the innings. He goes 3 short of his 50, and Austria 54 for 2.
I cannot believe how he gets out. He was hitting the ball so well and seeing it so well. How does he miss this? Did he just try and hit it too hard? Yeah, I think he does. And well, have a look at this. I mean, I think it must have caught, because it moves a bit. I wonder if it just catches a bit of the bat as it just skims the off stump.
I think it's a swing and a miss, if I'm honest. But I think the issue is where he's trying to hit it. He's trying to hit that very, very square to the leg side. And it was a poor shot selection, really. So Imran batted very, very well through the power play. I just think he made a couple of bad choices towards the end of his innings. He goes for 47, and the score is 54 for 2. Gives us an opportunity to welcome you into the Dream Box as well. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Happy finals day. Looking wonderful today as well, Rico. I like what you've got. A little bit of the Robin Hood about you today.
Yeah, well,
Corey's got the day off as well, by the way, and
Yeah.
I like that you're wearing the green. Of course, Ireland are up a little bit later against Hungary, a battle of the greens. Let's not forget Corey wrote off the Irish, and now he's taking the day off.
We
So we'll
will
remember
keep
that.
reminding of that. Yeah, I thought I'd go with a bit of the gold as well, because maybe, just maybe.
I like, well, that we've got a bit of everything here as well. Got a bit of the blue of Finland, a bit of the red of Austria. Of course, we love having all the teams here as teams just have their strategic timeout. Looks like we'll get back to the action, but before we do, just want to take a moment to mention the Share the Meal project by the UN World Food Programme, which is our official charity partner. If you're in a position to, for as little as 70 cents, you can provide a meal for someone that's struggling to get enough food, and all you have to do is scan that QR code and find out in a couple of clicks how you can help.
Yeah, we can all do a bit as a cricket community. As we go back to the action here, and well, he's hit it firmly, but once again, at the moment, they just can't find a way through the field. It's Nilan Cherry doing the fielding there.
Yeah, now Cherry, the man that looks like he could be in the weightlifting division of the Olympics, doing a good job down there. So yeah, still no real hassles as far as their batting unit of Austria. Good personnel out there with Basir and Iqbal. Pretty good over that from Parveen Kumar. We talked about the decision to make the switch. Turns out pretty well as Imran Asif goes during the over. It's 56 for 2 after 5. Well, Rico, also another way people can get in touch with us, that's something that's a little bit different about the European Cricket Network, is that you can send us some messages on social media. Particularly, I keep an eye on my Instagram during the day at Mr. Maximo. You can get Rico at Rico Full. Also, of course, the comment section. And down the bottom, you can see all of our socials, including our YouTube channel, European Cricket Network. It's free to subscribe, of course, and you'll get 1,600 and something matches per year at the moment. Who knows, that could even go up. Who knows where the ceiling is anymore. Zia starts the 6th with a wide, and that is something that maybe some people don't realise that are watching on some of our international broadcast partners, that aside from these marquee tournaments, we are going around Europe, around about 20 countries a year, showing domestic cricket in this exciting, fast-paced format that's spreading the game of cricket to some places where it's not very established.
Rahman bowled a good first over. And he could get a wicket here as well. He will. And Finland are coming back strong in this one. Austria made a good start, didn't they? And now is another wicket. Amjad Shah, the wild thing, takes the catch. And that's the end of Basir Khan. He goes for 3, as did Zishan Arif. So Austria just having a bit of a wobble here.
Yeah, Basir didn't really click for a player that has been in form. I just never know who's going to hit the ball well and who won't. He tries to go up and out of the ground, tries to kind of time it over the wild thing, Amjad Shah, but doesn't get the distance. So Basir will be disappointed. But once again, he doesn't waste a lot of time while he's there. But he will have to depart for just 3 or 4. Zia Rahman with a wicket, 57 for 3.
Yeah, and a bit of a change here as Karambir Singh is coming in front of the captain, Aqib Iqbal. So a little bit surprised about that because Iqbal did bat very well yesterday.
Well, Iqbal's out there already.
Yeah, beg your pardon.
But yeah, it's a good point you make that they are trusting Karambir in this situation. And he's a guy who kind of blasted his way into the team with his performance of Vienna Eagles earlier in the year. It's been a bit hit and miss at this next level up. Let's see what he can do in this huge game. First one, it's drilled down to the same fielder, Amjad Shah.
Got 2 batters out there now that usually take a little bit of time to get going. I think Karambir, he needs about, 5 or 6 balls before he starts to hit the ball. Aqib sometimes takes a bit of time as well. So it'd be interesting if they play to the way they normally do, or they want to get going straight away.
Just tries to ease this past the fielder, but can't beat him. So a dot ball. And Austria just hit the skids a little bit. They just kind of need somebody to click, don't they? I mean, Asif was that batter through the first 4 overs or so, but then he went a little bit off the boil, ended up losing his wicket. Now, again, you've got all the talent in the world in this Austrian batting lineup, but now's the time to put up. Otherwise, it could be an early finish to their day. Aqib again, just can't really deal with this ball outside the off stump.
Yeah, this is a great period for Finland at the moment. You know, they're focused, they're committed, the desire is there, and they're on the up at the moment. I think at the moment, I would have them in front. I'm surprised that the win predictor has got Austria still 57 to 43. I'd have it the other way around right now.
Well, goes after this, but might have found trouble. It goes out to the fielder, and it's taken. And this time it's no dramas for Salonen, who almost got knocked into the next life with a big square drive from Asif, but this time he had plenty of time to set himself. Aqib Iqbal has gone for just 1, and it's 58 for 4.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. It really is. This is fantastic. And now, well, question is, can Austria recover the way that it did the first time these two teams met? They had a wobble then as well, but that was early on in the innings. But this is midway through. This is when teams are looking to accelerate. And at the moment, you can see there, everything they're hitting just doesn't seem to be going the distance.
Aqib stayed back, tried to cut a couple, tried to place a couple. So that didn't really work for him. So he takes matters into his own hands. And Aqib, he'll be frustrated that he couldn't get going in this big game, but I'm sure we'll see him with the ball in the second half right now. He goes for just a single. It's 58 for 4.
Magical period this, ever since that 4th over. Rahman started it off, and Praveen Kumar then had a sensational 5th over, and this is a good one here from Rahman again. So what a good period this is. Looking to try and restrict Austria just sort of under that 110 score. That'd be fantastic if Finland can do that. Sahil Zadran now comes in. Can he add the bit of power that they need to this innings?
Well, he goes straight away. He might have found trouble too. It's another one. 2 in 2. Another golden duck for Zadran. And can you believe what you're seeing? Austria, middle order getting torn apart. That's also the end of the 6th over. 58 for 5. Great catch there by the captain, Amjad Shah.
Amjad Shah, this guy, for this match, I've never seen a man so focused. He is rallying his troops well. Zadran, he doesn't want to hang around, doesn't get the middle of the bat, he gets taken. Another wicket goes down. What a match we got on here. Austria, after 6 overs, 58 for 5.
Watched it right in, didn't he, Amjad Sher? Got a feel for Zadran. That's the way he plays. Kind of in his zone. Didn't quite get it out of the middle, in which case it would have flown miles over the fielder. Unfortunately, Golden Derek and Sahel have been bosom buddies during this tournament. He's the fifth to fall, 58 for 5. But Austria, they've got a long batting order. They're going to keep swinging. You look at who's coming out now. Abdullah Akbarjan, who has played some very, very useful innings with the bat. So they've got to keep this approach. Finland, they're a team, they've been working really hard. They've been planning for this. The way they started the ECI series in Rome recently, it just wasn't really happening for them. But I think they're one of those teams, they put in a lot of hard work, and maybe today's the day where it pays off. They talked about their bowling and their fielding. They're putting up when it matters the most. Austria needs a big last 4 overs. Well, this might help. Oh, I think that's going to be 4. And we'll have a look at it. We'll check it out on the replay. Yeah, it's been given 4 now. I think he's over the rope here and still touching. Maybe the ball's hit the rope anyway. Yeah. So, yeah, pretty honest stuff. Austria needed a break. They catch one, Ellen Cherry. But with arms that big, it's no surprises he couldn't keep them inside the field of play. 62 for 5 now.
Finally get a boundary. It's been a long time coming.
Now up and out of here, Maximo! Well, I will say that Austria, they might have been knocked around, but they haven't been knocked to the ground just yet by the Finns. Still some bats to come. That one flew out of here.
Yeah, well, here's Karimbeer. They're going to do it again. And well, they need something from someone down there. And Karimbeer Singh is a man that you can turn to. We know that he's got some fantastic form behind him. He's scored 52 of 19 in the player of the match performance in this fixture in match number 4 in the group stages. So he's one they've still got to see the back of.
Yeah, Karimbeer's beast, really. And that went miles up and out of the ground. Parveen doesn't want to give him length. Much better. And that's an attempted Yorker. Amjad Sher uses the whole field to field it. Probably not a bad thing to get Karimbeer to the other end, but Abdullah Akbarjan, he's a player, again, in this format, he's such a useful play. He bowls these kind of slow mediums that are naggingly accurate and hard to get away with the bat. He's a powerful stroke maker as well. He's a left-hander, of course, which kind of throws the bowling unit sometimes as well. This is very Austria. Remember when they made that 175? I think they were 21 for 4 at one point.
They were,
They batted themselves out of it. So they know the strategy here is just keep playing your natural game. Pretend there's only 1 or 2 out. These guys could easily be batting higher. Akbarjan pushes, takes on the fielder and wins as they'll get a single.
Yeah, I like that from Akbarjan. This guy can hit the ball big, we know that. And being left-handed, he gives them just another dimension here, doesn't he? But a good partnership here. I think there's always reward for taking those singles. Karimbeer, we'd love to get another one out of the middle.
We'll be looking for it. Full toss, not a good ball. That's jungle bound, Maximo! And this has been the case for bowlers. If you get it slightly wrong, then you're probably going to have a bad time. I won't say the cricket school kids are going to be able to field that one, but good to see the kids out there this morning. In fact, this is part of the Costa del Sol Juniors now that we've hit a Saturday morning.
Yeah, it is. The Costa del Sol Juniors going through their drills there with Jay Wild. But, yeah, that's a bad delivery. I mean, they have bowled probably 3 really good overs where there's not been a bad delivery. That one really is the first bad one that they've had, and this over is the one that Australia really needed. The boundaries have started to flow again. And Karimbeer, well, he's finding the middle of his bat, 18 off 5. They want to see the back of him pretty quickly.
Last ball for Kumar. Wants to finish well. Oh, it's cut away. Well, he hasn't seen that. Well, Jenkinson has just provided the best bit of accidental fielding that anyone's ever seen. Doesn't see it, but it hits him anyway. Just a single. Look, I still think that's €2 for a drop catch because it hits him on the full, but it'll be 77 for 5. Walking sticks after 7.
He's so lucky that hits the heel of the shoe. Watch this again. He has no idea. He's looking away. He's lost it.
Is it heel of the shoe or like back of the Achilles?
I think it hits him on the heel. Otherwise, he wouldn't be standing. He'd be hobbling off or being carried off. This is how things are looking at the moment with the groups. Spain, of course, winning Group A jersey. Group B winners. Italy, the winners of C. Who will be the winners of this one?
End of the day, we'll have another golden ticket against one of those 4 countries that remains, Ireland, Austria, Hungary and Finland. Oh, Jenkinson, that was incredible actually. Because he's looking right into the sun, so obviously just didn't see it. It wasn't like it was up high in the sky or anything, but just did not pick it up. Knew it was coming in his general direction. And turns the face to save the teeth.
I think he's been replaced from that area. He's probably saying, I don't like it here. Mind you, makes a really good stop.
Close calls physically in this 7 overs so far. Here's the 8th over, and it's Amjad Sher, the wild thing, but he gets brutalised first ball by Karenbeer, who takes him out of the ground. Maximo, 6 to Austria.
Don't mind this delivery. It's a slower ball, but it gives a little bit too much width to Karenbeer. And Karenbeer, well, he swings well. The bat starts high, finishes right round the back of his shoulder. Good hit, and he'll go for it again, I'm sure. But this is catchable, is it? No. Oh,
that was not a good option.
Ooh.
It's fine. It hasn't gone for 4. But
why are you not trying to catch this?
Parveen makes this so awkward for himself. He could take 2 steps forward and get it on the full, but he's determined to go back and be defensive and almost gives away the 4 anyway.
You got to go for that catch. Got to go for that. That could be the difference of 20, 30 runs.
Yeah, the guy is hitting the ball well. You need the wicket. The wicket saves you runs, I think. Karenbeer lucky to not be caught there. Back to Abdullah. He's just happy to play the second fiddle role at the moment with Karenbeer hitting the ball so well.
Yeah, it's liking this from Akbajan at the moment. I'm sure if it's in the slot, he'll go for it. But at the moment, he just hasn't had one pitched up where he likes it. So he's happy just to play out on the offside and give the strike back to Karenbeer.
Anyway, Amjad Sher. 3 balls to go for the Finnish skipper. Pretty well bowled. Gets on the end of the finger. But as far as where that ball was, that's just where you want to be.
Yeah, perfect delivery. And has to take a quick reflex evasive action to stop it. Karenbeer is a big lad when he hits it. Even when he's defending it, it's coming pretty hard off the bat.
I'm going to give you a stat here. Imran Asif made 47. You got Karenbeer on 26. The next best score for any Austrian bat in this innings is 3. They've used 7 batters. Mistimed by Karenbeer. This is interesting now strategically. Don't think you're too worried about getting bowled out now with just 2 overs to go. So for me, Akbarjan can have a swing at this one. He's been playing the kind of support role, giving the strike over to Karenbeer. But with the last ball of the over, I think this is one he has to swing away.
Yeah, I think at the end of this over, Austria would have wanted to be around the 100 mark. So you can see how far behind they are. A boundary will make it feel a lot better. And he hits it well, and it's going to be a good stop. Will they try and come back for 2? No, they don't.
Good stop. They've made some good stops, though, Finland, in this innings, and certainly 100% effort out there. So Abdullah will get the single in the end, and he'll be facing up when we start the 9th in a moment's time. But right now, 8 overs in Austria, 87 for 5.
Yeah, just go. I'll do it. Go.
87 for 5. Austria still 56% to 44 in, in favour to win this one, according to our win predictor. It's not going to be easy for them to get to the sort of score that they wanted. I think even, 120, they'd love that, but they've got to go some here. I get the feeling this over, we say it all happened in the 9th. I think in terms of Austria, the batting side, it has to, but it won't be easy. Nicholas Salon is going to come on and bowl this. And Salon has bowled very well.
Yeah, looking at their Finnish batting, you can see why the win predictor doesn't necessarily trust them. Their scores 88 against Hungary. They scored 127 against Austria, but that was chasing 176. They beat Turkey scoring 144, and they scored 95 last night. So batting hasn't necessarily convinced. Salman does get the last over. First ball's well fielded by Zia Rahman in the infield, so just a single.
Yeah, well fielded. There's a sweeper behind there, so I think it was always going to be just the single. But this is where now, I think we're either going to see wickets tumble or we're going to see the umpire doing a lot of signals for fours and boundaries. This is where it's all going to happen. Once again, look at this. Look at Amjad Shah and also Nicholas and Salon having a chat here. They were doing this all the time in his first over, and it was pretty good, pretty productive. Field was changing pretty frequently, and it was a really good over from him.
Yeah, they've got a bit of time up their sleeve as well with 5 minutes to bowl this over. So they want to be quite precise. Also maybe just kind of slow the momentum a little bit, which has crept away from them a touch, I suppose, with Karambir scoring 27 off just 10 balls here.
Karambir will be swinging and swinging hard.
Got to go Yorker here. Goes wide Yorker. That's pretty well bowled. A round armour. That's certainly inside the line.
Oh, why does he leave this? You've got to be swinging at everything. And remember, there is no third man back. You swing at that, you know. You swing at it. If you get lucky, you get a boundary.
It's just a slight misjudgment. Karambir thinks it's going to take some of the line, doesn't want to spoil a wide, so I can understand the thought process. It was just a misjudgment. It wasn't as wide as he thought it was. Well bowled by Salonen. Tries it again. This time he does swing it. Probably what would have been a wide.
This
is precisely why I didn't swing it the one before. End of the bat job. So far so good for Salonen in the ninth.
You can see
He goes a bit more round arm than usual when he tries this delivery. It just seems that way from Salonen. Umpiring's been spot on. Got to give the guys credit. You have a lot of calls to make, especially these wide calls. They're even more critical in this form of the game. The fact you're going to give an extra delivery, which is just a greater proportion of the innings.
Okay, Bajan, he's got to forget the tiki-taka now. He's got to go boom, boom. Now or never.
Yeah, full, wide-ish. Bajan gets one. This is excellent death bowling from Salonen. You can see this is precisely why they held him back for this situation.
Yeah, I mean, in this last 5 overs, only over number 7 from Kuma went for 19. Other than that, they have bowled so well and fielded well as well. Austria, they haven't got the runs on the board that they want.
The battle resumes. Now chases another wide one. I think that first ball's kind of spooked Karambir about leaving them now. I mean, that one he can reach, but he couldn't get anything near the middle of the bat on it. So, yeah, that's why sometimes I say it's not a bad spot to miss for the bowlers. The only singles in this over. Salonen executing, and this is exactly why Finland brought him into the squad. This exact situation. Again, they've got a bit of time to play with before this last ball, so working out their plans to the left-hander. Again, they've stacked 3 outfielders on the offside. So again, I'm thinking this is wide outside off. See the eyes there of Akbajan eyeing off the backward point region. But it's full, it's straight back at Salonen, and that is a wonderful over. Gives him a death stare for the ages as well. Having completed the over, just 4 singles off the night as the bats were quietened by the Finns there. The score is 91 for 5 after 9.
Incredible stuff. I mean, that over, just going for 4. We say it all happened in the 9. Not a lot happened in that one. It was just tactical brilliance at the moment. I think this from Finland. 91 for 5 Austria. Would have been 9 up. A 130 sort of score in this contest. I think we've got to say that 130's been about par for me. So they're way behind. They're going to have to be bowling like guns. Time to say buenos dias to a note that maybe the Irish and also the Hungarians are probably on the coast. And Mateos bus on their way to the ground, probably tuning in as well. And buenos dias to you all.
All right, and now just with that over, you feel the pressure's been heaped back onto the Austrians here, who are on a bit of a good run. You can see the first one, Karambir missed times. And look, there's no lack of intent here. You just got to really hand it to Salonen that he got it right in that over. The fact he got it right first up and it wasn't swung at and it was a dot, just got Karambir swinging at a couple of balls that probably would have been wides. It was very, very clever bowling, well executed. You've got to give the bowler the credit. Now, again, it's full, it's straight, and they're not going to get a run here either. So Finland maybe all coming together at the right time for them. Having said that, this is only half a game they've put together, but now they're well in front if you look at the win predictions.
Yeah, they've just done everything right. Everything right. And remember, Austria, Kate, got off to a great start. 17 off the first. It was the power play wasn't bad. 38 for 1.
Same again. He goes slower ball, so he can get a swing in it, but field seems to be well placed in this innings as well, because they've talked about where they want their outfielders. It seems like a lot of balls have gone towards blue shirts.
Captain's got it right with the likes of Jordan O'Brien behind the stumps. They've got the lines right. They've got the fielders in the right place. We've seen some really nice shots being played. But it's little things, isn't it? Like the one that Salonen stopped on the boundary. Didn't know much about it, but saved the 4. The one that Jenkins hit his foot would have been 4, but his foot saves it. All those little things have kept this score to where it is. I mean, if those things go against you, you're looking at 110 on the board here already.
3 to come. Need something to give. And this isn't a good ball. It's a rare miss, and it has big consequences as Azerbaijan does get it over the fence. Maximo! Badly needed for Austria as they look to push for the 3 figures.
Got to say, though, that goes for 6. And whereas other teams would be celebrating and jumping up with joy, Austria didn't move. So are they already feeling that they haven't got enough runs on the board here? Are they already feeling that they could be heading out of this championship?
Got to be a few nerves around. I mean, Austria are expected to do better than 4th in the group, that's for sure. Well, this is in the air. It should be caught, but it's a bit of a steepler for Zia Uraman. And I think he's caught. No, I thought he actually kicked it to the other fielder, but it must have bounced somewhere along the way on the juggle.
I think if he was alert to this, Atif Rashid, look at Rashid. If he was alert.
Oh, he kicks it into the ground. I saw him maybe from this angle. Looks like he might have kicked it towards the fielder, but what'll that be? I think that was 1.
Yeah, just the one they take.
Handle that. If you're going to drop a catch, second last ball is probably not a bad time. Because what's the worst that can happen? Karambia might answer that question as the last ball to come. 99 for Austria. And last chance. Well bowled. That really sums it up. We'll probably go for 2 here. And it should be a simple run out to Jordan O'Brien. And gets him just. So you can ask for the 3rd umpire here. But I think this is going to be 1 and run out. So Austria, for me, it'll be 100 for 6. Yeah, he's just gone on the replay. So yeah, 100 for 6 will be the total. And that means that Finland will be chasing 101 for victory. Advantage Finland, but it's only half a game, Rico, and we know their batting has been a little bit hit and miss. They're very capable, but let's see if they can handle the heat in the second half of this Group D eliminator. Yeah, fantastic performance in the field. I've got to say, I mean, we've seen some really good performances. Of course, Ireland have been pretty hot in the field, but that's right up there as one of the best performances we've seen in the field, not just maybe in this group, but maybe in the whole championship. Finland really did. They bowled really well. I mean, early on there were some loose deliveries, and that's why I think Imran Asif got off to a fly. We'll see that here in the highlights. But after that, the bowling and the line that they bowled, sensational, and they fielded well. Bowlers bowled to the field, and the fielders backed them up. A bit of love in the air here today. Well, there's probably a lot of love for Finland at the moment, but Austria, well, they're going to have to be absolutely devastating in the field. Yeah, look, Asif got going, but then he lost his way. Karambir got going, and then he lost his way. I just don't think anyone ever went on with it for Austria the way they would have liked. And in between, there was some very, very good bowling and fielding from the Finns. It all starts with the ball. See, Salonen, he was fired up. We thought he might get bowled out. They kept him for towards the end. But yeah, everything they did, even when it didn't really go their way, the Finns, was 100% effort. You thought that one might have been a yellow card or worse for the 2-footed tackle. But yeah, Austria, frustrating, but they will feel that they have the bowling to do this as well. Salonen almost got knocked out, lights out. It was lights out for Zif soon after as he missed a full toss, and that was after a strange shot selection where he went for a reverse that wasn't really on. Then we saw a little bit of a collapse going on as the Austrians just couldn't make the play. Aki Bikbal went wandering but never came home. He was caught well by Salonen, who had a bit more time to get under that one. But yeah, I suppose despite this rearguard action, Finland seemed to have the answer. Sahel went for a golden duck, and so continued his kind of miserable series with the bat. But they needed someone to stand up at this stage. Karambir, he was the man, even though towards the end he couldn't really turn it into something more. Yeah, when you think that everybody else wasn't able to get going, you can see that in the scorecard. Karambir, at least some of those shots he played were good. Well, that one knocked out Jenkins, didn't it? Yeah. But he somehow still managed to save 4 runs. He's a coach, but you won't find that one in the coaching manual. I'll give you the tip. But I also like that they use the clock well. They kind of got together. Every time looked like Austria were getting away. They slowed the game down. This was a bit of a blooper, but didn't cost them too many at all in the end. Finland happy with their work, looking cool in the blue. But I can tell you that Austria, they'll be turning the heat up in the second innings. They're playing for their tournament life, and they do have 100 on the board. Exactly 100. And Finland still have to get them. And looking at the scorecard, you can see what we're talking about with two key batters there. Imran Azif with 47 and Karan Beer 31. Akbarjan played a bit of a second fiddle role, but they bowled really well to him, let's be honest, towards the end. Akbarjan got one maximum away in the last over, but pretty disciplined stuff from Team Finland. Only the 3 wides in the innings. I think that they bowled good areas, they bowled good length for the most part. And Austria struggled, not necessarily because they batted badly, but I also think you got to put it down to the fact that the Finlands, they did execute with the ball.
Yeah, look, normally as we have a look at those bowling figures, great bowling from Zir Rahman there, I think. But also, look, Nicholas Sutherland, that spell was exceptional. Only 12 runs from 2 overs. But one thing I'll say this, normally at this stage, I'll be saying to you, look, Vinny, you know, how many Yorker length deliveries did we see? We could normally count them sometimes on one hand.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you how many there. There were so many. They bowled such good lines, such good areas.
Yeah, keep it simple, as they say in the classics. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Only one team will survive the second innings and continue later in the day. And you can find out which team that is when we return. It'll be 101, the target for the Finns. Can the Bears chase down this total and survive, or will it be the Austrians who make it through to qualify? So even sounding Mr. Maximo alongside Rico Full. See you very shortly for more Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Well, hello everybody, hello world, welcome to the beautiful province of Andalusia here in Spain, where we're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championships. And well, I know that so far maybe there haven't been too many what people would call legitimate upsets in this championship. Well, Group D, this could be one here. I think a lot of people were expecting Austria to win this match pretty comfortably. And it's not going to be the case, you know, because Finland have the upper hand. They've restricted Austria just to 100. I think Austria know that they wanted to be around about the 130, 140 mark as a minimum. Is not to be. Finland, they bowled brilliantly. They were exceptional in the field. And as a result of that, they've given themselves a great opportunity to see if they can get to the next stage, which would be the qualifier number 2. It's going to be Manaraj Padahal to start. See if he can give them a good start. Well, he gets a run straight away, and I think this sort of score suits the way Finland play. I mean, they have got some big hitters off the ball, but I think in general, they're a sort of team that like to play the ball around, take the singles, put pressure on the field. And this is a superb opportunity for them to play their normal, their natural game and get a win over Austria and continue and stay alive in this championship. Shot, and this one will go all the way as Rashid goes boom, shaka, what a hit, straight down the ground. Well, Rashid is thinking, well, yeah, we could do it tiki-taka away, but oh, I like to give it a little bit of the boom boom. Wonderful shot from Atif Rashid. What a great way to get off the mark. Needing 10s all the way through. Sahel Zadran. Pressure is on. Zadran would love to put a magical bowling display together. Hasn't been clicking with the bat, of course. Next delivery to Rashid. He goes again. Bolle, bolle. Shaka, Rashid is saying, bring it on. And now there's concerns. I mean, Aqib Iqbal would normally open the bowling. They go with Zahel Zadran. It has not worked. They're already more than where they need to be in this first over. And I like it as well. There's no point giving yourself and putting yourself under pressure in the power play. Go out there, win the power play, put yourself well ahead, and then, well, then you can nudge it around. Slower delivery, probably would have been a horrible wide. They'll take the single, in comes the throw. And get the single. Bit of a back plug there from Rashid. Badahal now on strike. 14 off the over already. He knows he doesn't have to do anything crazy. I can see him just once again just stroking this out and taking another single. They still want to avoid dot balls. Austria needing a breakthrough. And this could be it. It will be. They're asking the question, and the umpire saying not out, so this must have come off the pad. Well, there you go. So it goes a long way for the pad. There is, I mean, there's not a huge appeal, so I think probably most of them knew this probably is off the pad. So you can see that Zadran is not appealing at all. Making sure he gets in there, doesn't he? A better area, so finishes with a good one, Zadran, but 15 come off the first over. "56 matches since the golden ball." Could it be? Could this be the match? Hello to Dia Maria. Hello to Matthew Hudson, what do you reckon, people? Could this be a golden ball match? Helix, we've seen a surprise here. Maybe not. I know that Vinny has already told us that Finland have had wins over Austria, so it won't be a surprise to them, but the way that the group has gone so far and the performances that we've seen, this would be a big surprise. Akib Iqbal, the captain. Oh, it's high up in the air. This will also go all the way as well. And now it's Padahal, his turn to hit a boundary. Oh, they're up and about, aren't they? Look at those smiles. Well ahead at this point. But then having said that, this is the way that Austria started. Remember, they got 17 off their first over. They were 30 off the first two. But then there was that great over number 3 from Nicholas Salon. Only went for 8. Nice shot, and this is going to be another. Oh, that is absolutely beautiful. Well, Vanaraj Padahal plays a delightful shot. A player that I've seen play shots like this, and I thought this guy has got some class about him. But he just hasn't gone on and scored big runs. Maybe coming good when it matters. Coming good in Group D finals day. Akib Iqbal, the captain, has gone for 2 sixes. First 2 balls. Finland racing ahead at the moment. And he stops his shot, but he's got enough to get it over the fielder. And yeah, Zadran does well, makes the stop. I don't know why he stops his shot here. If he'd gone through with it, I think this would have been another one going to the boundary. Doesn't want to be thinking here that I don't have to play these shots. If it's there, play it. Gets it over. So here's Zadran. Akib Iqbal. I reckon he just wants to try and get the first 3 overs in and maybe give the ball to Akbarjan. Get a bit of spin on, see if that can get this breakthrough. Goes for the short one, and well, when it's not going your way, these are the sort of things that happen. I think this is going to be manos. Arriba, arbitro. This is 6 carreras as well. Hay todo por Finlandia de momento. 6 carreras. Hay mucha suerte ahí. Pero eso es una 6. Oh, the boundaries are flowing at the moment. And dejected looks about the Austrian players. Carries on like this. They're going to be going home. They won't be coming back in championship week. They'll be eliminated here. And it will be Finland that move on and book their place in qualifier number 2. Padahal waits, has a look at the field, which has changed. Iqbal fires one in. It's a lovely shot. Well, there's a little bit of the swivel about this. A bit of the, oh, as it goes all the way. What a shot. Sensational stuff. Well, Akib wants to walk off. Akib says, I think I'm done. I've had enough. I've gone for 26. It must be the over. No, it's not, as he's reminded by the umpire. Come back, lad. You still got one more to bowl. 26 have come off this one. 41 on the board. Are we going to see a supersonic over here? The captain, Akib Iqbal, doesn't know what to do here. He's under attack. Finland, amazing. Incredible. 96% to 4% in favour to go on and win this now and eliminate Austria. Field being pushed all over the place. 2 men back on the leg side now, long on mid-wicket. Full ball, slightly slower. Chases on, gets down, gets the throw in. But they're going to get there, they're going to get to 28-28 of that over. It's a magical one. And sensational stuff here at the moment from Finland. 2 overs complete, and they are 42 without loss. Vinny Sandhu joins me back in the commentary box. Vinny, I get the feeling that we're going to probably see the first real upset in perhaps this championship.
I think you have to call it an upset based on, I suppose, what was expected of these 2 teams. Austria seemed to have Finland's measure in the ECIs in Rome previously. And Finland actually ranked pretty well, don't get me wrong.
So
Never really put it together and made a run deep into finals day. here at the European Cricket Championship. But yeah, well, I mean, it's still got some to play with. I suppose what you'd be telling yourself now if you're Austria, look, let's just get this first wicket. Let's turn over the order. Let's put some guys under pressure with the tournament on the line. Right now, it's the Austrians feeling the pressure, I think. Zadran. Good ball. And Austria have bowled well in patches, but I'd say they've played well in patches, but just haven't really strung enough good patches together, and that's why they find themselves 2-2 at the end of the group stages, and they find themselves, let's say, up the creek, and they've got a small branch for a paddle, but that's about it. Not given much chance, according to the wind predictor. The other thing is, it's a confidence game, isn't it, for Finland? I think Akib just keeps his feet inside the field of play here. But Padal, they persisted with him at the top of the order, and you can see why. You know, it hasn't always worked out for him in this tournament, but he struck the ball really sweetly. The other thing with Team Finland is that they have this approach now where I think they're backing themselves a little bit more earlier. So they're not chasing 100 in their minds. They're looking 140, 150, and what they would consider an acceptable score. And if they can do that, they give themselves a bit of a buffer. So that's well bowled by Zadran. Well, I think bowled pretty well yesterday. He was involved in a pretty gripping battle with Leas Deploy from Hungary.
Much better over this, isn't it? All of a sudden, I mean, his first over was short, the same as Sakib. They were pelted all over the place, but this time he's got the line right, nice and full. Yorker length deliveries.
This is going to fly away for four-leg buys, I think. It does, so that just sums it up at the moment. Zadran just cramps Padal for room, but it's going to rebound off the padding, and it's still going to find its way to the rope. 4 runs.
Yeah, it's the second one that's hit the pad and gone for runs when it could have been a close one. And, you know, they'll look back at this, Austria. I think take nothing away from Finland if it goes the way it looks, but Austria will look back and say that maybe they haven't had all the luck in this. I mean, when they were batting, the number of times that they found the fielders, the number of times the fielders managed to stop the ball going to the boundary, sometimes by a bit of luck.
50 partnership comes up with a kicked 4. Slow ball from Zadran does the trick, but Austria living on borrowed time at the moment. 50 without loss at the end of 3.
Much better over from Sahil Zadran. That one only goes for 7 of the over.
Have a look at this. Batters seem to get in but then lose their way. Asif was one who, you can see, got them off to a decent start, then kind of fell away in the 3rd and 4th over. Then Karambir had a really good time around the 7th or so, but then he was shut down with some very good bowling. And I do think you have to give credit to the Finnish bowlers. It wasn't just that the Austrians couldn't find their timing. They weren't really allowed to find their timing. As we're going to get Akbarjan coming on. First ball's hit hard into the gap. That's 4 as well. Well, Finland looking like a blue ribbon team at the moment. You can see they're feeling pretty confident in that dugout at the moment. It's a tricky little target, isn't it? 101. But they've come out and they've blasted the ball.
It's a good shot, isn't it? I mean, he bats deep inside his crease. And can he do it again? Okay, he's going to drop safe. Well, there you go. That's what I'm talking about. Sometimes you have, now they're going to take on the 2. Now, this is pretty dicey, but they're going to get there. Yeah, sometimes you just have matches like this, and unfortunately, Austria, they're having it here. Nothing's going their way. That one could have gone a hand. It doesn't. We saw the ball hitting the pad earlier and go all the way down to the boundary for 4. It's just one that they might have to just ride off and say, sometimes you have days like this.
Yeah, maybe. You don't really want to have days like this on finals day. Well, that could have gone as well. Couldn't quite get the hands through it there, Rashid. And just get a single. Thing is, they've got it almost down to run a ball now. Talking kind of 44 off 39. So Austria, they're only way back. Some wickets, but also, you know, keeping it tight, trying to grab a few dot balls back, try and push that gap up again. Steps across and just escorts this one over deep backward square leg. Maximo Padal with the timing spot on there. Finland with 1 foot in qualifier 2 now.
Wonderful shot. Look, he moves early. He knows where it's going to be from Akbarjan, and he knows what pace it's going to be. Gets in the right position. He's already down on one knee before he's even bowled, and then times it beautifully. for 6 runs. Finland looking the business, looking the part, turning it on. I was saying this last night, wasn't I, Vinny, when they were playing, and I said, look, this is all about them preparing themselves mentally for what's coming up next day, as this is another exquisite shot. Manos arriba from the arbitro. 6 más. Yeah, last night when they took on Ireland, you know, they had to find a way to make it a good, positive team outing, and it was. And I think they've just shown that this morning. They've carried on from yesterday. The batters have been exquisite, but you're right. Their bowling, they've won this with their bowling.
Yeah, definitely. And that's not to take anything away from this opening partnership between Padal and Rashid. We're 69 now within 4 overs. This over's going to go magical, and it's going to go magical in a big way. Maximo! 25 off the 4th, and Finland racing away with the game. Hits 75. Without loss after 4.
Well, I've been saying, as you have a look at this shot, and I've been saying all the way along that this guy who's been opening the batting for Finland, he's been making what? Scores in the teens and getting himself out, and I've been saying he is class. There's something special about this guy, the way he times the ball, the way he was hitting it. He just needed a bit of time, and now we're seeing what he's all about. Some wonderful shots. And, well, Akbarjan just didn't have an answer to him. 25 of that last over.
Now, I think you need a miracle. What? Not just any miracle, a big miracle. If you're Austria, you need to have one of the most epic collapses we would have seen. Can happen, but someone's going to have to get it started. Ishak Safi, the next man to try and break this partnership. He gets banged straight for 6. Maximo! Slot ball to Rashid, who says it's my turn now. Great shot, solid drive down the ground, 6 more.
Yeah, wonderful shot. You know what I like about this? After that shot, you can see Vanaraj Padahali's right with him and say, hey, great shot, but look, don't you go getting out now. We're going to get a 100-run partnership. We're going to win this by 10 wickets. That's what we're doing. We're winning this by 10 wickets. You stay here with me. Rashid, well, he does what he did when he started and opened his account. Hits a big 6 down the ground.
Oh, gets beaten for pace this time. It's a small victory for Austria, isn't it? At the moment. Well bowled though, probably not quite the bounce of the over, because I don't think it's over the shoulder.
Yeah, nice, quick, fast delivery. Austria, what will they be feeling here? Aki Bigpal, he's right in front of us here. He's a tremendous lad, great player, great cricketer, lovely guy to talk to. He's going to be feeling the pain. So will the other boys. That one gets played away, and it'll just be a single, but they won't mind. I say just be a single.
Yeah,
singles are more than enough.
Well, Finland team are called the Bears. I think someone might have poked the bear, because the Bears are woken up here on finals day.
Woken up, Vinny, and they were hungry this morning as well.
It's a confidence game, cricket. Don't write them off for the next game either. Padal on 48 now. And he'll bring up his 50 in style. Time to party now for the Flying Finns. Padal a half century in 15 balls.
अरे वाह किन्नी सोहनी बैटिंग कीती अपने वनराज पढ़ाल ने मैं तो शुरू तो गया ना ये बैटर दी कोई क्लास तो हैगी आ अज इन्हां सानू दिखा दित्ती मेरे ख्याल नाल जेरे सारे मुंडे ने सवेरे सवेरे थोड़ा फ्रूट जिहा खादा होना सीरियल खादे होने इन्हें नहीं आ देख लो आलू दे परोंठे खा के आया अपनी हाफ सेंचुरी पूरी कर ली great knock felicidades for Vanraj Padahal 52 of 15 and what a time to shine. They always say that the good players, the championship players, they turn it on when it matters. Well, Padahal has done that here, hasn't he?
Yeah, he gets full toss, but only get a single. But yeah, I think okay, the batting's one thing. A lot of people saying Austria a bit disappointing with the bat, but I think you got to give credit where credit's due that the bowlers got it right. I also think Austria, when they dissect their bowling from this tournament, not just this match, but this whole 3 days, they'll know they didn't get it right often enough. And right now they've been given a bit of a beating from the men from the north. Goes the genuine bouncer this time. Caught a wide.
I don't know about this one, you know. I don't know if this goes over the head. Let's have a look. I didn't think it was that high, to be honest. No.
Probably not.
It's not.
But I suppose that's one of those calls that you got to make in the instant. And the ball's flying away. Not a very good call, but I suppose.
Sums up what's happened to Austria in this match, I think.
And the umpires get hungry like everyone else when probably smelling morning tea not too far away. Last ball the over then. Take 2. It's just worked for 1. Rashid will retain the strike, and that's the end of 5 overs. Score is 89 without loss. Gives us a chance to welcome you back into the commentary box, and this game doesn't look like it's going to go too far into the second half of the innings. Finals day, we know it can throw up some surprises. Finland, they won't be too surprised because they have been quietly building towards something like this. They've just kind of peaked at the right time here in the eliminator. Austria, though, they'll be bitterly disappointed at a team that went so close to the group final last year. 1 or 2 things went another way. They might have made it. Who knows? They might have made it out of the group. They made Championship Week 2 years ago, but Austria, it just hasn't been their year here at the ECC.
No, they just haven't clicked. Look, we know that they've got some important personnel missing. We know that. I mean, Rajmal Sigwell is normally their captain. Last year, he was their leading run scorer, and he had a different dimension to the game. But one thing I think Austria need to do when they go away from this with this particular squad is everybody needs to know their role. I think there's been too many changes. Have the batting order and have it right. They've changed that around a bit. For example, Akib Iqbal, he moves himself around. We've seen Zishan Arif move around, Karanbir Singh. I think you've got to go with what your batting order is. So, right, guys, this is what your role is. This is where you're going to bat. This is what you're doing. And it could be the same with the bowling. Like here in this one, they go with Sahil Zadran to open up as opposed to Akib Iqbal, who does sometimes. Yeah. So they're going to have to do a little bit of rebuilding, but I think they've just got to have maybe just a little bit more clear structure in what their plan and what they're trying to execute.
Yeah, I suppose that's the challenge, isn't always to have some sort of stability, but then also some flexibility in there. And I can kind of understand, throwing guys up there who are in form because you don't have too much time to settle. So, look, in the end, they'll be dissecting it for a while, I'm pretty sure. Akib Iqbal, the captain, is going to come back in over number 6 with just 12 required now for a finish victory. Gets the first one through and not quite a bouncer.
Yeah, Akib Iqbal, I think this is an opportunity for him to maybe just offload some of his frustration. His first over, by the way, went for 28. So it's interesting that he chooses to come back. I think he's just saying, yeah, I'm the captain. I haven't performed well. I'm going to try and see if I can get 6 really good balls in here. Oh, he starts with 2 dots. They're asking the question here. The umpire not interested. I don't think Akib was really either too much. It's only the appeal that came from Arslan Arif behind the stumps that got him to react.
The other thing is, Austria, let's give them credit where it's due. It looks like they're heading out of this competition right now. Finland, I think, will be the first team through to qualifier 2, where they'll meet the team that doesn't win the next game. Ireland versus Hungary coming up in about an hour and 15. Should be a good game right now. This is a good shot. It's uppercut, and it's going to be across the road. Look both ways. Maximal for Rashid, and now Finland could win this game with 1 swing of the bat.
Yeah, 1 hit away from a sensational victory. And Finland, they are going to be pumped. And you know what? I mean, Ireland or Hungary, whoever it may be, they're probably one team you don't want to be facing because they're finding their form at the right time.
Hit pretty hard. Well fielded by Safi, just a single. Yeah, look, disappointing for Austria, no doubt. I mean, they've had some things to celebrate, obviously making it to the next round of World Cup qualifiers this year. Playing cricket in Scotland in that next round, playing some very high-level teams there, which I think is great for their development, even though I know the results on the field probably weren't what they were looking for, but it's not all doom and gloom in Austrian cricket. No, this one will sting a bit, just like I think their performance did in that qualifying. But it was a bit of a reality check, I suppose, as well. They had a couple of games in the Isle of Man on turf to warm up for that they weren't able to win either. But in amongst it, obviously, to even get to that next stage of World Cup qualifiers means that they've been playing some pretty good cricket as well. Akib trying to keep the game alive. Oh, here goes the reverse ramp, and it's going to tie the scores. Well, quite a remarkable shot here from Vanraj Patel.
Well, we're on the Costa del Sol, and we're talking about the sun, the sea, the sand, and the sexy cricket. As scores get tied. That was also the end of the over. So 100 without loss. after 6, and a great 100-run partnership from the both of these two openers, Vanaraj Padahal and Atif Rashid. Well batted.
Yeah, just what you needed. No dramas whatsoever. And again, I think the Austrians, okay, maybe haven't bowled the best, but there's also been some outstanding batsmanship out there to bring up this 100 partnership. And the confidence to go for their shots. I mean, we haven't even seen any of the middle order, have we, in this game? So we haven't seen guys like Mohan O'Brien, Nilan Cherry, of course.
Yeah.
All right, Safi can't concede a run, otherwise it's all over. And this might be a late wicket. It is. So there you go. A genuine consolation wicket. Rashid just cramped for room, helps it round the corner. So it's a bit of a shame for Rashid that he won't be there when the winning run is hit. But I think he'll be very, very satisfied. He knows he'll get another hit because Finland are heading to qualifier 2. Right now, he's heading up the stairs at 100 for 1.
Yeah, Safi does bowl with a bit of pace. We saw in the last over, he bowled a couple of quick, sharp deliveries. And one of them did trouble the batter. Unfortunately, it was given a wide. I don't think it was, but that's a similar sort of delivery. Hurries the batter. He'll go, but he's going to get such a warm reception. A 100-run partnership put together between him and Vanaraj Padahal. Yeah, just listen to those applause. He's going back a hero, isn't he? There's the new batter. Takes himself out there, and it's going to be Jordan O'Brien. Well, Jordan O'Brien, well, he has the opportunity to hit the winning runs, but look at that. I mean, that is sensational. And he's, I like that. I said, Japipa. And a big hug for the outgoing batter there, Atif Rashid, who batted beautifully, played his part, 37 of 19. So Jordan O'Brien.
Oh. Jordan O'Brien wants to get the job done quickly. And he will. He'll whack a 4, and Finland do the job. It's the end of the road for Austria, but the Bears, they've woken up. They're out of the woods, and they've made it through to qualifier 2. And they bring up a big win in the end with 22 balls to spare. A comprehensive performance from Team Finland.
Oh, fantastic. O'Brien just needs the one ball to do it, doesn't he? But look at the hug and the celebrations there in the middle. And Vanaraj Padahal gets a huge bear hug. Well, they are the Bears, and there's going to be bear hugs all around because his innings was exquisite. 57 of 18. He played some tremendous shots during that. And he just really played so fluently. 7 sixes and 2 fours on his way to that score. And, well, I think you've got to say, and I know that we know that in matchups before that Finland have been victorious over Austria. But the way things were going in this group, I think Austria were favourites to book their place in that qualifier number 2. But it's not to be. Finland have outplayed them. And it all started off with the way that they bowled. I think they bowled brilliantly. And I think Austria know that as well. Look, you can see there from the players, look, they're not mopping around. Of course, they're going to feel down, they're going to feel hurt, but they know they've been beaten by a better side. And sometimes, you know, part of being a good team, part of being a championship team is to know when you're well beaten and to accept that, appreciate it, and say, right, we got work to do, and we'll learn from it. They will learn from it. They're a good team, and they've got a good young new captain in Akib Iqbal. As I said, they've got a few players missing. They'll go back, they'll train harder, they'll get better, and they'll come back stronger when we next see them. But well done to Finland. Superb performance. Got to say, I use the word sometimes polished. That was a polished performance.
Yeah, it was. Now, the next game we'll have here, we'll be back in around about an hour's time because the first ball of Ireland 11 versus Hungary in qualifier 1 will be noon GMT, which is 2 p.m. in Central Europe. It's 5:30 p.m. in India. The toss happening shortly. You can stay tuned to our website. You see it down the bottom there, europeancricket.com, for that toss information. Big game because the winner straight through to the Group D final. The loser will have to face the Finns, and the Finns flying this morning. Could be a bit of a banana peel for whichever team doesn't win qualifier 1. Let's go back and look at this, and there were no signs of nerves in this chase of 101. The openers off to a flyer. Padal in particular was brutal in the power play.
Yeah, 28 coming of that over there from Akib Iqbal over number 2's Sahil Zadran's went for 15. They went back to Zadran. His second over was much better. Only the 8 came from it. Then they went for Akbajan, the bit of spin, and that didn't work either. He was taken to the cleaners as well. ਅੱਜ ਤਾਂ ਨਾ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬੋਲਰ ਸੀਗੇ ਚੰਗੀਆਂ ਜੁੱਤੀਆਂ ਪਈਆਂ ਪੁੱਠੇ ਹੱਥ ਦੀਆਂ ਸਿੱਧੀਆਂ ਵੀ shit to the bear. The batters were on form and they were taking them to the sword. That was an unbelievable half century. We know that the guy is class. I've been saying it all along, and now he turns it on in this one. Padahal, well batted, 57 of 18 deliveries for him. There was that late consolation for Austria. Safi got the wicket of Rashid. That meant O'Brien came out there and hit his first ball for 4. That was the victory. And well, there you go. They are the Bears, and that's the biggest bear hug that you will ever see. A wonderful moment there for Finland. Finland are going to stay alive in this championship. They're going to stay alive in this group. They will book their place in the qualifier number 2. But coming up next is going to be the big one, where Hungary are going to be hungry for victory against Ireland. Whoever wins this next match will book their place in the final.
Yeah, having a look at the scorecard, Padal was outstanding, wasn't he? 57 off 18. Could he have a big day? Can he keep that going and turn it into something more? 7 Maximos and 2 4s in that half century. But Rashid, give him a round of applause as well. 37 off 19. He was not waiting around either. Jordan O'Brien just required to face the one ball there. Austria with the bowling just couldn't penetrate, could they, despite the efforts of Zahel Zadran. Don't think he had a bad tournament with the ball. Iqbal struggled to keep things quiet. You mentioned that big first over that he bowled. Akbarjan likewise, and Safi towards the end couldn't get through the 7th over. So Austria, you got to feel for them. It's a tough one to swallow, but that's the nature of this competition. You've got 3 days of cricket to make it or break it. Unfortunately, they'll have to wait for next year before they return to the Cardamom Oval to have another tilt at the trophy. Well, looking forward to some bonus content as well with a little bit of a break. We're an hour before we're back for the next game. Daniel Weston will be talking to Abhijit Khan from Cricket Belgium. And he's a very interesting guy. Abhijit also has a fantastic sunglasses game.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to seeing what pair he's wearing in that. We'll leave you for now. Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Back with Qualifier 1 in an hour's time, right here on the European Cricket Network. You're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
Abhijit Khan, wonderful to have you here. What are some of your first memories in cricket?
Well, it's my privilege to meet you, Daniel, and I think, as you see, where I come from India, and especially Bombay, where cricket is a religion for us. It's a way of life. Maybe when I was as young as 7 or 8 years, I started my cricket at what we call as the street cricket or the gully cricket in Bombay city, with the softball to begin with, and then slowly move into the Maidans in Bombay city. Uh, it it has been a journey, long journey, but I'm privileged to come from Bombay, which was at that in those days the home of cricket in India.
And did you first start playing with the club or with your school?
I started off with the school cricket to begin with, and then, in fact, it is way back around more than 44 decades back. I started my own club. In those days, it was just building up into club and academies were coming up, and we were building up cricket from the grassroots level. So I was partnering with one of my friend who was also a doctor and who was working for the National Cricket Academy in India, Dr. Kinjal Suratwala. So that's how I got sucked into the leadership position even in cricket, and I happened to play a lot of club cricket and then get into the university cricket. In those days, most of the players from Bombay were part of the test team. India, at least 70 to 80% of the team would be from Bombay. So relatively, I was exposed to good competitive cricket at that moment and some serious cricket. But when I sit here and come here, look at this environment, I feel that we saw it very late coming, because most of my cricket was in white clothings, and I was just telling to my few of my players here, if we loft the ball, our coaches would get upset, and we were punished with no net training or no. We were not allowed to play for days if we loft the ball and play some stroke across the line. But the game has evolved, and I have grown with it. As I said, day in and day out, I live cricket, and maybe today, if I'm sitting in front of you, is basically as I spoke to you very casually, but it's the ECN which has driven me, my health, and my whole existence in the last 2 years, 3 years.
Thank you. We know you love cricket so much, and it's just incredible. But the experiences that you've seen and developed with your friends and your family, and then as a coach, is extraordinary, and it's an extraordinary asset to cricket in Europe. Before you were in Europe, you were in South America, right?
Yeah.
And what were you doing there?
In fact, that was a game changer, because when I moved from India, it is actually I have been doing nothing much but following my wife. She was a global talent in one of the German company, Merck, and she was into IVF marketing. So we shifted first to South America, Brazil, and I got sucked into the development of cricket program in Brazil, because when I got introduced to one Mr. Matt Featherstone, I think he's a legend. The way he has developed cricket in Brazil and Latin America, I think that gave me a lot of input.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about Matt and what he's doing there. Were you in Sao Paulo or in Rio?
I was based at Sao Paulo, but the home of cricket was in Poços de Caldas, which is just 2 hours away from Sao Paulo.
Okay.
But and most of our national matches would be in Rio. But it's a big country, and not much knowing about cricket. But what I learned about cricket development is basically what Matt has been creating over there.
Yeah.
It's been overwhelming what he has been doing for youth cricket as well as development of the women's cricket as well.
Yeah, we see a lot of women's cricket from Brazil on social media, and it's incredible.
Seeing is believing, because when we started with the underprivileged kids in schools in Poços de Caldas, we were just 5 or 6 kids coming per lesson. And then now I understand they have more than 5,000, 6,000 kids playing in Brazil, and on regular basis. The women's team has done very well in the 2 qualifiers they have played in Latin America. I think they are now just on the 2nd position to USA, but they have beaten teams like Argentina and Canada consistently now. And it's the core team of the women is absolutely built from the base level. So I understand they are the only team now in the world, women's team, which are on central contract, or they were the first team to get central contract in the world.
Yeah, incredible. Yeah, that's a super inspiring story, and you must have learnt so much from that experience. Yeah. And then you moved to Europe with your wife's work again. Yeah. And then what are some of your first memories of cricket in Europe when you arrived?
Oh, I think that's what I feel. I'm more complete as a person because of cricket, because I got to see so many places and travel so many places. But it was just on the very first day of landing in Germany, in Frankfurt. There was one of my friend who is chairman in one of the teams, the Frankfurt Cricket Club there in Frankfurt, Salim Khan. I think I landed around 1 p.m. in the afternoon, and 4 p.m. he was at my doorstep to hold me back in Frankfurt Cricket Club. And then, we worked together for more than 3 years to establish cricket and an academy there. So we created one Frankfurt International Cricket Academy for the youth and women development. So it just happened. It just, I got sucked in on the very first day. And European cricket at that time was getting 14, and I then have the privilege to work for the German Cricket Academy. I think initiated by you as well in those days.
Yeah,
when you were playing, and I took up the initial responsibility to look into the operations, and that again gave me a lot of opportunity to look into development stage of cricket.
Yeah, I remember there were hundreds of children playing thanks to your initiatives there, and then you were coaching in the Netherlands after that.
Yeah, I was coaching in club crickets there in Bloemendaal, one of the good clubs in playing in the 2nd division there in Netherlands. And again, they saw me training a team on the ground, and then they said there's an opportunity to go to Belgium, and that's when we agreed on associating ourselves with the Belgium Cricket Federation. So till then I was looking into the under-19 team for Germany.
And then it's been an incredible shift in cricket and the way of attacking, and a batting innings. As soon as you moved to Belgium and started coaching that team 2 years ago here, we saw the most incredible batting performances ever. We were calling it Belgian ball, and then we heard the rumor, and you can confirm if it was true, but your team's objective was to hit a 6 every 2 balls. Is that true?
In fact, it was, though best possible strategy which I could adapt, because my coaching principles have been always to work on the strength first and try to get the confidence in the players so that they can evolve as a better cricketer. And the only way I could see is to build this team from a negative position to a positive position, because when I took up the responsibility, it was, when I say negative, it was the time when Corona and COVID-19 was the issue there, and few of my players had a lot of differences with the federation at that time. So my first assignment was T10, which was again a blessing in disguise, and the only strategy which I could see at that way to take the team forward was to play a different kind of cricket altogether and maybe express and explode, is what I always say.
It was just incredible that you were hitting 140, 50, 60, 170, 180 in these matches where other teams just weren't even thinking about, you know, scoring that heavily and hitting the ball that well. And you seem to you don't mind losing wickets. You just want to score and continue scoring fast.
Yeah,
right?
maybe my way of thinking is in T10 I have enough confidence and firepower to take us through the 10 overs without losing much of wicket. And that's the only way my boys know to play. So I just wanted to give them the freedom, and you know, maybe that helps their bat swing, their bat speed, and the way they hit is more fearless. And so capitalize. Why not capitalize that? I given them some leverage in short selection. So basically, boundary every 2 balls is what we look at.
Yeah.
So usually when we set targets, we don't talk about what score we are scoring. We just talk about whether we need to hit 25 boundaries or 30 boundaries in an inning, and maybe look for 2 or 3 overs where we score more than 20 runs in a shorter format. So we come to somewhere till last year. I think I was quite confident about 130, 150 here, but the way the pitch is playing and the outfield has been quick and fast, I think now we are trying to look to score 180 plus.
And how do you bowl against a team that also wants to bat like you want to bat?
Yeah, I think maybe change of pace, maybe bowl the Yorkers more. So I've got some specialist Yorker bowlers ready for that. But at variation and change of pace as well as Yorkers.
For me, it was really interesting to see 2 years ago when it was the England 11 and Belgium, and you guys were playing this extreme cricket. And I remember talking to the English coach, and he didn't know what to do against your batting. And then we heard that you guys wanted to hit a boundary over 2 balls. Yeah. And then we heard from the English team that they wanted to bowl 6 different balls in an over. Yeah. And that was the best way to combat, because there's no certain specific ball. So trying to bowl 6 different balls, and then you trying to hit 6 different balls for 6 in an over is just incredible entertainment. So I thank you for the mindset that you brought to the game. It's incredible.
Yeah, right now I think the team is happy to hit 3 boundaries in an over, at least 3 boundaries, because when I say 1 and 2 balls, they have a little flexibility to go for the short selection and play on the merit. But it's the amount of talent what the boys have, you know, it's exceptional. I can say anything I want, but it's at the end of the day, the way they execute and the way they enjoy executing it. It's not that it's been forced upon them, and that's the way they have been playing. And it's sometimes, you know, when people look about and talk about my coaching style, I think they feel it's just that I don't do much other than just giving them a little mindset change. But that's the way they are. They're all seasoned cricketers. I've stuck to the same homegrown players. I've stuck to the same players, build their confidence in the training, give them a lot of power hitting lessons, and that's how we work as a team.
And in Belgian cricket, is the game growing there? And is Belgian domestic cricket trying to hit 6s like they do when they come into T10? Are they taking that same approach into their T20 domestic cricket?
Yeah, as I said, primarily my vision as a coach, head coach, and being part of the team management has always been to grow from T10. I was never making claims of playing the ODI or maybe T20. We wanted to get a little more interested over a period of time, but T10 was a best bet for us, and we stuck to it, and we found some results there, which was further motivating. And we have batters who are actual role models all over Europe now. So they have been playing the entire year T10 all across Belgium, all across other countries in Europe. So
Is there a lot of tape ball cricket being played in Belgium as well?
yeah, in the past, yes, but now a lot of T10 tournaments are going. We come just out of a T10 tournament in one of the regions. So both the regions, we have two regions which we are focusing on. Both had a T10 tournament, and from there, I think we shortlisted the best out of them and got the whole national team coming in.
And the number of clubs growing in Belgium at the moment?
Yeah, a lot of clubs are growing. A lot of them are interested as well, but we are looking at more improving the facilities there. We have some 12 good grounds now. Out of maybe 6 out of them would be international standards, and we are still working hard towards getting our national team home of cricket ground.
So at the Royal Antwerp Cricket Club, which is a wonderful club and a wonderful clubhouse there, that was actually I think the first ever live streamed match that Germany did with Belgium, and that was a T20I, and I played in the match and pretty unsuccessfully because I was too busy worried about the cameras and the stream. But we actually did a stream there, which is part of the history and the culture of where we started on it. I knew, and you can just see the mindset and the love and passion for the game in Belgium is so strong, but the talent and skills are very unique, very, very unique, because they can watch the ball so hard.
They play their cricket a different way. I would say, people used to doubt whether we are playing the right way, but according to me, that's the best way to play as of today, as the game has evolved drastically. And I am confident that this team will continue to deliver. If I say 180, they might in a day or two smash 200 plus, and without any sweat. So is the way they play is absolutely without any cluster mindset. Very open-minded. They are accepting the challenge, and they.
And are many of the Belgian players playing in the Netherlands as well, in the domestic leagues there?
Yes, they play in Netherlands, and they play across many of your ECN programs in all across Europe as well. But yes, a lot of our boys go to play the leagues in Netherlands league. Our Belgium league is getting more and more competitive. There are nearly now 8 teams in the top level, and the six divisions are playing. So nearly 28 clubs are already competing with more than 5 or 6 teams in each club.
And as a coach, are you talking and being with the national team on a weekly basis or on a monthly basis?
Yeah, I think I'm approachable maybe 24/7. But I do make sure that I go at least once in a week, maybe from a Thursday to weekend, and I'm open to spend as much time with the players. Now, as a strategy, we are also now expanding and moving into different locations, right up to Kotrij and the furthest place. I feel we go out and then bring them inwards. So we have strategically started building a Belgium Cricket Academy program, which will work from the grassroots to, what we call as plants to pillar. So maybe nurture the youth. The women team is coming up now, quite buoyant about the way women are joining in. So we are now regularly every week, more than 30 to 40 women players are training, and the intensity is increasing. So
Yeah. And where do you think Belgium cricket will be in 10 years' time?
I was dreaming about qualifying this year, but we had a bad loss to Portugal last year. Maybe 25, 26, you will see a good qualifier rounds played by Belgium, because 2 years back they were saying that we can only play T10, we are only smashers, we play only one way. But when we play T20 also, I think I just had to request them to replicate what they do in the first 10 overs, replicate it in the next 10 overs. So I think they have been consistent even in T20, scoring around 180 plus. So I'm hopeful that by end of this learning in this CCN, we should be able to hit around 18 runs over and then keep it consistently even in T20. So hopefully that will help us to qualify as one of the good teams in Europe.
I think you're the one that understands it the most, that it's all about intent and mindset, isn't it? And having a good culture of being able to express yourself in the middle.
Yeah, I think the key, the buzzword is the culture, what we want to meet. So I don't promise very clear results about getting into the World Cup or being one of the top teams in the world. But if I can build a culture where whichever level you see the game is evolving, like in India, we talk about whichever format, whichever age group or whatever format they play, any team, they are in the top 5. I want to create a culture where we are at least one of the most competitive team in Europe. That also gives me a good high, and we play some good cricket, so people enjoy what we're trying to do. Yeah, obviously we want to win every match, but I keep telling if you want to win championships, you have to learn to lose also few matches, give away few matches. So I'm ready to accept few losses, but from that learning, I think we will grow better and faster, and hopefully we'll see some good results from Belgium.
Yeah, thank you. We love watching Belgium play cricket. We love watching Belgium ball. We love the way you approach the game, and we love the spirit and the passion that you bring. So thank you so much, and it's wonderful to have you here.
In fact, on behalf of Belgium, I think the Federation respects the way you have grown this game, the passion which you have driven. I know you from your playing days, you have worked very hard and day in and out. So it gives us the platform to today play the cricket what we love, the way we love it. And so thank you so much, Yannick.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you
very much.
Yeah. Can I present this cap from Belgium Cricket Federation? Yeah.
Wonderful. Thanks very much. Thanks again.
Thank you.
European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Hello and welcome back to Group D Finals Day here at the Cartama Oval on the beautiful Costa del Sol in Spain. Well, the Mediterranean action will continue as we head into qualifier number 1 now. These are the two top teams after the group stage. The winner of this game goes straight through to the Group D finals tonight. The loser will have to play Finland in qualifier 2 to get to the big dance later on. So it is going to be Ireland 11 taking on Hungary in this one. These two teams played some sensational cricket through the qualifying stages. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Good to have Shauna with us. It's her birthday today, so she will toss the coin. She's a big supporter of ECN, and well, let's see who wins this big coin toss coming up.
Okay, Hungary, your call. You toss now.
European cricket,
It is European cricket.
so we're going to go first.
So the news from the toss is that Hungary have won the toss. Their captain Vinoth Ravindran has elected to field first. Now I feel like both teams would have liked to be chasing in this one, but Hungary will get that right. I think that's all just about knowing how many you need and knowing how many risks you have to take and when you have to take them with the bat. So we know that these two teams met yesterday. It was a big build-up. It was a bit of a fizzo, wasn't it? Lias Deploy went for just a single. That was after his record-breaking innings on the first night of group action, but I'm sure he'll be opening the batting for Hungary in the second half of this one. Ireland took a chance last night to shuffle the deck. We saw the captain Sam Harbinson batting really well. Also very good pair of hands. Sam Harbinson leading the Irish, but also McNally looked pretty good. I think they'll probably go back to Lynch and Tector at the top though. Just got a feeling that that's their go-to in this game. But yeah, it's good to see a few more guys getting a hit. And they certainly haven't put a foot wrong in the group stages. Hungary though, I do think the deploys, they get talked about a lot, but it's kind of rubbing off on some of their teammates as well, who have earned the right for the double charts. Let's see if they can perform on finals day. As far as Ireland went, don't forget last year they made it to group finals day, but they couldn't quite crack the final and make it through to championship week. I know they want to change that this year. Let's go over to Rico 4 as we get ready for the start of qualifier 1. Of course, a place in the final awaits Rico. I can tell you that Hungary, they've won the toss. They're going to bowl first. Over to you. Let's get ready for a great game.
Muy buenas tardes, muchas gracias, Vinny Sandu. Yes, let's get ready for a great game. We see the umpires leading the players out. Asad Ali and Nilkesh Patel are the men in black in this one, with Toronto Peters, the third umpire, being led brilliantly by, of course, Sir Rob Kemin. So, teams making their way out. I noticed one change there, that Sam Harbinson, the normal captain, he's a 12th man for this one. They had a great knock last night under the lights, made 81 to 35, but he's not playing in this match, so I wonder if that's just a little tactical ploy there. I think they're knowing that they will, should they go down in this one, get another chance, and maybe he would definitely play that one and definitely play the final, so just maybe resting himself. So the captain will be Gerard Wilson, and well, Tim Tucker is out there opening, but he's joined by Cameron Melly. That's who Ireland have gone with. It will be Hitesh Prashar to bowl the first ball. Once our official timekeeper, Frederica Constant, have given the umpires the thumbs up. So this is the big match. The winner of this one will book their place in the final tonight. The other team will have a difficult tussle with Finland, who were the surprise package this morning, beating Austria in the eliminator first thing this morning. So here we go. Play, says the umpire. Asad Ali, here's the first delivery. And just gets worked away on the leg side. Single just gets taken. You see Mars Barzi there, vocal behind the start. Beautiful, he says. Good start to Prashar. Of course, we know about the strength of these batters. Just examining his bat a little bit there is Tector after getting off the mark. So it's all about trying to contain Ireland to a score which Hungary then feel they can get to. And I reckon maybe no more than 130 is what they're thinking. This is going to be a wide. It's a good leave there from Melly. That ball's got a bit of pace about it. It's a pretty good length. And it's one that Apitash is trying to tuck up the batter. Melly just steps inside this. He says, I'll take the wide. So another run to go on the board. And genuine edge and a very good stop from the man who's in that fly slip area. Gets fingertips to this. This ball is travelling. And that's beautifully done there. Good stop and nice work from Spring Productions capturing that one. That's Cameron Waheed getting in the action. Yeah, saves 3 runs there. Good start so far. Bowling with a bit of fire, a bit of pace. They're keeping Ireland quiet. The first 2 legal deliveries, but this one is ill-directed, is into the pads, and it will sail away. Manos, arriba, Vidro, porque eso es 6 carreras. And, well, you get it wrong just ever so slightly. And these good batters will put you away. Tector gets his first boundary. 6 runs. The first one off this qualifier number 1. Now down the ground. This one will also go all the way. Just beautiful timing. Just an elevated hit. And that might be a bit of a crowd catch over there, was there? I wonder if you get a bit of this. I reckon this is Lawrence. I remember Lawrence. Yeah, Lawrence the DJ in action there. Have a look at this. Yeah, smart catch. Well done to Lawrence. Nice to see another man who's got the old ponytail. Well, it's a bit of ponytail action in this group. And this one is cut well, and wow, there's a fielder there. It's only meters away from this, if that. But yet, that's been timed so well. It races to the boundary. So the first few deliveries were okay. But then after that, well, it looks like Tector has found his form. And that is crashed away. No way the fielder can stop that. So if it wasn't for the wide, the over would be completed by now. So is this going to work in the favour of Hungary or not? There's extra delivery. And, well, it's a teaser and just can't get there. It's a brilliant effort. Really is. Tremendous from Rasik. Trying to pull off an amazing one-handed catch. Well, that wide, not only does it cost them the 1 run, but will cost this 6. I mean, great effort from Rasik. You can see all he's trying to do is just keep that ball in play. I don't think it's catchable. So that is the end of the first over. And just like that, well, it looked like it was going to be a good one, didn't it? The way it started, but 25 have come off the first. A marvellous hitting there from Tim Tector. And Ireland looking to stay focused in this one, aren't they? They know they were so close last year. They got beaten by Spain in the group final. And of course, they wear the scars of that night, and they I want to put that behind them this time round. Jared Wilson, who's leading the Irish in this match, will know all about it, of course. They're going to go with Abbas Ghani. They've got a number of options who can bowl this second. Waheed has bowled very well as well, but Ghani it will be. Goes for the shorter one into the body. Batters clip this away. They're thinking about a cheeky 2. Ghani himself does the fielding. Very warm welcome to people tuning in from around the globe to this blockbuster match. And on our chat, Liam Day, Julian Dawson and Matthew Hodson, as well as Kroom, tuning in and enjoying the action so far. Oh, well, Tector wants to remain aggressive, and this one gets past him. Ghani a little unlucky that he doesn't clip the top of the stumps here. Well bowled. Good delivery. Vinny Sandhu joins me back in a marvellous commentary position. Vinny, interesting start.
Super interesting as 11 playing their shots as you'd expect. Interesting team selection as well, as you touched on. This is going to be whacked away, and that's going to put the stage in danger. Well, that interview was interrupted with a flying grizzly making an appearance. Maximal 6 to the Irish.
Yeah, well, I get the feeling that the deploys have seated themselves up in the ECN studio there. That looks like a very proud father, and the sister of the deploys up there.
You're right, it's become the deploy stand here on finals day. But yeah, maybe for their own protection, because the deploy is playing too well, but they might need some extra protection with the balls flying in that general direction. Tector with 29 off just 7.
Misses out on this one. I think it was there, but yeah, you can see he knows it. This time he goes for power as opposed to timing. Misses out, and not for the first time. Ghani very close to clipping the pegs.
So yeah, team selection, Sam Harbinson not in the team. I wonder if he just maybe pulled up a little bit sore after batting the 10 overs last night. Played very, very well. Maybe Ireland just still in this phase of trying to get more cricket into more people, preparing for the final tonight. But yeah, in a big game, it's an interesting one for me. Also, I just want to say a quick hello to a few people that are watching that have gotten in touch. I know that Jess Brizaniti and all the brothers watching from Melbourne, and it's her son Antonio's birthday today. So happy birthday. Feliz cumpleaños, Antonio. And they've been enjoying the games watching from Melbourne, Australia.
Sí, felicidades, Antonio. Pasan unos buenos cumpleaños. This time a bit of an inside edge. And, well, just rotate the strike here, gives Melly an opportunity. Ollie's has faced the 2 deliveries so far and going out run a ball.
So yeah, Melly, another one they want to get some batting into. We saw them do it last night as well. Just giving some other guys a hit. So Seamus Lynch listed at 1 for me, but he doesn't bat at 1. You can see where he bats. But I mean, Ireland obviously trusting their whole unit here, and they feel they can all get the job done right now. The pace is good.
Straight to the fielder, no run there. That's Zim's deploy. He batted very well yesterday as well, didn't he? So it's good to see him in form. That's not a bad over at all, is it? It's pretty tidy, just the 1 boundary from it. And only 8 runs come of it, so a good fight back from Hungary in that one. So at the end of 2 overs, it is 33 without loss.
There's the table. Kind of went to form, didn't it? Hungary beating everyone under them, but not getting up after the Ireland 11 yesterday. It was a bit of a fizzer in the end, to be honest. Hungary batted first and didn't quite put a competitive score on the board. That's why I think they were pretty happy. There was an audible kind of gasp of, I won't say excitement, but maybe a relief for Vinoth Ravindran when the coin fell his way and he got a chance to bowl first. I think it's all about having someone like Elias Deploy being able to, I suppose, work out how aggressive he wants to be in the second half, depending on what the target is that they're chasing. So I think that's the tactics.
I got to say, that was a world-class coin toss there. So I think, yeah, from Shauna there, I think Rob Kemin's position could be in danger there of tossing that coin.
Well, he is retiring after this tournament, so maybe a possible successor. Yeah, Shauna, happy birthday. In the fan zone right now. This is Razik, who might get a wicket first up, but unfortunately for him, just carries the fielder in the infield. Tector's going hard and living a bit dangerously, but he's still there and scoring at a furious rate.
Yeah, happy birthday, of course, to Shauna. Is here enjoying the sunshine, and, well, hopefully we'll be enjoying this performance from Hungary as well.
Mother of Stefan Gooch, of course. Part of our blue crew, an Estonian player.
And this is a slot delivery, really, isn't it? And that just gets walloped away. Has been waiting to get hold of one, Cameron Melly, and this one was right there.
Yeah, it's a slower ball, but it gets picked. Razik's been pretty effective with his delivery, but I think he picks it right out of the hand, and so doesn't fool the batter at all. Picks it up off length and whacks it over the fence.
This one now will be fielded by Prashar at mid-wicket.
And a bit of discussion in the comment section I noticed as well about will this definitely be the final? Well, tell that to the Finns. I mean, they're buzzing right now in the fan zone. I mean, you got to feel for Austria. It just wasn't their week, but Finland saying, you know, finally we're starting to play the way we know we can. Oh. Well, Razik almost starts celebrating, thinking this has knocked the stump out of the ground, but it just misses, and that's why it's called a wide.
Yeah, I mean, you can see there he's about to go up. He starts with and it gets faded, but yeah, it goes right the way across. He gets what he expects, does Tector, but he doesn't put it away. He's just gone off the boil very quickly all of a sudden. And this is high up in the air. It should be taken. They've got to call this. Oh, they just don't listen. They just don't listen. You can see that Deploy. He's calling this. He's saying it's mine, it's mine, it's mine. But he doesn't want to get out of the way of it, Abasghani. Now, Abasghani's a great catcher in his own right, but you can see Deploy shaking his head. He's saying it's mine, it's mine, it's leave it, I want it. But Ghani just doesn't get out of the way.
But I'm going to tell you what happened here. This is kind of like Leas using his veto power, which is like some sort of superpower. I'm going to come back to that in a second. And now it's going to be lifted up again. It's touch and go, but I think it's going to fly out of the ground. Maximo to Tector. So I think what happens on that catch is that normally that's the outfielder's catch.
Yep.
You know, normally it is, but Leas, he calls it early. He wants it, and it's kind of, he's feeling that he's such a good fielder that he wants to take it, even though probably on paper it isn't his. Meanwhile, Ghani's also called yes, because normally it would be his catch. In the end, it's a little bit of a mess, to say the least, and it went down. 50 partnership up now. Last ball of power play.
And this one, has he got enough of this? Oh, it's a tremendous catch. Incredible. Absolutely sensational. Well, I suppose the catch that goes down from Ghani with the collision over Leas doesn't hurt them that much. What a catch this is. This is fantastic. Fan-dazzy-dozy from Pashar. Incredible catch.
That is such a wonderful catch, because he had to skate around the boundary, stay inside the rope, but keep his eyes on the ball the whole way. And as he falls, see that left hand gets pretty close to the rope but never touches it. Abhitesh Prashad, well, I suppose he cancels out that error earlier in the over from the Hungarians, and the dangerous Tector is back in the pavilion, but not before smashing 39, including 5 Maximos. 50 for 1.
End of the third over as well. Oh, what a great catch. I mean, maybe we can have a look at that catch again. This is an outstanding outfit catch. He has a long way to go. I mean, he's a little bit lucky, I suppose, in the sense that the ball does hover up there for him. But the dive to take the catch and also to keep his body inside. Let's watch this again. I mean, he has a lot of ground to make up. Then he takes the catch, but look, then he's fighting with the rope. He has to land so he doesn't go anywhere near that rope. That's a tremendous catch.
Brilliant catch. And the thing is, so many fielders start thinking a bit too defensively. They're thinking, okay, let me just whack it back into play. Let me not worry about trying to actually affect the dismissal, but save the boundary. But, you know, one way you can save the boundary is to take the catch and stay in the field to play, and then you stop all runs. Amazing fielding, really. And Hungary, one thing that I think we've talked about a lot is that this player group has improved as a whole so much over the last couple of years.
Here's Deploy. Gets deployed. And starts with a good full-length delivery.
Gavin Hoey comes out at number 3. I've been calling for him all the way through as he gets a hit here in qualifier 1. Now, Ireland still playing this, I suppose, team-based approach rather than going to the guys that have done most of the damage so far.
Good length being bowled here. Just not letting him get under the ball, as he says, bowling a really good, nice, full length. But the thing is, there's no margin for error. If they get it wrong, they'll get under it and they'll send it big.
So it's going to be an interesting few overs now, because I think it'll be the Deploy spin bros. Left arm, right arm combination in the next 4 overs or so.
Oh, it's a quicker delivery, and there is shadow catch there, as this is not that far away from Mark Desfontaine, but yeah, it's far enough away and hit well enough. And then, well, Zimmer's Deploy says, here, umps, have me shades, will ya? I think I might try without him.
Yeah, I wonder if that was deliberate to try and kind of slide the ball into the pads and cramp him for room, but Melly was too quick with the hands out front. Or whether that was meant to be a quick one, a bit more on the off stump or middle and off.
They want to take it on, and really quick running between the wickets. That's one thing that we see from Ireland. And certainly, if there's one thing that all of the teams can pick up from some of the big teams, it's the running between the wickets.
Yeah, and that, I think, was maybe what Deploy was thinking last ball. Time he gets it a bit more on target. So Hoey, big raps on his hitting ability. Faces up.
Firmly struck. That receipt won't make a mistake. They've got good fielders, haven't they? Out in the deep. I mean, Prashad's just taken a brilliant one. Rasik is a great catch of the ball. You've got Leos Deploy on the long off boundary as well. So want to finish the over well. Only 8 from it so far. And that's a really good shot. It's a cracking shot. This is all about getting into position really early. He anticipates what the ball is going to be. Tremendous shot there from Cameron Melly, and he will get a boundary of the last over. And the over goes for 12. Not a bad over, but very clever batting from the Irish.
Nazima sticks with the kind of pace-on tactics, doesn't he? So I suppose consistency versus predictability, that's the debate about, you know, sticking to something like that. That was clever batting to use the pace and helps it away to another boundary. Not a disastrous over, though, for Deploy. Zemus Deploy ends up going for 12, and well, now thought they might go to Leos Deploy, but they're going for Ashwith Darapareddy. So another left arm spin option.
Hasn't bowled that much, has he, Darapareddy? So this has been interesting. I mean, we know that in Hungary early in the year he was phenomenal in that European Cricket Series.
Oh, and that's not a wide because I think of the movement across.
I wonder how much he does move, but it does go to the other side of the wire line. So is this an excessive
when the
movement?
ball's bowled, yeah, he's kind of 2 stumps outside, so still pretty wide, but you can understand why the umpire went that way.
Goes for the big shot, and he gets plenty off this. He goes all the way. I mean, he's reaching for it, isn't he? I think that's the plan from Darapareddy, to keep it sort of there or thereabout. But I get the feeling that after that first delivery, the batters pretty quickly know what that plan is. And Gavin Hoey, he gets one out of the middle and gets 6 runs. Well, that's nice there. Just enjoying a little bit of the sunshine while doing the work in the tower.
Well, they deserve a break when they get a breakout crew because they are so hard working, bringing you such a great quality product here in the Euros of cricket. Anyway, Ashworth with a comeback ball.
Now it gets bounced over his own head. Rasik will come across and do the fielding. I'm liking, again, the way Hungary are in the field. They're supporting each other. Shaba, Shaba. Every time there's a single, great round of applause for the bowler. So they're working well as a unit here.
Yeah, Darapareddy, I suppose, yeah, bowling less because they've got both deploys in this 4 overs of spin there, but we've seen him bowl very, very well this season on the network.
Smashed hard, and that's going to get over Rasik. There's going to be 6 runs, hit firm and hard. And you can see Darapareddy, when that's hit, he's thinking maybe this could be a wicket. But yeah, it's the power of it. It just keeps on going, doesn't it? It doesn't come down until it smashes into the base of our commentary studio.
Yeah, good contact there from Melly.
And, Mars Bargy doesn't take this. I don't know if there's any contact on this. It's not called a wide, so it must have come off something.
Well, it was either off flick the pad or maybe it bounced straight over the stumps. Again, we'll try and pick the line of this ball. Yeah, mate, a bit of both maybe.
Beats him again, so a couple of dot balls here. So good finish to the over. Darapareddy will go for 13. Ireland at the halfway point are 75 for 1.
And once again, we want to pause for a moment. The players will take their strategic timeout and we'll welcome you into the Dream Box. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full on Group D Finals Day. The weekend has come around, but the cricket never stops. Corey, though, a few questions about where he is today. He's taken the day off, and just a coincidence because he had a few opinions on Group D. But no, Corey, honestly, I hope you're having a great day off. Right here, though, we're not taking a day off. We are watching a battle of the greens. You've got a little bit of green in your outfit today. Look, the 2 top teams from the group stages going head-to-head here at the moment is quite an interesting contest.
Interesting contest. I think what a lot of people are thinking is, well, okay, could we see a surprise in the contest between these 2 teams as well? I think a lot of people were surprised with Finland earlier, but let's talk a little bit more about Finland as we have this strategic timeout. they're a team that you said it, and I've been saying it, though they didn't perform in the group stages, we know that they've got players in there with a lot of quality, with a lot of depth, that when they click, they can beat anyone. And with that win that they had there over Austria, I reckon, you know what? They're chilled. They're relaxed. They are the underdogs. They'll play the next match as the underdogs, but they'll be ready to get out there again because they're playing some good cricket.
There's no pressure on them, I suppose, at the moment. And Finland, they've been building towards that, I think. If you look at how they've approached things over the last month or so, having a real focus on this 10-over cricket because of the ECIs, because, of course, the fact that they have this tournament. And I think they're getting the best out of their players now. And I think that they're feeling pretty good with where they're at. Already having exceeded expectations, I suppose, from some of the pundits. But yeah, right now we're watching Ireland 11 and Hungary going for a place in the final. Of course, Ireland 11 last year, they made it to their group final, but it was the host Spain that knocked them out of the competition. They are desperate to avoid that happening again. So just interesting with some of the selections and how they're approaching this. They still, I suppose, with this double chance game, they're still using this as an opportunity to get more people exposed and give more people opportunities, because you never know who might have to stand up for you on finals night.
Yeah, well, I'm liking the look, what I'm seeing out there. You're seeing the youngster is going to come on the ball. I love this. I mean, what a moment this is from a young Mark Desfontaine. I mean, he's going to be I mean, when will he ever have dreamt that he was going to be playing in the European Cricket Championship and bowling up against some of the top players in Ireland? He's going to start with a wide, unfortunately, opting to come around the wicket. So he's going to have to get this to go right across the right-handers. So wide to start off with, but like always, this is one thing I've loved all the way through here, especially from Leos Duploy, and Ozimas has been the same, always encouraging the bowler. Here comes Desfontaine once again. Again, he's down the leg now, he's asking, and the umpire says no, he gets a bit of the pad. Good take there for Mars Bargy as well. But this is I think there's a couple of missed opportunities for the batters here. Yeah, clearly getting a bit of the pad on the way through.
Important to appeal for those so the umpire doesn't call it a wide. Nilke's pretty quick to say, no, that's off the leg. Yeah, Mars, good to see him back out there. We know that he suffered a slight finger injury due to a fairly aggressive high five that had gone wrong during a celebration. But had the magic spray applied, and he's better than ever. Mark Desfontaine, he's throwing down the gauntlet to someone like Aki Bikbal with the volume of hair product he's got going at the moment. As solid as a rock under there. But look, yeah, Mark's a great young player. You know, we've seen him playing in the ECS in Hungary. We've seen him getting some opportunities for the national team. He's been trusted here with a big over in the 6th.
Oh dear, this could be a 7-up, you know, and it will be. It's been called on the field of play. Just gets this wrong, goes for the Yorker, executes it wrongly. And against the batting quality that Ireland have, that's always going to be punished. And Gavin Hoey hits his second Maximo.
Yeah, it's just asking for trouble, isn't it? He's going to get it because that's 7 and a free hit to come. Hoey, I mentioned big raps on him. I know that Lenny's been getting in touch as well. Andrew Leonard, who commentated for us in Switzerland earlier in the year. Good friend of ECN. And he said he's worked a lot with Gavin and said watch out for him with the bat. And right now, I'm watching.
Yeah, hello to Leonard. Looks like we might need another pelota as that one gets bashed. Maybe that hits something rough and hard when that lands on the other side of that boundary. So that's another Grizzly that gets wounded. And we'll have another that will come out. Yeah, Mark Desfontaine, he wants to bowl this around the wicket, but what he hasn't been able to do is, what he's trying to do is imitate what a left-arm bowler would do. So he's got to get this to go right across. There's a nice shot there of the Sheriff. Okay, they're taking this on, and they will get there.
At least he'll feel that's kind of, yeah, it could have been worse. It's not great, but it could have been worse. Mark Desfontaine will be pretty happy about that.
Yeah, it could have been. Remember, that was a free hit, so missed out there from Ireland. But I just think here, you're absolutely right. The balls that have been delivered here by Fontaine at the moment have all been in an area that you would have expected the batters to put it away. So, all right, there was the Noe that went for a 7-up. But other than that, I suppose so far he's got away with it, but he's got to get this to going right across. No, it's another high one. This is blasted as well. That's going to be the second one as well. It was another 7-up. It's going to be another no ball because of height. Well, they're pretty happy at the moment. One man who won't be happy is Mark Desfontaine, because he knows now if he bowls one more of those, he will be taken out of the attack.
Yeah, and I know he charges, but it's pretty high and it's not really coming down. So MDF just needs someone to have a word in his ear, and I think Elias Deploy is just stepping towards him now saying, okay, look, it is what it is. Just try and get out of this over without too much more damage, but he's going to be faced with yet another free hit. Let's see if he can dodge another bullet.
Yeah, Melly seems to be dealing with it better. So it's another free hit. They only got a single off the last one. But this time they're going to get the full quota. This will go all the way. And, well, this ball at least it hits the trees and gets back to a position where it can be retrieved. But, yeah, big hitting here from Melly. He was playing second fiddle earlier to Tim Tector. Now he's rocking and rolling, isn't he, in Ireland? They're looking to bring up the 100 in this, the 6th over.
Yeah, this is a tough one. Again, still has to try and bowl the best half over he can, and that's just one thing that makes cricket different to a lot of sports where, you know, you'd make a change now, wouldn't you, normally? But in cricket, unless there's an injury, you got to finish your over. So it's already gone for 22 off just 3 balls, and this is turning into something very, very problematic for the Hungarians.
Yeah, he's just got to get it to pitch, hasn't he? Just got to get the ball to pitch. I can see what he's looking to do. I mean, bowling around the wicket, obviously it's what he's done. It's been his preferred end, but I like to see him try over the wicket, you know. That way, at least when he's delivering those balls, they're not going to be into the hitting arc of the right-hander. Okay, that's a better delivery, but it will still go to the boundary. It's going to be 4 runs, but that's better. He gets to the pitch, finds the edge. Could have gone anywhere, I suppose. And you'll see here now, look at Leah's deploy. He'll go up to Mark Desfontaine. He's getting the ball here now. And he'll have a chat with him. Look, has a chat with him. Tries to encourage him.
Yeah, look. Again, he'd be saying, look, you won that morally. Just try not to worry about it. 2 to come.
Well bowled. And now look at the applause. That's good. And look at the deploys here. Look, both of them. Look at them there. Both there applauding.
Yeah, look. It's a tough one. You have to be pretty emotionally robust. I think Mark will feel a lot better if he can get another one past the bat here of Melly, who's 41 off 16 balls.
Well, he's not going to be able to. That is going to be a big 6 as well. Bowley, shaba, shaba. As that over turns into a supersonic 132 come off it. And Ireland, well, they do pass the 100 mark at the end of 6 overs. They are 107 for 1.
4 overs to go. And at the moment, 178 pace. So you would have thought perhaps you'd be going for Elias Deploy at this stage. You know, a guy who has bowled at a high level and does on a regular basis. I think they're going back to Zemus Deploy in the 7th. So, yeah, supersonic over, 30 plus, 32. But yeah, the couple of 7-ups in there. I mean, the thing is, it could have been worse. I mean, we could have seen a 40 plus over hypersonic over there because remember the free hit wasn't cashed in the first time. There was that kind of fortunate clip the pad down the leg side. That could have been a wide and extra delivery. So it's a tough one for Mark, but he's a good young player. I hope it doesn't bother him too much for too long. Anyway, Hoey faces up, start of the 7th over.
It's worked away once again. Good length delivery. The batter's not able to get underneath it. That's what they're trying to do, get underneath it and loft it over the fielders. They bowled a good tidy over first up, did Zemus Deploy. Only went for 12.
Sometimes I say things and I hear myself saying them and I think about how ridiculous what I just said is if you said it 5 years ago. I'll tell you what just popped into my head then. As this is hit down to Prashar. What a great catch he took earlier. That's just a single. What I said was his over went for 32, but it could have been a lot worse. Not something that you would have heard in cricket 5 years ago. It's been such a game changer.
But I know what you're talking about. I mean, there was a couple of deliveries there early on which could have been quite easily whipped away to the leg side boundary as well. The quicker delivery. Just singles at the moment. This is good. So good fight back here. So Zemus Deploy is doing his job well, wasn't he? And now can he finish well as well? Just 15 off the 9 balls that he's bowled so far. Keeps that field exactly where he wants it. Mally, though, looking to bring up his half centuries on 48. Well, he gets a no-e now here. And that one, though it will be caught by Prashar, they get the throw in. But I'm pretty sure this has been called a no ball. That's too high. There it is.
And that's the call. They don't even run. It's a good call. But he hit it so well, and it went so quickly to the fielder, who took it so cleanly, that Mally said, you know what? I'm just going to stay right here and take the free hit myself.
He gets his half century up as well, does he? No, they don't run at all.
No, they don't run at all.
Nothing at all.
No, they just went too quickly.
I thought they came back for 2. I thought they ran 2, but yeah. I think he just, well, maybe he knows it's a no. He says, no, I want the free hit.
I think he's just kind of caught flat-footed, and I actually genuinely think he might have been in trouble on the single there because of how quick it got hit to the fielder and how quickly it might have come back. Anyway, free hit coming up. Can Melly do it this time?
There he goes high up in the air. Let's see how many they run. They get 1. They think about 2. There's hesitation. Man, that could be out. I reckon that's a bat plug. That is out for me. It's a great throw. So it was a free hit. It's going to be a run out off a free hit. And I hope the batter's okay. He might have hurt himself here, you know.
Bat plug gets victim.
Oh, he's hurt himself. He's limping around here. There's concern over here for Gavin Hoey.
This was actually such an interesting decision whether you run or not. He's definitely out. Look, he never makes it. And it's the bat plug that gets him. But, yeah, have a look at the running between the wickets, because I was wondering too. You normally think, oh, yeah, 2, but it's who it went to. It went to Leas Deploy, and you don't think he's going to make a mistake. So you see there was that hesitation, and, yeah, you're right. It's the bat plug, and the handle digs in just above the pad. Let's try and slow it down here as we see Hoey coming back just out of the shot of that one. But, yeah, it's the classic Khartoum bat plug as the bat digs into the grass around the pitch, and you've got to feel for Gavin. Hopefully it's nothing too serious, but he walks off feeling a little bit uncomfortable as he's run out off a free hit. Melly doesn't get his 50. He's on 49.5 because he gets back for 2, but only the first one will count, and it's 112 for 2.
Yeah, there was that slight hesitation, though, wasn't there, when they turned? And I think that hesitation was because who it was going to, but they still said, no, let's go for it.
Yeah.
It doesn't make it. It's a terrific throw, but great reactions as well from Azimus. So Gavin Hoey will have to go.
You can't really think and run at the same time. That was the problem there. They took a quarter, and then they said, you know what, yeah, let's go for it. I was actually a little bit surprised that Elias went to that end. I thought maybe it would have been smart to go to the keeper's end. He's got such a strong arm, but yeah, got the job done, and a bit of deploy there. But Melly will get another chance at his half century on 49 now.
And he will get it in the end and gets the single. Did I hear a bit of Arja there?
I heard it too.
Yeah, Arja. Okay. Well, looks like the Arja speaking a little bit of Hindi.
Actually, I think that might have been Mars behind the stump basically saying, come.
Half century up, well batted.
Yeah, well batted to Melly. 50 off 21 balls. Fortunately, it cost him a partner trying to get the 50 the first time.
Be a wide delivery down leg side from Macbeth on strike.
Nice takedown leg side by Mars Bayaji. But yeah, Zemus, it's interesting. He seems to have stuck to the quicker stuff here, sliding a lot through.
Goes for it, and he's going to get this good, isn't it? That is Macbeth. And just ignore the name there at the moment. Melly has got his half century. Remember, he did get back to the striker's end, and then he took the single, and now with a new batter, he hits this one big. So Scott Macbeth gets his first runs, and he opens his account with 6. That is the end of the over. And Ireland also bring the 120 up with 18 balls to go. It is 120 for 2.
Yeah, lights have gone out on Austria there, so only 3 teams can advance now from Group D. Either one of these 2, or of course the Finns, they're still around. The Finns need to win 3 games today to get through. They'll have to beat the other 3 finalists. They've already beaten Austria. They'd have to go through these 2, which is, yeah, it's going to be tough, but they're still in with a chance. That's the main thing.
The game with Cameron Wahid here, I don't mind this. He has bowled really well. I just thought that they would have, like you were thinking, I think maybe gone with Leas Deploy, just try something different. And the slower stuff has sort of worked a little bit better than the seamers. Obviously, you still got Prashar to bowl one, so they haven't bowled him out this time. Normally, he always bowls the first and the third. Okay, up in the air, but it's going to fly down to third. And that's something that you got to look at. Look, when you're bowling pace and the pace comes back on, I think third has to drop back because these guys are going to be swinging hard.
My thoughts exactly as that ball gets edged away for 4, because also it's catching position. The question is where you're going to pull it from, because you can only have 5 outfielders. Maybe you bring up the square leg if you're confident the guy is going to be able to bowl outside the off stump. But yeah, there's been a lot of runs flying in that general direction. I'm happy. I'm not a captain. I don't have to decide. Here's Waheed.
Slower delivery, well bowled. In comes the throw, nice and fast. And the batters, I think, do get their Marzi. I wonder how much that finger is troubling him. Doesn't take this one cleanly once again, but good movement from him. At least he gets behind the stumps. So Macbeth, still haven't sorted out that scorecard there.
I think now we're back where we need to be, or close to.
Yep, I think we're right now. There we go. Macbeth, he did hit 6 of his first ball. So 130 for 2. Short, and that gets plummeted. Well, that is a blast, isn't it? It's a monster strike. He wants to try out the batter, Scott Macbeth, with the short stuff. And Macbeth says, yeah, okay, I like it there, no problems. You can bowl there to me all day long. That is a biggie. 6 more.
Yeah, nice shot. Well executed. And so Macbeth is dealing at the moment, isn't he? Good young player. Brother of Ryan. We've also seen playing for Brigade here at the Cardimer Oval in the Champions League, the ECL.
He hits his hard and flat, nobody out there, and it crashes into the stronger together boundary banner. And it's going to be another Maximo, so he's just dealing in Maximos at the moment. He's got somebody here's after your name, Vinny.
Yeah, you're right. Tell you what, 3 legal deliveries, 3 sixes for Macbeth.
And, they want to make a change in the field here, quite rightly, so looks like extra cover going on the boundary. And Leos deploys back as well. Rasik is pretty straight. Oh, it's a full toss. He misses out on it. And Martes Fontaine, I think, goes down really early. He thinks this is coming to him a lot quicker than it actually does. Yeah, I can understand why he thinks that. But misses out on this one. And I think they are looking at the height on this. And let's see. I think it looked okay to me.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, seen him called. Probably, you can see his waist there. He's kind of on his tiptoes, but
yeah,
sticking with the original call that it's just okay.
Gets away with it though, doesn't he? It was a full toss.
True. Last ball for Waheed here.
Gets hit down the ground and easily fielded there by Lewis Deploy. So it will be the end of the over. It goes for 19. And Ireland, well, they're going along quite nicely at the moment. 137 for 2 at the end of 8 overs.
Having a look at this run rate, consistently stayed very, very healthy, hasn't it? Still north of 17, so we just don't see that many chasers 160 and above. Having said that, we don't see many batters scoring 160 and above by themselves, which is what Leos Deploy did the other night.
Yeah, so Rasik will bowl this, and I'm guessing that they will go with Abhitash Prashar maybe to bowl the last, or maybe that's when Leos Deploy may bowl one. I saw that Vinod Ravindran was having a chat there with Leos, probably saying, hey, do you want to bowl this one or the last? I wonder if that was what the discussion was.
Yeah, so Waheed goes for 19, narrowly misses out on going magical to his relief, but certainly we're excited to bring you the Euros of cricket, but of course we're doing this all year, aren't we, Rico? And we've been all around with the European Cricket Series this year, so starting in Malta, we'll actually get back to Malta pretty shortly as well in November. From here, we will head to Croatia for a 2-week series, which is going to involve 7 teams. Super excited for that. Back in Spain on the 27th of November for a domestic comp in Barcelona. And there's always a lot of Maximos there. And of course, at the end of the European Cricket Series, season in mid-December, we'll have the ECCW. So it really is an adventure, and it's not just a 4-week adventure here for the Euros of cricket, but it actually now is over 11 months of the year.
Yeah, it's, the cricket has, well, it's come quick and fast, hasn't it? And you know what? It's we look back, or I look back at that, and of course, I remember being in a lot of those places, and I just can't believe how much we've just crammed in, and we've still got more still to come.
Yeah, and
It's
so
quite
we've
incredible.
already actually broken the record for the amount of games telecast in a year. We broke it about a month ago, I think.
So what are we on that? What have we
We're
gone past?
kind of around 1,300 games for the year or something, give or take. But I know the plan is that we'll have over 1,600 matches by the end of the year, and plans to do even more great things in 2024, including a couple of new things, which I have to keep close to my chest at the moment. But yeah, it's just great to have so much happening in the world of European cricket and to bring it to you here on the European Cricket Network. So if you don't already, I know we're getting closer and closer to that 370,000 subscribers on YouTube. If you'd like to follow the European Cricket Series, and you can chat with us throughout the year.
Yeah.
We can be a bit more interactive in the European Cricket Series
Wouldn't
as
it
well.
be good to have that landmark up here today? So come and look. If you are watching and you know you like what you see and you're in our chat, come on, give us the thumbs up, give us a like, tell your friends, tell your family. Let's try and get that 370,000 up by the end of today. That'll be quite special.
It's gonna come pretty fast. And yeah, I remember when we got to 300, I think we were in Italy and we did the ice bucket challenge.
Yeah.
Because I don't know, we said we would if we did it while we were in Italy.
We were forced into that.
And you
weren't
know
we? We were
what?
forced
It was
into
40 degrees. It was the best thing ever.
Okay, high up in the air, and I think this is gone. Gear. Shaka. Seis más. Que guay, que genial, que grande eso es. Eso equipo de Irlanda tienes mucha fuerza, eh?
Yeah, well, death taxes and Sheikh Razik bowling off cutters late in the innings. I think it's pretty predictable, and if it bounces, I think the batters are sweating on it and they're getting under it, as you saw there from Macbeth, who moved to 25 in just 5 balls.
Firmly hits. He's trying to get in the gap and will, despite the excellent effort there from Leo's deploy. He does a bit of the bizaway landing here, trying to stop this, but he can't get there. It's just powerfully struck.
Super effort. Oh, he's so close to stopping that. He'll be frustrated. He couldn't get a hand on it. Leo's deploy. There's another 4 they'll have to chase. On 11, building a big total here.
So it'll be a single this time, so the batters rotate the strike. Done pretty well in that front. Melly, though, I have to say, I mean, I suppose it's because Macbeth has taken a bit of the strike. I mean, 30 or 7 deliveries. He got to his 50. He hasn't seen too much more of the ball, has he?
Yeah, that's true, actually. Macbeth's stolen the show, but Melly gets a chance here. It's just okay, even though it was pretty close to the line, but umpire thinks he sneaks it just inside. Also, maybe Melly taking up a stance outside the off stump by a fraction.
That's a good delivery. Squeezes that in. It's a dot ball. Dot balls are like gold dust, you know.
It's one way to stop getting hit for 6. All right, well, again, you don't want to focus too much on one guy, but when one guy's hit 163 in an innings, then you start thinking, especially with this kind of 160s chase, maybe more, maybe slightly less, it becomes so crucial.
Well, it's Melly gone off the boil a little bit here. Couple of dot balls there for Razik. Well bowled from him. And that over only just goes for 12 runs, so really well bowled. So Ireland looking to go 150 plus here. They've got 6 balls to see just how much they can finish on. I think they'll probably have their eyes on sort of a 165 plus score. They'll still be going for it, you know, here. They'll be looking to get past the 150 and into the 160s, but well, things didn't quite go to their plan in that 9th over. Well bowled by Razik. 149 for 2 at the end of 9.
10th over about to commence, and it'll be Macbeth on strike. Hasn't he been great with 4 6s and a 4 in the 7 balls he's faced? It's Garney to bowl the last, and he disappears out of the ground. What a shot off the hip from Macbeth.
Oh, this is just incredible, exceptional hitting. What more can you say from Macbeth? Not a bad delivery at all, you know, from Garney. But you look at this. I suppose, okay, strays down the leg side, but still, that's an awesome hit. It really is. So the 150 now comes up, 155. Still 5 balls to go in the innings. Like I say, they're eyeing up a 165 plus score, and who knows if they go really brutal and big in this one. Yeah, they're eyeing up 170. Remember, the winner of this match is booking their place in the final later tonight.
5 to come then.
Out in the off, and gets it over. They look to go to here. Oh no! Oh, that could be nasty.
Dear.
Dear, oh dear. Well, we've seen it all happens over there. That's where the referee has to be. We've seen a red card there earlier. Well, what happens here? These two, well, luckily nobody's hurt here.
Yeah.
I think that's the captain colliding here.
He sees him coming, so that's the thing. As again, it's a lack of communication there. Ravindra needs to call the infielder off that, but he jumps and minimises the contact. 2 for Macbeth, gets the strike back, and now 1 clonks into his pad. That'll be a leg bye, but yeah. 2 instances in this innings of lack of communication between fielders. That one could have been real nasty.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that one could have been nasty. That still, I mean, I can see Cameron Waheed there. He's arched over a little bit. He's rubbing his thigh because I think he really did smash into Vinesh Ravindran there. So it's certainly going to have a bruise to show for that. Ghani. Good delivery.
Yeah. Well, they might think of it here. No, they don't. I wouldn't with Macbeth going at the rate that he's going. It's funny how I suppose the balance of power changes between 2 batters. Melly, the established batter, but Macbeth has come out smoking hot. So he's the one I think they want on strike at the moment. Ghani, though, good Yorker. I think we haven't seen enough of that.
Yeah, when you think about how quickly Melly got to, say, 48, but then from 48 to 56, he just hasn't been able to get one away. Oh, wow, that is just humongous. Adios, Bolota. Well, it's a nice day to be at the beach. Well, that's where that grizzly is going. Slap on some sunscreen and take a towel with you, why not? That has been what a hit. And you know what? I mean, he's on 44 of 11, 1 big hit, well, 1 ball to go. The 165 is on the board. Can they get the 170 plus? And, well, another boundary, another big 6. That'd be his 50.
That was a cream cracker off a half tracker. Here's the last ball. Doesn't really get it. And will they come for 2 here? Probably should have tried. Probably wouldn't have made it anyway. So 166 will be the final total. Hungary, well, they wanted to know how many they need to chase. The short answer is quite a few. 167 for an automatic place in the final. But don't go anywhere because this Hungarian side have done some pretty special things in the last couple of days. Can they knock over the Irish and climb a mountain of runs here in Qualifier 1 on Group D Finals Day? Yeah, let's have a look at how it started. Well, Team Tector was in very good form. And this first over from Abhitash Prashar went for 25. The thing was, the first 3 balls weren't that bad. Well, there's the catch from the DJ. Well, last night the DJ stole the Grizzly. Great catch that was. Well, that one was almost a fantastic stop from Rusik. But the hitting early on was just superb from Tector. He was hitting it really well. And well, Caramelli took a while really to get going. But when Tector did depart, it was his turn to do the hitting. And well, that was with two players. That was Lears Deploy and Ghani hitting into each other. And we thought maybe that would be costly, but it weren't because of this. Absolute magical catch on the boundary there from Prashar. Well, that was how Tector won for 39 of 13. But like I said, but then Cameron Melly got into the act as well. Yeah, he did. But Hungary turned to a few options, didn't they, during this 10 overs. Interestingly, Lears Deploy wasn't one of them. They went for Darren Peretti as a left-arm spin option. I just think there were a few periods where Hungary lost the plot. This was kind of one of them where, unfortunately, Marc Desfontaine couldn't really locate the ball where he wanted it. There are a couple of 7-ups there. One of the free hits disappeared as well. That over ended up going for 32. And Ireland, once again, with this kind of team-first strategy that no one player is above the team. I mean, they're not playing the captain here in qualifier number 1. That was, unfortunately, a bit of an uncomfortable moment for Gavin Hoey. Probably worse places to cop the handle of the bat, to be honest, but it wasn't far away. But then we saw some brutal hitting late on as Hoey Lev Macbeth announced his arrival with a succession of Maximos. Another bit of friendly fire, no communication from the Hungarians, but Macbeth 45 off 12 really put the cherry on the icing on the cake, didn't he? As Ireland 11 finished in the 160s.
Clean hitting, you have to say. You know, you look, if you go back to the innings of Austria, I mean, they were playing similar shots, weren't they? But the ball was going to the fielders, they're being caught. You just have days, don't you? You have days, you have innings, and that innings there from Ireland looked like everything that they hit well, and they hit to the boundary, apart from just one or two. One of them was caught exceptionally well by Prashar. What a catch that was from him. And then we saw that brilliant run out there where the deploys got together. But yeah, a fine performance from Ireland, and that scorecard will look pretty because Tector made 39 of 13, 5 sixes and 1 4 for him. Cameron Melly, well, he went on a bit of a go slow, didn't he, towards the end of his innings, but he got to his half century, 5 sixes and 4 fours. But of course, it was all about Scott Macbeth. He made 45 of 12, 6 sixes and 1 4. With the bowling figures, Vinny, I mean, who impressed you there? They used several bowlers, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. I mean, they used 7 bowlers. The only wicket to a bowler went to Sheikh Razik, who took 1 for 29. But I don't think anyone really got it right. Garni, the most economical, with none for 24. But yeah, Melly would have loved a few more balls at the back of the innings, but it worked out okay as Ireland looking pretty good at 166. We'll have to see if the LDP show can chase it down. Of course, with a bit of help from his friends, the Hungarians, chasing 167 victory. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. See you shortly for the exciting conclusion of this qualifier here in Group D. You're watching ECN, and this is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme. Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Oval here on the Costa del Sol. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. This is the Heroes of Cricket, the European Cricket Championship, brought to you by Dream11 and HCL Software, and also supported by Grizzly Bear Sports. Great to have you with us at a crucial time in finals day here in Group D, with Ireland 11 and Hungary competing for an automatic spot in the final tonight. Right now, the tail of the tape after the first innings is that Ireland have put 166 runs on the board. The target for Hungary 167, but don't count them out because it has been a year which has seen a lot of very, very big chases pulled off. And it's Vinod Ravindran, the Hungarian captain, with Leas Deploy to open innings for Team Hungary. Just quickly, I want to say a big congratulations to Ed and Shan, who are big supporters of European cricket. They got married in Sydney, Australia today on October 7. So I hope that they are catching this. Probably not right now. They're probably quite busy right now, midnight in Sydney, but it's time for the chase. And it's going to be Ollie Riley that gets us going. First ball swings out for a wide. Vinny Sandu here, as I said, and Rico Full joining me for this second innings. Question is, can Hungary do something we've never seen before? 160s chase here at the Cartama Oval.
Yeah, just gets this one a little bit wide. One thing though, I know I've touched on this, I think Corey and a few other people have as well. I think for me, I want nothing against Ravindran, but Deploy has to face the first ball.
Something we said as well, but Ravindran, also a pretty good player in his own right, tries to guide this way, but can't get any bat on it. Yeah, it's the one time you can choose who faces. And I think what you'd really want is your playmaker to whack a magical first over off Riley here and get you off on the right foot. If this only goes for a handful, and let's say Ravindran faces 4 or 5 of these balls, you feel like it's a missed opportunity. Again, nothing against Ravindran, who we've seen be very dominant, but it's just not quite the same class as Leas Deploy.
Oh, on the lid.
Yeah, that is a nasty blow, and just so happy that Vinod is wearing the helmet, and we're seeing it being brought in more and more as a mandatory part of the equipment, and thankfully it saves him a trip to the hospital.
Yeah, that's a quick delivery right on the lid, and you can see, unlike this from the umpires, see Asad Ali just checking that he's okay, and as is his batting partner, Leas Deploy. And, yeah, you see Ravindran saying straight away, yeah, I'm fine, no issues.
There's a one for the over. Riley, such a good young pacer, isn't he? It's a good bounce. He's got a nice strong action.
And that's going to go away for 4 runs. So once again, it was, I think this might have been the slower short ball, if there is such a thing. It didn't seem to go through the same amount of zip and gets played away. It was still pretty high though. I wonder how high this was side on. I mean, if that last one was one for the over, that was still on its way up. So
yeah, I think this is just all right. Yeah, approaching it, probably chest high.
yeah, just okay, isn't it?
Well, Ifaz in the comment section saying the Irish don't have speed in their pace bowling unit. We'll tell that to Ravindran, who just wore one
Well,
on the lid.
I wonder if he fancies putting the pads on and getting out there right now.
I think so.
Swing and a miss this time.
Yeah, Ravindran probably knows the length it's going to be.
This
Might have
was
been an
what,
easy one to cut and pull.
yeah, he was deployed, just having a chat there with Vinod. But this is what we noticed in the first times these two teams met. And of course, Hungary didn't really get too many on the board. I think they got 94 top of my head. But there was a number of deliveries missed out on early on. I think there was about 8 balls before the Leas Deploy faced the delivery. Okay, that's more like it. That is out of the middle, and that will go all the way. Bolle. In the zona, Shika Lagya. Nice hit, good shot.
Clonked, edged and hit. That's the story of Ravindran so far in this first over. Can still get him out of jail here. Another one of those, you'd have 17 off the over, and that's the pace. So, yeah, it's more than a handful they're going to get off Ollie Riley here in the first.
Yeah, I think he's got to get ready to play the uppercut here. I don't think this will be pitched up. And it wasn't. And yeah, you just got to be ready for those, haven't you? Because if you're not ready and try and play him like that, you're going to get beaten by the pace. It is the end of the over, and 11 come off the first.
I'll tell you what, if we have a golden ball at 168, then it will be the highest scoring golden ball we've ever had. A few people just checking the target as well, just to clarify that the review was made on the exact score during the break, and you can see 168 the final score for Ireland. And so, yeah, the highest scoring golden ball ever, 167, 167. That was in Cyprus, actually. It was Rian versus Cyprus Eagles back in 2020. Golden ball, of course, is the tiebreaker we use on ECN and in a few other competitions round now. And Cyprus actually will be here on Monday. So only 2 days away from Group E starting. Group E for England 11 as well. Who'll be here. Also got Switzerland, Malta and Romania making up that group. Here's Kennedy in the second.
Kennedy, well, just loses his slipping. He's slipping, he's footing, and he slips there. The only bowler really to do so. So not sure whether it's the trainers he's got on or something, but he goes down, takes a bit of a tumble.
Put everything into it. And Kennedy seems to like bowling here at the Cardamore Oval. He's done some very, very good things. Also seen him playing for CIYMS previously in the European Cricket League, the Champions League of European Cricket. Deploy, faces up again.
Oh, it's like a full toss, which he misses out on. He has a little look at the umpire, who's there, square leg umpire, standing at point, because obviously he's just saving time, not running from one end to another.
Yeah, it's funny little habits that Leas has. It comes down, his way of settling himself is to go pat down the pitch. Obviously not playing on artificial, so he goes and pats down a bit of spot on the artificial just to say, just trying to settle himself down a little bit. And if he bats the innings, you never know what might be possible here for Hungary.
This one will go all the way. It's a lovely shot. He does play very well, and he's very strong on the leg side, isn't he? As that one sails over. Well, it's the second Maximo in the innings. Nice looking shot.
Yeah, it makes it look easy, doesn't it? Again, it would have been interesting to see what Riley's tactics would have been to deploy in the first over, because I think that length in at the body, we know Deploy's got really fast hands. They might have been disappearing. We'll never know. Deploy, third time lucky for him after a miss. He gets a hit and gets a 6. And almost bowled him. And it should have been a wide.
Yeah, he almost places back onto his own stumps, doesn't he? Tries to get a little bit funky here and play the scoop shot. And yeah, look, doesn't miss the stumps by that much. And it's a dot ball as well.
It's a bit of a theory with Deploy. People are saying things like, you know, once against Ireland, he's going to come off. When will it be? Will it be in the final? Will it be today in this qualifier match?
That's another dot delivery. I mean, is he trying to be too much on the onside? Should he be looking to hit these balls through the covers and into the extra cover or through the gap here?
Yeah, my thoughts exactly. I think he's getting a little bit too leg side conscious and not necessarily playing the ball that's coming at him. I think it's kind of in the back of his mind. Obviously, he's a very good player, and he's targeting that leg side probably because there's only 3 fielders in that general direction, but I think that he's good enough to hit over the offside as well. He has had a lot of stuff on and outside the pads, though, this week, and so he's kind of in that mindset. So I just think maybe he just needs to get back to playing the right shot for the particular ball that's bowled. You saw it, he premeditated the ramp. That kind of went wrong, almost came off the back of the bat onto the wickets. Kennedy, a very good over at the moment for Ireland 11, just going for 7. Last ball of it coming up. Can he dodge? Yes.
Lovely shot. This one goes all the way over the point part of the ground. So 6 more, so you can't avoid being hit for a boundary. It's going to be a lovely shot. So 13 will come off the over. And just like that, Hungary after 2 overs, 24 without loss.
I suppose when you get to the professional level, sometimes you're your own best coach, and I think that Leas probably makes that calculation himself to play the line of the ball a bit more, and he opens up, he hits that pretty well over towards his father in the deploy stand. But yeah, good finish to the over, still behind the 8 ball though, aren't they, Hungary after 2. Jared Wilson, who's the acting captain in this game for Iron 11, with Harbinson not in the lineup. He's going to bowl over number 3, the last over of the power play. Another thing about the Iron 11 attack, though, we talked about it before, a lot of different sorts of options. You know, they've got wrist spin, they've got right arm finger spin, left arm finger spin. They've got different types of paces as well. Jared Wilson, one of the surviving players from last year, coming on to bowl the next over. He might have hit that, and if he didn't hit it, he was gone.
There was a big sound of wood, wasn't there? Let's have a look.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Ravindran kind of shows the bat for a bit of extra assistance, but if that doesn't hit the bat, it's gone. And yeah, Jared Wilson saying inside edge.
There's a nice little moment there. I think, I don't know if we captured it on camera with Wilson and the umpire there to share a laugh and a little tap to each other in appreciation of that decision.
Ravindran goes big himself. I suppose that's what he's usually doing when he's opening the batting. Again, you don't want to get too conscious, and you kind of want to put these two on an even footing. But the size of the task is so great that you feel that Leas is the only man that can get them closer over the line, and can't do that on the non-striker's end.
And it's a nice looking shot, and he's going to get 4 runs for it. Yeah, nicely hit. Gets blazing through the offside, through the covers. There is the sweeper out there, but he can't get to it. Nice shot. I like the way he holds his shape there as well. So cuatro carreras.
Yeah, nice shot from Vinoth. Again, I like that. That's the correct shot for the ball. If you look at where he's missing out occasionally, I don't necessarily think it's the right shot selection. But he hit that one really well. 4 more to the total.
Now he goes to the other side of the fielder, and he's going to get there. So back-to-back boundaries. Well, that's better. Well, after the 2 dots of the first 2 balls, well, Vinoth Ravindran has now set the ball to the boundary on 2 occasions. So just the one man on the boundary out there on the offside. But, well, he's going to the left, to the left, to the right, to the right. He's not able to stop him at the moment.
Yeah. That one a bit more off the outside half of the bat. That's why it went the other side of the fielder. And they've just brought that fielder up now, saying, well, if he's not going to stop in the outfield, let's bring him up. This is one of those 1-ball changes. So telegraphing the short ball here, deep squares back, deep fine legs back. Takes it in that direction anyway, just a single. So deploy to face Wilson for the first time.
Yeah, he's going to get just this one delivery, Wilson, though he's gone for 2 boundaries. That single now 9 of the over. So once again, I think that Talia's deploy will once again be looking to get and hit a boundary here, so they don't fall too far behind that rate.
Already up over 3 a ball.
High up in the air. This is a catching opportunity. And he gets it all wrong. Gets it all wrong. And, well, that could be a really huge moment in this one. That's Gavin Hoey, and he just gets this completely wrong. And now he takes his cap off to do a bit of bowling. He just doesn't get himself in the right position.
Yeah, you know what? It would have been a carbon copy of Leas Deploy's dismissal yesterday against Ireland. Maybe a little bit of cloud today. The white ball, the white sky just did not pick that up at all. Huge moment in the game, but Leas survives into 3 overs, 34 without loss.
Yeah, he does survive. Could have been back for just 12 on the board. And, okay, Ireland at the moment, pretty comfortable, I suppose, with that rate. Just approaching around 19.5 required per over. But we all know while Leas deploys out there, that means nothing. He's one man that can still win it for Hungary if he bats all the way through. So how expensive a miss can that be?
Yeah, we'll soon find out. Because with that single, he gets to bowl.
And this one drops right in between the 2 fielders as well. So, well, deploy on 2 occasions. He's hit the ball up in the air. One was a chance. That one, well, he gets a little bit lucky. Hay poquito de suerte ahí. because he doesn't expect that to come up so much. So, he, after dropping him, almost picks up his wicket straight away. Okay, Vinith Ravindran has to keep things going here. Wants to take the single, he will. An acrobatic stop from the fielder, Adam Kennedy.
Oh, he's going to be a really tough guy to get after as well, because he's not that easy to pick. He can bowl the one that goes the other way, the wrong end, or the googly, away from the left-hander. Got a good top spinner as well.
Beautiful, absolute beautiful. A touch of class there from Duploy. Sensational shot. Showtime at the Cardamom Oval.
Really smart option. Really smart. Kind of high return, fairly low risk, because he isn't bowling that many balls that'll actually hit the stumps. So if you get a little bit about on this, again, you can adjust to which way it's turning. That was a touch of class, like you said, from Les Deploy.
And now a touch of class turns into a bit of a blast as this one gets smashed away. Well, somebody goes down there in the fan zone. I don't know who that is, and I don't know how much of this we get. But somebody trips over trying to get their hands on the Grizzly. Who was that out there?
Yeah, well, I couldn't see, but let's just say it was a bit of a laser beam, wasn't it, off the bat of Les?
Yeah,
might have almost taken out his sister there.
I think that's the other Deploy, the other brothers. And this one has just been beautifully timed. So now you're starting to see just why he is so dangerous, and now you're starting to see just why that catch that goes down from the man who's doing the bowling here, Gavin Hoey, was so decisive.
Well, I bet that Gavin Hoey would love to jump in the DeLorean and have another go at that catch, last ball of the last over, because now he's getting the full brunt of Cyclone Leas. And the 50 comes up for Hungary, trying to get their way back in this contest. Right now, Deploy's dealing in sixes.
And he doesn't quite get this right. Is this a chance? No, it's over him. So not even out of the middle. Even the miss hit goes for 6. That over has gone for 24. And just like that, Hungary are back in this contest. 4 overs completed now, and the score moves to 58 without loss.
Oh. Poor Hoy. It's the worst feeling in cricket to miss somebody and then watch them plunder sixes. It's even worse when it's off your bowling, but that's what happened. And now Hungary just a shade behind the red line, but still a lot of work to do. And that was so well set up by Les Deploy with a little deflection shot for 4, just kind of got in Gavin Hoey's head a little bit, and then the following balls kind of just plays them on length. Very strong batting shape, and Les has hit his straps just in time perhaps for the Hungarians. Still given a 27% chance on the win predictor. Adam Kennedy to come back and bowl his second over. His first just went for 13.
Yeah, Kennedy. And I think this one is a classic case of the ball not coming up as much as Vinith Ravindran thought.
Keeps down, and I suppose he is just looking to push for 1, but that's what you really need right now. Deploy's hot. While he's hot, you don't want him sitting at the other end. Fascinating contest at the moment. You're wanting minimum 250 strike rate out of your batters. That's the thing. Ravindran not quite going at that rate at the moment. Plays on the move. Again, not very still at the point. Kind of hurling himself towards the ball. Kennedy, though, credit to him. He gets it right. Gets the ball away from the eye line of the Hungarian skipper 2 balls in a row.
Yeah, he's just got to keep his shape a bit longer, doesn't he? He's just losing his shape, losing his balance. Just look to play the kind of shots that he played earlier when he played those lovely shots out along the deck on the offside. And this is too wide though, it gets called. And you can see here that Kennedy feels that it's a bit hard done by here. He feels that the batter is moving earlier.
That's wide by some distance.
Yeah,
he moves after the ball's bowled. But have a look at, look at Les Deploy. He's really backing up. He's almost thinking about running on that. Wasn't quite game to go through at that stage, but he's desperate to get down that striker's end.
This one, he just sneaks in, so it's another dot.
I have a feeling because the pressure was applied last ball. This, for me, looks like a wide. I think that's getting the line. you know, maybe he's got his toe outside off stump at the point of delivery. I just reckon that's that kind of soft pressure where Kennedy wasn't happy with the call before, and the next one goes his way.
Yeah, I wonder what Deploy just said there to Ravindran. He probably says, hey, mate, you got to get something on this, you know. And he does, but it's going to be another dot ball because that's going to be out. So Vinod Ravindran is going to have to depart. And I'm liking that there from Leo's Deploy. Look, even though Vinod Ravindran is walking back, you can see that Deploy is just giving him a bit of a clap and saying, hey, you know, well done, good job. And now he's signaling and saying, hey, come on, boys, somebody come out there with a bit of water for me. But catch taken, neatly done. It's a pretty easy one for Jared Wilson. And well done to Kennedy. Apart from that, just that one wide has been the top over so far.
Yeah, it's a fantastic location from Kennedy. Ravindran, he'll be really frustrated. He couldn't do more. Uses 16 balls for 20. And he leaves after an opening partnership of 59. 59 for 1.
And Hubat is on his way out. And well, it looks like we're going to see the two brothers having a bat again here. So a few changes being made by Hungary here. They could have gone for the likes of Dara Peretti. Rasik has also come up at this point, but they're going for Zimas. So we've got Elios and Zimas Deploy out in the middle.
Deploy. And I suppose you can't count them out, but just when the momentum, and momentum's one of those things you know it when you see it. It's a bit of an intangible, but they certainly had it, and you feel like they've lost it with the start of this over, with Ravindran just struggling to get bat on ball. Some of these balls that are, borderline wides, not wides, whatever. But he certainly would have hoped to at least get Leos Deploy down the other end. He hasn't been able to do that. Zima's deploying out of face. So Kennedy will have to make a slight adjustment to the left-hander. But there are these little periods of not much happening. So we've had just one run off the first 4 balls of this over. Of course, that wicket. Just see that rate climbing already. It's past 20 and over.
Yeah, it makes up for the 24 that came with the last. But Zimas Deploy yesterday hit the ball really well, didn't he? He scored 25 not out of just 5 deliveries. So, and he was out there batting with his brother at the time as well. And Leos Deploy finished on 83 not out of 29. So this is a big partnership now coming up. Kennedy. Zimas moves early and gets good contact on this, but well fielded. The throw has been overcooked. They'll take just a single.
Yeah, so just to give you an idea, let's say, okay, we're going to be 60-something here. They're going to need more than 100 in the second half of this innings, right? They're going to need more than 100 in the second half in this innings, which is magical pace. It's 200-plus pace. Now, that's what they were going the other night against Turkey. And again, no disrespect to the Turkish bowling attack, but it's not of the calibre of what the Irish are bringing here. But then again, this guy's still at the crease. Let's deploy 36 off 12. Last ball of this 5th over coming up.
Yeah, be looking to get a good Yorker in because I think he's going to go across. Yeah, there he goes across the stumps. And, well, he's going to get a dot ball in here. So that's a brave delivery. I think that's that slower, once again, the slower short ball. It sort of comes out of the back of his hand and doesn't read it. It's just going to be no run there. So what a great over that one was. Only 2 runs off it, the wide and the 1 single. Well bowled by Kennedy.
Yeah, it was well bowled. The players will stop for their strategic timeout, have a glass of water and some time to think. I think just a bit of frustration from Leos Deploy there. That was one that he felt he could put away, went deep in his crease looking for that shot. Couldn't quite get off the middle of the bat, more of a toe. Last chance saloon here, I think, in the next 1 or 2 overs. This is the crucial thing, though, about finishing the top 2. Hungary have earned the double chance, and if they can't chase this down, which looks pretty unlikely at the moment, they'll still stay in the competition. They'll have a date with Finland, potentially, in qualifying 2.
Yeah, one other thing I'll say is, I think this sort of, once again, highlights just what we're saying. He's got to face the first ball.
Yeah.
He's got to have more strike, hasn't he? That's what's been the issue there. You can see he was itching to get to the other end when Vinod was missing out on those shots. He's the gun player. He's the one, if you're going to win matches, he's got to face as many balls as possible. He has to take the first ball.
Yeah. So one time you can choose. And statistically, you'll face more if you face first ball. Tim Tector's going to come in, and I think it's going to be a wicket. It will be. So Zimas Deploy isn't able to stick around too much. It's Carson McCulloch that takes the catch. Yeah, so Tim Tector's a different kind of bowler again. Hard to describe, but you know it when you see it. Nice catch by Carson. So Zemus not able to stick around too long. Kind of flighted up that time. And Hungary have lost a second wicket, 60 for 2.
Yeah, nice catch taken. And what Zemus likes to do, and I think they saw that pretty early, he likes to go right across and try to whip the ball over on the onside, doesn't he? So that's a good delivery to him. He gets forced to play on the offside, still wants to be aggressive, of course. Of course he does. They want to go for these. You know, they're going to have a go. They know they're going to get it. And that's the thing here with Hungary. You know you're going to get a second opportunity. You're going to be playing, you know, possibly playing Finland in that match. So you might as well have a go here. And don't go down without trying as Rasik comes in.
Yeah, Sheikh Razik, Mr. Slick from Hungary, recently qualified on residency. Of course, all these players, they have to qualify on the ICC criteria to play for the national team. Typically that is through citizenship or on 3 years of residency, spending most of those years and almost all of those 3 years consecutively in the country. So Razik gets a chance. And Tector's bowling these kind of over spinners, like wrist spinners, like back of the hand slower balls, but that's his stock ball. Yeah, he's just something a bit different again.
Yeah, and he gets the ball to come in a fair bit as well, doesn't he? So, okay, here's the big test again. So you can see that 3-man on the leg side boundary, square leg, mid wicket, long on. Should just be the one, shouldn't it? And it will be.
Got Avinash Pai in the chat as well from down the road. Hello, Avi. Hopefully you're well. A few people talking about their favourite commentators. I said one's a bit of a different one. Tony Cozier was one that I liked growing up. I loved his accent.
Well, that's pretty high. Just keeping an eye on the umpires. So it's just going to be a single.
I think with Tectors, these are overspinners, so they're going to dip. But I think Razik walks at that as well. But what an over. Not just a wicket, but very, very tight deploy. We'll only get 2 balls of Tector maximum.
High up in the air, should be an opportunity, should be taken, and it will be taken. So that's the huge wicket as Leos Deploy is trying to work this once again into that sort of behind square area. It goes high up in the air, catch has been taken, and that's the big wicket they were after.
Yeah, time to turn the lights out, I think. And remember that he was a bit fortunate to survive earlier when he skied one that Gavin Hoey probably should have caught, but Hoey just misjudged it this time. No such misjudgment. Well taken by Adam Kennedy. And Ireland still with over 100 runs to play with in a touch over 4 overs. But you can't deny that man still looms as a threat on finals day, even though he can't quite pull off a miracle here in qualifier 1. Leos Deploy goes for 37. It's 168 for 2. Ireland 11, now Hungary 63 for 2.
Still a very good batter coming out, and that's Ashrith Darapareddy. And this guy, we know, is a very good batter.
63 for 3 now, pardon me, with that wicket of Leos Deploy. And yeah, Tector, what a good over from him. 2 for 3, including both deploys. Collect the whole set. Anyway, time for some left arm spin. They've got a couple of these. Carson McCulloch's one, but it's going to be Mike Frost to bowl over 7.
So nice looking shot.
Yeah, really good shot first up. Pitched up and sent through the covers. So Hungary now kind of riding on the wall, isn't it, when they need more than 4 a ball. So even with that ball, the rate goes up. It looks like once again in the clash of the greens, the Irish have the wood over the Hungarians.
Frost, first ball, hit beautifully through the covers for 4. A nice shot there from Sheikh Rasik. Quicker delivery this time and gets him on the back foot. Has to play this defensively. So good comeback. The man wearing the shades. Nice shot, straight down the ground. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Inna Sona. Shaka, Shaba. What a beautiful strike this is. Uses his feet, gets to the pitch, and sends it right back over the bowler's head.
Yeah, great shot. Really, really good shot. Straight down the middle.
Asking the question, if it's full and straight, he's gone. Yep, it's full, it's straight, and he's going to have to go. I suppose the question is, well, two things to look at for the umpire here. Is it in line with the stumps? I think it is. The next one is, well, is the ball going to go on and hit?
Yeah.
If it's going to be hitting the deck, and I get the feeling he's fair. Well, let's see how far back he is.
Definitely
yeah, he
in
goes
line
a long
for
way
me.
back. Yeah,
And
I think he's way back. That's probably going to hit the stump.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell how much bounces you're going to get there, but I suppose the issue is, and the bigger issue is, he's just hit a ball straight down the ground to that kind of a delivery, and now he tries to go sideways. So it's probably a strategic error from Rasik. And for me, probably umpire's call on whether it's hitting the stumps or not. It looked high-ish and maybe turning a bit, but really, I think Sheikh Razak only has himself to blame, but does hit a couple of nice shots in there. He's the 4th wicket to fall, 73 for 4.
Yeah, I think in terms of the line, it's definitely the radar is good. It's the bounce that the umpire has to think about. And I think because he's a fair way back, I think it's the correct call as the next batter comes out. And there is a slight change, a change I think that we both will like, because Amitash Prashar is the man that comes out, the hard-hitting left-hander. And he just places away nicely. Nice bit of timing. The chase is on from the fielder. And they're coming back for 2. He's going to get his skates on here pretty quickly. And he does make it.
Yeah, Prashar coming out with the game dead and buried, really. But I wonder if, yeah, I don't know. I was going to say, if he took that, might have been interesting.
Yeah.
I wonder if you're hungry, do you start thinking about doing something dramatic at the top? Ravindran, he's had some good moments. This is a nice shot by Prashar. So I'm just thinking, do you do something crazy? Do you throw Prashar up the top? Do you throw someone up there, or someone that you're more confident can at least give Leas the strike? It's an interesting one because Ravindran's been good in patches. And anyway, that'll be the end of the over. 79 for 4 after 7. So it looks like Ireland 11 are going to parachute into the final as the first team to qualify for the Group D decided tonight. And looks like Hungary are going to have to take on Finland. Now, that's not an easy game to pick either. I think Finland playing some very good cricket this morning. They're feeling confident, and they'll feel this Hungarian side maybe have just slipped a bit since the last time they met. Anyway, the next game will start in about an hour and a half from now. Toss will follow on after this game. Time for some more Gavin Hoey in over 8.
Oh, wow. Gavin Hoey almost takes the stumps there of Dara Parodi. Not the best of shots played there by Ashrith. Oh, that one's been hit pretty well, well timed. That's going to be 4 runs. Tremendous effort from the fielder, Liam Doherty, that comes across. But yeah, just hits this powerfully off the back foot and out of the reach of the bowler. He can't get to it, and Doherty, he can't get to it either, despite a wonderful attempt. So it's well struck. Doherty looks like he might have hurt himself slightly in the process. And now, well, this one is right over us. It's going to land the hill behind us, but that was going about 75 metres. A lovely hit straight down the ground. And yeah, that is the Dara Paredi that we know.
And the rest. And that's the middle of the pitch, so you can add 10 onto that. That's probably 90 plus, I think. Certainly didn't put us in danger despite being right in our general direction. Dara Paredi showing a bit of what he can do.
It is hard, but along the deck, Doherty will make the stop. Yeah, I hear what you're saying about maybe changing things up with the openers. I mean, remember though that Vinoth Ravindran and to deploy both of them to start off with both hit 100-run partnerships.
True.
But then having, you know, I know what you're thinking. Maybe a Prashar or even a Dara Paredi having a left-hander, two left-handers.
Two left-handers maybe throws them out a bit.
Doesn't quite get this right.
The thing I've got is this. Let's say Hungary make it to the final. I think you just got to go on recent form Ravindran didn't have it against this bowling attack, and that's what he's going to have to face in the final. So honestly, if I'm thinking ahead, if I'm thinking strategically, I'm probably looking for someone that have handled this attack better during the tournament, right? That's one you would have sworn would have been LBW if he hit his pad, but it didn't. Anyway, it'll be the end of the 8th over. It's 91 for 4 after 8. Yeah, so that's kind of... I know it's tough because there's also a school of thought that says, look, that's your batting order. You know what you have to do. Go and do it. But, I mean, there was just kind of a... I don't think Ravindran walks out against this Irish attack tonight, assuming they make it to the final, of course, feeling confident. You know, under lights, which is also something a bit different. Okay, we saw Deploy under lights doing something ridiculous, and obviously they had some success, but different opponent. Yeah, it's my instincts, and partly you can be logical, but also there's sometimes a bit of gut feel that goes into making these selections. I just look at someone like Prashad. I just think he should have faced a lot more balls this week, and he hasn't. So maybe that's one way. You've still got your other order kind of settled.
This is the man that you're talking about, and well, he's going to mistime this one, and he's going to go. He goes for 7 of 4 deliveries. Just again gets a little bit tucked up here as Ollie Riley comes back, and I think it's probably not a bad shot to try and play, but he tries to go with timing as opposed to give it a bit of a wallop. And well, Riley comes back into the attack and takes his first wicket, and that's Hungary now going to be 5 down as Abhitash Prashad will have to go back.
Yeah, I put the proper kibosh on Prashad, didn't I, as he just kind of chips that one. But yeah, I suppose lots of questions still to be answered. No need to panic either, I suppose, for Hungary, although I think it's pretty telling that in the 2 games against Ireland, they haven't really been able to go with them. And, well, very Irish name, O'Reilly, bringing up the wicket as Frost takes a simple catch and scores 91 for 5. Mars Baiji comes out at number 7.
Yeah, Marzi. See if he could certainly do with a little bit of match practice out there at the moment, couldn't he? That's the other thing I think that's quite important for Hungary. I mean, once the deploys have been in and gone, it's an opportunity now that has to be taken by the likes of Dara Paredes and Mars Baji. Dara Paredes not so much. He's been out there. He's scored a half century in this series already. So he's been in the runs. But the likes of Mars Baji and maybe someone like Prashad who's been and gone, and anyone else that comes out has to really start to get the feel of this pitch, because they could be critical in the next matches to come. A nice looking shot, chase on for the fielder, and he's going to go for 4. Nice shot, good start for Marzi.
Really like this shot from Mars because he's thinking 2 sides of the wicket. I think sometimes he, again, falls with this kind of leg side strategy, but this is the correct shot to this ball from Riley. Riley's going to be a lot easier to cut than pull because he just gets big on you, and a lot of those pull shots, if you're slightly late, they're going straight up in the air. So, excellent shot. There's also very little protection in that part of the field.
Now the next one, I get the feeling Marzi's going to have to get ready to go on the back foot. Well, he's going to get a snick and he's going to have to go. Well, it's not quite. I thought it was going to be one that was going to be dug in, and he's going to be playing this around about chest height. But Riley just goes quicker and faster, and Marzi, he wants to go straight down the ground, but he plays this so late, doesn't he?
Yeah, you know what? It's clever by Riley. You were expecting a short one. Even I was still expecting a short one, but he goes fuller. Probably think Mars Baiji was expecting something a bit shorter as well. Credit to Marzi as well. He walked, didn't wait for the umpire's decision. Just a feather of an inside edge. Seamus Lynch does the rest, but always nice to get one away, which Mars does in that innings, but he's the 6th man to fall. It's 95 for 6.
Yeah, but this is what I'm talking about. You got to, you know, I like that. I like the intent there for Marzi, but use the opportunity, use whatever time is left out there just to try and play a few nice shots, stay there, get a bit of confidence. Hitting one ball for 4 is not going to give you too much confidence going into the next match. If he hits 16, you know, a few more runs, yeah, it'd be better. So he's not really done what I think Hungary need, and maybe Abbas Ghani can. Ghani getting ready to take on Riley. He's started his 2nd over brilliantly. And that was the ball I was expecting
Yeah.
Marzi to be getting. So difficult to play. That's going to be the one for the over. But the thing, what I like about the Irish bowlers here, especially the quick bowlers, I mean, that one's the one for the over, but they're still able to bowl a very similar delivery, but keep it around about chest high. So it's not over the shoulder and it counts. So they've just seemed to have mastered this pitch really well, and they know just what to extract from it when they need it.
Yeah. Interestingly here, Riley bringing the point field a bit more towards cover. Maybe it's a sign this is going to be pitched up.
Now it's going to go just to that man. And he puts it down.
Oh, well. It's a rare drop from the Irish, who just had a little bit of the yips. I'm not going to talk too much about finals day last year, but there are a few crucial catches that went down. This one shouldn't cost them too much.
He's moving. He's on the Corey would be strange straight away. Look at him. Look at his feet. 1 foot up, 1 foot down. He doesn't get them planted, doesn't get a base. As a result of that, the catch goes down. That's Cameron Melly that puts that down.
To be honest, Melly had been moved so in the other direction, so he had to actually go further to that than if he just stayed in the original position. But anyway, it's what they're thinking about things, even at this stage where Hungary need 10 a ball. Last ball of the over coming up. Riley's been excellent though, got to say. 2 for 16. Last ball of his belt.
And this one is just going to bounce a couple of times before it goes to the fielder, Liam Doherty. Yeah, really good over there. They'll take a couple of runs, but a great over there and a great spell there from Riley. 2 for 17. And at the end of the 9th over, Hungary 97 for 6.
Ollie Riley, brilliant spell from him, 2 for 17. Tector stole the figures with 2 for 3 in his only over. Not sure if he'll get another one. Looks like Carson McCulloch might get the last. Wickets also for Adam Kennedy, bowled exceptionally well. And Mike Frost with 1. Hoey, bit expensive, but he kind of got caught in the eye of Les Deploy. He was on a 6-inning rampage. Still think he offers a lot. A lot of the Irish supporters in the comment section as well. Matthew Hodgson saying, this is a good win for the boys in green. And let's not mess up like the last time. Yeah.
I'm just thinking about that.
Yeah.
I mean, when I've seen the few catches that have gone down here, maybe the Irish are doing it the right way this time. Saying, we're going to drop them. Let's drop them now and not drop them later in the final. And this one is blasted, and it's a spicy one, really. And good effort there from the fielder to try and keep this in play. That's Tim Tector, but he's not able to. As Carson gets blasted for a 4 off his first ball. We bowled very well, didn't he, last night? Picked up 2 for 12. Was probably one of the bowlers with Scott Macbeth.
Yeah, Carson. Love to have a good over under his belt here.
And it's another one that's too hot and too spicy to handle for the fielders. This time is Liam Doherty that can't stop it. So 2 really good hits from Dara Peretti.
Poor Carson. Both of those were probably fieldable. Like if someone had a gun to your head and told you to save the boundary, it's probably getting saved. But Carson, he doesn't have guns. Instead of 2 singles against his name, he's gone for 8 off his first 2 balls.
Yeah, fair play to Hungary, though. They get past 100 marks. So it's an improved performance, isn't it, with the bat against the Irish?
Dara Peretti, there's another name you could throw up the top. Not trying to say that Ravindran shouldn't open, but I'm just throwing a few alternatives out there that warrant consideration. That's all.
And this is going to be another one. Balle, or Ashworth, Dara Peretti. And just reminding everybody else that before the deploys, he was the talking point, and he still remains a talking point because he's a very good player and a very good batter.
Yeah, picks that up. Again, left-hander to left-hander. Yeah, think about 2 left-handers up the top. I've seen it work in many levels of cricket. And the bowlers typically set up for right-handers. So, yeah, maybe something they could think about. He's been very good against the spin here. Also, I think he's been very good when playing second fiddle in a big partnership as well. Anyway, we'll see. McCulloch, 14 of first half of his over. He'll be hoping to turn this around in the next 3 balls.
Well, this is called a no ball by the umpire straight away. It's too high. Darapurati not able to go. Interesting, the field got changed with 3 players gained on the boundary in the offside, so he was definitely trying to get this one on the off peg, but it comes out all wrong.
Yeah, McCulloch can't find the handle here. Now he's going to have to deal with a free hit. How does he go here? Probably a bit quicker. Let's find out.
Yeah, it is a bit quicker, and this time he will get fielded. I think he'll be happy that it's just a single. So I think he enjoyed bowling to Darapurati. Abascani will get the opportunity to face 1 or maybe 2 from Carson.
Happy that an outfielder fielded one for him, that's for sure. I know Cotto is a big supporter of the European Cricket Network, and well, Carson, I should say. Carson is a big supporter of ECN, and we love to see him out there doing his thing.
Well, looks like this will be a leg bye. So he will have to bowl 1 more to Darapurati. Darapurati will be hoping that it's another one that he can put away and finish this innings in the 30s on 27 off 11, 114 for 6. Last ball, then off the innings.
Darapurati want to put this over the roof, I think.
And it looks like it's going to find the hands of Doherty, who makes no mistakes there. Liam Doherty takes the catch to Carson, will pick up a wicket. Darapurati will go for 27. That was ball number 12 for him as well. And Hungary will finish their innings on 114 for 7. So it's a, well, you're going to have to say it's a very comfortable victory for Ireland, winning by over 50 runs. And that means that they have booked their place in the final. And then also, the same way that Spain and Jersey did in Group A and Group B, they've got there without dropping a game.
Yeah, and really it was methodical, wasn't it, from the Irish. Sorry, I said you the wrong one.
Yeah, nice to see them just shaking hands there. They know they've done their job. And remember, they've done it without Sam Harbinson in the side, who batted very well last night, made 81 of 35, did the normal captain. Maybe he gave himself a little bit of a rest in this one. He trusted the likes of Jared Wilson and the boys to do the job, and they've done it, and they've done it well. And once again, it was putting the runs on the board that did the trick. So there you go. There is the Group D final. One name in the hat already. It is Ireland. And we also know now what the qualifier 2 is, which teams are going to feature in that one.
Good
Hungary
game
against Finland.
Good game. It's kind of a team on the rise against a bit of a team on the slide, but anything can happen in that qualifier 2. Toss coming shortly. First ball coming in an hour and 15 minutes. Right now, let's have a look at the chase. It was a mountain of runs. 169 was the target. I think it was Dennis from the crew. He was having a keen eye on things. But Ravindran just struggled a little bit in the first over. It set the tone, and it just meant that Hungary were playing from behind. And Elias Deploy, of course, all eyes on him as well. Ravindran, to his credit, played a couple of nice shots. Only problem, I think, would be in-betweens. Then we saw Hoey actually essentially miss an opportunity to remove Elias Deploy. And this is the period where we thought maybe it could be another big LDP effort, pulling off a miracle to chase down the score. Ultimately, it would only last for a limited time, like all the best offers at the fast food restaurants, as the wickets continued to tumble after the loss of Ravindran, and Zemas came out at 3. He wouldn't last very long. I think essentially Ireland, they do what they need to do. They've made it to the big dance again. The group final on the way for them. Hungary, they're going to have to do it the hard way, going through the Finns in qualifier 2.
Yeah, there was the big moment. Was there no mistake from Kennedy holding on to the catch to remove Elias Deploy. 37 of 15 for him. And we saw a nice little knock towards the end there from Darapurati as well, who finished, was out of the last ball on 27. That one was LBW. I don't think there was too much doubt about that. Sheikh was sick, going on the back foot and going for 12 as well. But yeah, I think this one was just about, and that was Prashar getting out as he just tries to time this to the boundary. Wasn't able to. Mars Barzi came out, played one lovely shot before, and then he went second ball, was slicking behind as well. No mistakes from Seamus Lynch taking the catch. And it's a lot of other key players that we're mentioning from the Irish. I mean, for example, Lynch behind the stumps there. Harbinson doesn't play this match. So a lot of good talented players who didn't even feature in this one. So maybe they've got some thinking to do as well to guess who's going to be their 11 in that final.
Yeah, you know, real squad mentality for the Irish. Come back to that in a sec, but first, have a look at the scorecard. Leah's deployed top scores with 37 off 15. Before it was Tim Tector that undid him. Zima's deploy, only able to contribute 1. 27 for Dara Peretti, puts himself in the conversation. Ravindran, yes, did get the 20 on at the top, but unfortunately for him, it wasn't really what was necessary up front. Tim Tector with 2 wickets, 2 for Riley as well. Kennedy with 1. And then you've got Mike Frost and Carson McCulloch, who got a wicket late in the piece with the very last ball. So yeah, the Irish, you look up and down their whole squad, talking about the squad mentality. There's no passengers in that squad at all. So it'll be really hard for them to pick a side. Probably a good problem to have. We'll see what kind of 11 they put on the park tonight. But the next time you'll see us will be in around about an hour and 10 minutes when we'll start qualifier 2. And in the meantime, it will be Dan Weston on ECN Plus in the studio. He's going to sit down with Neil McRae. So enjoy that bonus content here. But right now, this is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Still 2 matches to go on Group D Finals Day. We'll determine by the end of the night who will join Spain as well as Jersey and Italy. And of course, the Netherlands 11, the defending champions in Championship Week. We'll see you after a short break and some bonus content here on ECN with more Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
So Neil, what are some of your first memories of cricket?
I think one of my first and favourite memories was watching Viv Richards bat in the 1980s. I think if you didn't enjoy watching Viv Richards bat, cricket wasn't going to be a sport for you, and I think that inspired a generation of youngsters at the time, and cricket just grew from there, playing in the back garden, traditional upbringing in cricket, and then playing at my local club.
Yeah, and were you playing school cricket as well?
Playing school cricket, playing club cricket, and just as many matches as we could fit in every summer, and suddenly the summers passed by, and playing at Aberdeen Cricket Club and in Aberdeen, and then through the Scotland youth system, cricket just grew from there.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Viv Richards, the West Indies and the West Indian cricket and their style, that Calypso cricket was just incredible for inspiring so many fast bowlers and long-range big hitting batsmen.
Absolutely, and I think the style of cricket that you talk about, cricket is entertainment. Obviously it's about winning games and players developing and improving, but it's about entertaining people and inspiring, and having that passion for cricket come through in the performance, and the West Indies certainly did that in the 1980s.
Yeah, sure. And then what took you to Jersey?
Well, the job came up, and very fortunate to be offered that position in 2014, 10 years ago now, and that was a great opportunity. I think Jersey is such a passionate sporting community. At the time, we had some young players who were just about to burst onto the scene, and it's been a great journey for 10 years.
Yeah. I do remember playing against Jersey when I was playing for Germany, and you guys play a really, really tough brand of cricket, which back then it used to get under my skin, you know. And now, looking back, I've got so much respect for Jersey cricket and the way you guys approach it. You've just got a really tough approach to not only playing technical great cricket, but you can just see the culture of the cricketers there. They play as a team of brothers, you know, and that's so impressive to see.
That's something that comes, I think, from such a small cricket community. All the players have come through the Jersey youth system, and now boys and girls are coming through in good numbers and good quality. We put a lot of time and effort into that, but when you get a team that's grown up together from the age of 11, 12, 13, and then is very passionate about representing a small island, you get that camaraderie and you get that fighting spirit come through in the pitch.
Yeah, and is cricket a focus in the schools in Jersey?
Yeah, we do a lot of work in schools and also in the clubs. The club game has grown at youth level over the last few years, and it's something that we're really trying to develop. I think the more that youngsters can play cricket, the better, obviously.
Yeah, so we've seen Jersey here super successful at the ECL, and every time we see Jersey or Farmers Cricket Club coming here and playing, they're just getting better and better and better. They're always learning from their cricket. The club structure in Jersey, is that a really an under sixes to a men's senior team, women's senior team, the whole stack?
It's not as developed as that, but we're trying to aid clubs in developing youth systems and in developing youth teams playing each other, and also putting a lot of time into helping the coaches develop as well, which is a key part of that process.
So 10 years ago, what were some of your first memories of cricket in Jersey?
Well, the first memory was the first tournament we went to was in 2014 in Malaysia, World Cricket League 5 tournament. So memories of that would have been Ben Stevens, an all-time Jersey great, playing brilliantly with bat and ball. John T. Jenner bursting on the scene as a 16-year-old, and Peter Gough lifting the trophy.
Yeah, no, these are fantastic cricketers. And then I remember you had your chance and played in the UAE, wasn't it, in the qualifiers only 2 or 3 years ago, which was on Sky Sports, and a huge chance.
Yeah, we've played in consecutive qualifiers since 2015 through European T20 cricket, and the players have been brilliant to show that consistency. But I think what you're talking about there, the first time that we played on TV was 2015, and then again in Abu Dhabi. That's a massive moment for the country because the exposure that gives and the inspiration that the youngsters get from seeing players who were in their position only a few years ago on TV has been massive for us.
Yeah, well, that's what we want to do. We want to create heroes. I mean, you talk about Viv Richards being a hero, and I had my heroes as a youngster growing up on TV. I mean, these Jersey boys now are becoming heroes for their kids back home, the youngsters, and that's why it's so brilliant to see. Some of the performances have been just absolutely outstanding, and I'm sure that is, creating this real buzz and promotion around little kids in Jersey wanting to be like the heroes that they're seeing on the stream.
Absolutely, and I think this tournament format is so explosive with the amount of sixes being hit, and we've only been here for half the tournament so far, so we've got a lot still to go. But back home, we know there's a lot of people watching, enjoying watching the performances, and also really relating to the players who they know so well.
Yeah, and how often is your national team getting together and training?
Well, we train together every week because it's a small island and we can get players together, and that's one of our strengths. We've got a number of players based in the UK in men's cricket, and we've got a women's team that's training every week as well. So we've got a lot of cricket going on the island. One of our challenges is to get off island and play enough matches. So a week like this is a brilliant opportunity.
And was Corona good for your cricket or bad for your cricket? I think you were able to play cricket during the Corona period, right?
Yeah, because Jersey's an island, it was pretty much locked down. We did still play a lot of domestic cricket, and certainly for the clubs and the youth teams, we got a lot of cricket played, which we were fortunate to be able to do. I think internationally, though, like everybody, it put us on hold, so we were delighted to come out the other side.
Yeah, and your women's cricket, if you can just talk me through what's
happening. We've got a very young squad who very keen, and some good players as well. They're really developing nicely, and we think that over the next 2 to 3 years there's huge potential in them moving on up a division in European cricket.
Yeah, sure. And are many of the cricketers playing in the UK at the moment in your senior system?
Yeah, a lot of our senior players are either based in the UK playing club cricket, some trying to get into county cricket, and others at university. So we've got a squad that's spread, and what we're trying to do is help players develop. That's at the core of our belief in how to let players move forward in the game, and when they get a good opportunity off island, that's fantastic for them.
Yeah, and we've just become aware that it's the Old Victorians that are qualified for the ECL for next year. If you can explain a little bit about their club.
Yeah, the Old Boys Club from Victoria College, one of the main cricket institutions in Jersey, and they'll be excited about coming down. Farmers have been twice already and had a fantastic experience. The Old Victorians have got a good side, and they've got a lot around that club as well, and the whole club will be excited about coming down.
Yeah, sure. And what are some of the strengths of cricket in Jersey?
Well, I think the time that we put into our youth systems, boys and girls, with such a small geographical area, and the contact time we can have with players, and that's starting to show both in men's and women's cricket what we're producing in terms of players. That's a big strength for us, and that really brings a lot of passion through in representing Jersey, and also a huge opportunity to go around the world enjoying cricket at an international level.
Yeah, it's incredible. The structure and the culture that you've got you should be very, very proud of that. As I say, from an outsider looking in, I think as European countries on the continent must be very, very jealous and aspire to be like Jersey. The way you can get yourself together, be very well trained and organised. This is a real masterpiece of what you guys have created.
We've certainly put a lot of time and effort into it. And I think what's good about certainly European cricket, different countries do it in such different ways, but always come together and compete and play some hard cricket in international tournaments. So that's what we believe in, and that's what obviously suits us as a small island. But it's also great to go and test ourselves against so many strong countries in Europe.
Yeah, I think you've got an overall cricket talent. The bowling, the batting, but essentially the fielding just looks so well organised out there. So when you've got teams like Belgium, or for example, that are just trying to hit sixes after sixes, you guys are shining through because your six-hitting ability looks like it's growing out of sight, while you've still got this incredible structure of being great fielding and great organised on the field as well. So I can just see the growth with my own eyes, and the talent is just incredible.
Yeah, I think the format here, there are going to be a lot of sixes, and that's the game. So with sixes comes also catching opportunities when balls are mishit. So that's been a big factor in the games we've played so far. Belgium have got a good side. They're a very dangerous team. And it was a great game against them yesterday. And for our batters, developing a mentality as well as an ability to hit sixes has been a real good learning experience. And I think game by game we're improving with that.
So are you focusing on power hitting as a something to focus on?
We've talked about power hitting, different ways to strike the ball, but also just the mentality to try and hit more sixes. And that's great fun for batters. When you have that freedom in a T10 environment here with short boundaries, and the ability to hit 1-6 then becomes 2 and 3 and an over, it's a different type of cricket, and it's huge learning for us.
Yeah, it's a belief and an intent. And do you think that's already transforming into your T20 and longer form cricket as well? This newfound intent to score runs fast.
Well, it's a good point. We're really hoping it will, because one of our goals in this tournament has been to become more adept at striking the ball. Clearly, we're starting to do that well, and we haven't played a T20 tournament where we've had a T10 tournament to prepare. This is the first time we've been here, so it's a huge opportunity. My gut feeling with that is yes, it definitely will transfer, and it's going to be really exciting to see that.
Yeah, absolutely. And what are the opportunities in the coming years that you're really setting your sights on in cricket in Jersey now?
Well, we're in World Cup pathways in T20 and 50 over cricket. So next year we've got a European T20 qualifier, and our ultimate ambition is to play a T20 World Cup, which will be an amazing inspiration for everybody on the island, and all boys and girls in all sports. And also we've got the 50 over World Cup pathway through Challenge League that will start another cycle in, and over the next 4 years one of our big goals is to move up a division into League 2.
Yeah, that's fantastic, and you can see it happening. I think all of our hope and the intention is if the World Cup continues to grow, the number of teams, then Jersey will be in there very quickly. You know, because the improvement, you know, on the field is, you can just see it happening. And yeah, as I say, the people involved in Jersey cricket, I've got so much respect for now, because being from Australia, you see these hard cricketers, and I see Jersey cricketers being hard cricketers, but then getting to them off the field, fine people, you know. So it's a real absolute pleasure to know you and have you involved in playing this new style of cricket, which I don't think, you know, Jersey is a traditional cricketing culture. Right, so now you've adapted so fast.
Absolutely, it's a completely new challenge, and we knew that coming in. And sometimes when you just put right on the edge of what you're used to, you can develop the most quickly. I think for us, it's a huge opportunity. We've brought down 6 of our under-19 team out of school this week. For them, the learning's massive. They're playing on televised games for the first time ever. There's a lot of interest back home, and it's really exciting for them to be here.
Yeah, so you think there's a lot of home office today while the games are on?
I suspect there's not a lot of work being done when Jersey play Guernsey the first few hours after lunch on a Friday afternoon, and that's a good way to be. Hopefully people have watched the game, they were entertained, they enjoyed obviously Jersey winning that game, and hopefully a few more still to come.
Yeah, well, we want to create cricketainment, and I think Jersey creates cricketainment. You know, we've had some behind the scenes interviews with some of the players, just wonderful humans, and yeah, really appreciate you being here. So thank you, Neil, and thanks, and good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thanks very much.
All right, thank you.
European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol. This is European cricket and I'm loving these sunglasses that we've all got a part of now as part of the Blue Crew. So I'm going to put these on. We're about to turn the action back on because it's qualifier 2 on the way. This is Group D finals day. Last chance for these two teams to progress in the competition. We've got Hungary taking on Finland in this one. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. So Rob Kemming has the two captains.
Okay, your call. Fredrik Costa. Your battery bit.
So I want to bat first.
Vinod Ravindran elects to bat after winning the toss, and look, change of strategy. They were chasing last game, they were chasing plenty, they couldn't quite get there, of course. You know, all eyes once again on Lias Deploy at the top of the order. If he fires, could be a big total on the board. I suppose the question for Hungary, do they mix up their order a little bit? Do they shuffle the deck and maybe try and find another combination? Of course, if they win this, they'll have to face the Irish again tonight. Hungary earned the right for the double chance by finishing in the top two, and they're going to use it here against a Finland team that were very impressive earlier on. They picked apart the Austrians, chasing down 101 in next to no time at all. Vanraj Padal was excellent there, and I think for Finland, their bowling was amazing. They really got it right. They bowled a lot of Yorkers. I just think they kept it pretty simple. Nick Salonen, I thought, was fantastic for the Finns earlier. Well, I'm going to put my European sunglasses on. European cricket, that is, and I think I'm looking like a pretty cool dude. Another cool dude up in the commentary box is Rico Full. Hungarians winning the toss. This time they want to have a hit. Let's see how many they can get. Over to you. No tomorrows for these teams. They're 2 wins away from progressing to Championship Week. Over to you for the first ball of qualifier 2.
Looking sharp, Vinny, looking sharp. Yeah, I think those shades suit you. It's nice to see those ECN shades. And if you're around the ground and you're liking the look of those, well, go over to the merch tent and have a look at some of the gear that's there. Those shades are there. They're looking pretty snazzy. I've got a pair myself, you know. Well, you're going to need your shades in this fixture as well, because we do know that halfway through this match, the sun starts to come down. There's some long shadows, and if you are fielding on the leg side to the right-handers, you're going to need some good shades and a good hat on as well. Look, these teams have met before. Hungary were, well, in super-duper form, weren't they? Batting first, 173, and that was the first time we saw Lias deploy. And he made 93 of 27, and 113-run partnership with Vinod Ravindran, the captain. That's what they're looking to do here. Finland, they finished on 88. They were bowled out, in only the second team to be bowled out in this championship, bowled out for just 88. So how's this going to go early on? We saw Hungary have a difficult match against Ireland, and Ireland got the runs on the board, 168. We saw good knocks from Cameron Melly, 58 of 28 deliveries, and also Tim Tector was in good form. But Scott Macbeth, well, he came out and he smashed it all over the place, 45 of 12 deliveries, and Hungary finished on 114, a victory by 54 runs for Ireland. So they're trying to put that behind them here, and I think this is important for them. I think they would be expected to win this match. I think they come into it favourites. It'll be interesting to see what the win percenter says. But I think they will be favourites, but it all depends on the start. And I'm with a lot of people here. I think the power play could determine the way this one goes. The wild thing, Amjad Sher, the captain of Finland, is going to start with the ball. Hasn't really hit his straps yet in this series, but as we said, good players turn it on when it matters, and certainly Finland did that against Austria, didn't they? What a victory they had, restricted Austria to 100. So we see the first ball here, and that's played up, and it's going to be a wicket. It is going to be a royal duck, Yes, it is. It's a royal. Vinith Ravindran will go first ball, and he hits it straight to the man at point. And the wild thing goes wild, as does the Finnish supporters around the ground as they get the captain of Hungary for a first ball golden duck. It's going to be a royal duck for the start of this qualifier. Oh, well. Ravindran, he doesn't really hit it. He just tries to push this away. And sometimes I think that's the problem. When you got a batter like Deploy out there, I just get the feeling that maybe some of the other batters don't play the normal game. And Vinith Ravindran, maybe he's thinking, just get a single here. Remember the last time around in the match against Ireland, there were too many dot balls when he was batting. This time, I think he just wants to get to the other end quickly rather than play a shot that he would normally play. He's going to go for a golden duck. And he's going to be Zimas Deploy that is going to come out at number 3. So the Deploy brothers are going to hope that they can get Hungary to a good start. But, well, I was talking about Finland and the way that they beat Austria in the eliminator this morning. Austria limited to 100. They bowled exceptionally well. They bowled a good length. The Yorkers were in flow. And that's what I think got them that victory. Are they going to do the same again here? What a start for the captain, Amjad Sher. Picks up a wicket straight away. Good catch taken by Arunjan, who came into this side. And Matthew Jenkins this time is the 12th man. Second ball then. It's Zimas Deploy. And that's nicely bowled. Zimas is the batter who likes to plant that foot out pretty early and look to get under the ball and hit it into that mid-wicket area. Seen him go early in that way a few times. So I think this is really key that they bowl a good full length. I think last time when they did play, one thing Finland did do, and they were pretty guilty of it, they were bowling too many short balls into the legs, particularly to Zimas Deploy. They've got to get him playing. For me, they've got to get him playing outside the off. Nice to see that the man at third is actually on the line and not too close. Good delivery outside the off. So maybe, well, it doesn't matter what level of cricket you've played, pressure is pressure. A wicket down in a very, very important match. Remember, the team that wins this goes on and faces Ireland in the final tonight. That's what's at stake. So there's going to be some pressure out there. I think both the deploys will start to feel a bit happier once they start to find the middle of the bats. Amjad Sher once again. Goes Fuller, and it's, well, we've seen this a few times from Deploy. And I think there's one or two teams that maybe will be looking at this and say, right, he's done this a few times. Let's get that man back there on the boundary. It's worth a chance. I think Vinny's mentioned this a few times. That is a genuine catching position now. And having the man in, would you push him back? Would you not? I mean, what have they gone for? They've gone for square leg and long on the boundary. I really do think early on you could make that change. They're still keeping him up. In fact, the change they're making, they're pushing back mid-wicket and bringing square leg up. I would be pushing that third back, you know. This is going to be a wide. I think they're asking the question. And everybody goes up here. Well, of course, they're going to go up. If you can somehow buy the wicket of Liz Deploy, you'll take it. The umpire says not out. And I must have caught a little bit of the pad on the way through there, because it goes down as a dot ball. Good work, though, behind the stumps, got to say. Jordan O'Brien, how key could he be in this fixture? In the air, will it carry? It does carry. They have taken the huge wicket. Leos Deploy goes, look at the celebration. Will you see a celebration like that? Oh, no, you won't. Well, that one is right up there at the moment of the week, I think. Share the meal celebration from Finland. The big wicket, the one that they wanted, they get it. They get the ball outside the off stump. And Amjad Sher, what an over, what a start. Hungary are 5 for 2 at the end of the first over. Oh, look at these scenes. Absolutely sensational. You see, it's bowling at the stumps. And a really good catch, though, I have to say. Held his nerve well. And that's Vanaraj Padahal. This guy was sensational, wasn't he? And look at that, yeah. Holds the pose for the cameras. He says, there you go, Diana. This is one for you. Well, look at that. Oh, yeah. It was a bit of a tumble there as well. A bit of argy-bargy. They're jumping all over each other. What a start. Can you believe that? Well, the two men on 2 occasions have given their team a start with a 100-run partnership. I've gone. Remember, those two men, Ravindran and also Leo Deploy, well, they've got the highest first wicket partnership on the European Cricket Network the other night against Turkey, 178. Both of them back in the shed. And a fine time to welcome back into the commentary box, who's probably in a little bit of disbelief at the moment, Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, well, cricket is a very interesting and unique sport in that you get one chance. A bit like the opening to an Eminem song. And for Les Deploy, he hit that too well, didn't he? Picked out the wild thing. You could just feel it was only in the air for about a second. But Amjad Shah, he was so determined to hold on to that. And, well, Vanraj Patel, pardon me, I was blinded by the side of many Finns heading in that direction. But yeah, Vanraj held on to it. Now he might have another one. Oh, but it's misfielded there by Aravind Mohan. But look, I thought for a second it was like a World Cup winning goal or something like that. There were people sliding in from everywhere.
Elliot, when you can get rid of Lewis Deploy for just 4 runs, he's only hits the 1 boundary, you're going to be celebrated. Finland will feel that they've given themselves a huge opportunity here. As well, Zemus Deploy is still there, and he's joined out there by Sheikh Rasik. Interesting that they didn't go to Darragh Peretti straight away, having lost Alios. It's going to be a wide, a little bit too far wide here. And
retain the right-hand, left-hand combination, I was going to say, though, by batting Rasik here at 4.
What's your opinion on going for Arjun to bowl this the second over?
Well, obviously trying something different. Maybe they brought him in as a counter for the key left-handers in the Hungarian lineup. Matt Jenkinson not in the 11. Finland right now, they're riding the wave on finals day. They're the form team, aren't they? And they believe, and have a look at how much those win percentages are tightening up. And look, it's a test now for the other Hungarian players. All this talk about them relying on Les Deploy and this and that and the other. Well, now it's time for them to step up in a big contest and show us how far they've come. Zemus.
Well, I tell you what, there's not a lot in this. Oh, I've seen these given, you know.
I think that might just be going on. I don't think it straightens enough for me. He gets a long way across. I think it's just going down leg side.
Only just, you know. But this is what I said. This is how Zemus plays. He plants the pad and he likes to hit in that area.
He does.
I wonder if he just go for the quicker ball here. Same thing again, a bit quicker.
Tyrone Peters under the pump. And, this is more just an aborting of the run-up for no particular reason from Arjun, and maybe to get a little peek at Rasik, but I don't think there's too much in that. This is driven away through the covers, and it's going to win the race to the fence. So Zemus Deploy showing he's not just a leg side player, has a nice drive on him too, gets the boundary.
Yeah, this is better. He starts to come down, doesn't he? And then he says, hang on a minute, I know what the bowler's trying to do. He's trying to drag me out of my crease. And keeps that back foot in, a reach. He's got a long reach, and he makes good contact.
Hey, look who's in the chat. Gulam Abbas Butt from Finland, the golden butt. He's in the chat right now, and he's feeling confident about the Finns' chances. What a story this would be if they could come from 4th to make the final. And then I suppose under lights, anything can happen, as we saw in Ireland's group final last year. Now, Rico, we've got a special guest here in the commentary box. No stranger to us.
We certainly have. And
reveal that in a moment.
I think there's a few people that would love to hear from this man. I'm not going to spoil it for you. I'm going to step aside for a moment after this ball.
Keeping there by Jordan O'Brien to at least block that one. This one sneaks down leg side for a wide. Yeah, so this man has a bit of time on his hands for some reasons that'll be clear pretty shortly. So at least Zemus, by getting across, he does get those leg side wides, but also he's a bit of an LBW candidate. Here's the last ball, take 2 of the over. And it's hit. Oh, it's pretty close to the outstretched left arm of the fielder. But Deploy will get a second boundary in the over. And Hungary are 17 for 2 after 2. So Arjunan goes for 12 in the over. Had a pretty good shout for LBW, but I think it was the correct decision. Just sneaking down the leg side with the angle of the arm. Looks like it will be Amjad Sher, the wild thing, to come on in over number 3. Hello once again to everyone that is watching, whether you're watching on ECN or on Fan Code in the subcontinent or one of our international broadcast partners. Great to have your company. Saturday Night Fever on the way into the late afternoon as Amjad comes on in over number 3. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network. And joining me once again in the commentary box for a first time in a while. First time in the box, although we did have you on the commentary last night. None other than Jared Wilson from the Ireland 11. Hello, Jared. How are you today?
Yes, Vinny. Thank you for having me. Can see why this is the best view in the house. You can see absolutely everything. So thank you for having me on board.
Yeah, it's nice to have you with us, Jared. And obviously, congratulations on being the first team through to the Group D final. Obviously, right now, this is very much in the balance as to who your opponent might be. So you've got a nice view of the action from up here. Here's Amjad Sher. Nicely, but they'll just get a single. Make it tight in the end. So, Jared, I noticed you were captaining the last game. We asked for some questions from people in the comments section. My first question, Sam Harbinson didn't play in that last game. Is there anything wrong with Sam, or was that just a tactical decision?
So no, nothing wrong with Sam. Obviously, we're here for quite a few days, and the weather's absolutely blistering hot. Not something we're used to. So I think it's just about rotating the players, making sure everyone's fresh and ready for the final.
Okay. A vote of confidence. I suppose you did have the double chance. This is off the inside half of the bat. He'll get one shot to try and stop this. I actually think that's 4. You know, I think we'll have a look at this, but Parveen Kumar, for me, it looked like his right hand was over the boundary. That's, we'll just check it out on the replay. You see, let's just see, is he still in contact? The ball comes back and finds him, you see? At this point, I think that there's no doubt that he's touching or over the boundary. So 4 signal now by the Sheriff Charles Croucher. This will kind of show it. So yeah, bit of bad luck. He had one shot at saving that, and he wasn't able to. As we'll just wait for this ball from Cher. Obviously, it's a cracking pace that ECN cricket has played at. Sheikh Razik gets 4 there for Team Hungary, fighting back after the loss of the openers early on.
Ooh, well bowled there.
Yeah, pretty well bowled. Yeah, Jared, so, I mean, I haven't seen you personally for about a year when you were leading the Irish side last year. Obviously, you got to this group final last year, but you weren't able to triumph on that occasion. So how are you feeling going into tonight's final?
Yeah, definitely. I think this year we've probably got a different dynamic in terms of our team strength. And yeah, I think we'll have a bit of a thought after who our opponents are after this game.
Yeah, just get one here. So, I mean, you mentioned that there's a kind of mixture of guys that have been here before, either for the ECL or with the Irish team for the ECC. How are the new guys finding it, though? Because I'm always curious as to people that are playing a pretty good standard of cricket domestically in Ireland. But it's a very different experience, a unique experience, isn't it?
Yeah, no, definitely. I think, as we can see in this game, I mean, they were probably heavily dependent on Lewis, where I think what we're trying to do as a squad is try to give everyone that opportunity. So when it does come to the final, hopefully everyone's had that chance to have a go. Ooh, well bowled again.
Yeah, Shaz bowled a pretty good over here. All things considered, that'll be the end of it, and it'll be just 9 off the 3rd over at the end of the power play. Hungary 26 for 2. Yeah, so you've really taken that squad mentality, I was calling it, the squad mentality to the extreme. You know, maybe not batting guys like Tim Tector at the top and Seamus Lynch in qualifier 1. Obviously, that is a big vote of confidence in all the guys. And looking up, I said this in the last game, looked up and down your team list. I couldn't find any passengers there at all. It'll be pretty tough, I'm sure, to even pick your 11 for the final.
Yeah, no, definitely. That's why it's probably just about seeing over the course of the 3 days that we have been here, just to see what best fits, and everyone's had a fair opportunity. So now it's probably just about to see who fitted well in what specific role. Everyone had a good go in terms of the ball and the bat, so now it's probably just to see what's the best team dynamic to go and try to get us into finals week. Yeah. So yeah, looking forward to it.
I'm sure it means a lot to you in particular, of course, and the guys who felt the sting last year of going so close. Arjunan brought into the side for this game. Got a pretty good first over. Push and run job here. And they'll get away with a single. So tell us what you've been up to then in the last 12 months. How's your summer of cricket been?
Yeah, no, it's been going really well. Funny enough, this was actually probably one of the worst summers in terms of our weather that we've had in the last couple of years.
That, actually.
I think we heard that it was the worst summer since 1923 or something.
I heard it was the wettest July on record or something like that.
Yeah.
I was with Andrew Leonard around July and August. Of course, a very good Irish commentator. All right, this is miles in the air, and it's going to travel out of the ground. Well, there's plenty of blue sky behind that ball as Zemus goes large. Maximo! Hungary fighting back after those 2 wickets. So tell us a little bit about, obviously, who you play for in Ireland and your cricket journey getting to Ireland in the first place.
Yeah, so my granny represented Britain in the Commonwealth Games. Ooh, that was a close one.
Out the stumps, but it'll survive.
Finland are definitely on top here, which is great. So, yeah, my granny represented Britain in the Commonwealth Games. She did javelin. So, she was born and bred in Britain. My mom was born there too, then moved over to South Africa, which allowed me to get my British passport and then finish school in 2018 and decided as a family we're going to move over to Northern Ireland, which is part of the United Kingdom.
Ooh, missed time, but this will just be single.
So yeah, we moved over 2019 as a whole family, which was a great move for us. And yeah, obviously loved my cricket back home, played a lot in South Africa, moved over here with the family, and yeah, try to push for higher honours.
Yeah, you've got a couple of little ones around at the moment, right?
Definitely. So start a little family of my own there.
Sneaks in, I think. That's okay. Do you see them one day maybe getting into cricket as well? They're still quite young, aren't they, your 2 kids?
Yeah, so got a little 3-year-old, Eden. He's loving bats and balls there back home, so hopefully he takes the cricket reins from myself. Oh, well played.
Yeah, just be the end of the over. So Arjuna only goes for 9 in that over. So he's done a pretty good job. Doesn't take a wicket, but holds things pretty tight at the end of 4 overs. The score is 36 for 2. Yeah, so do you see maybe one day another generation of Wilsons taking the field for Ireland?
Definitely. Yeah, obviously had kids quite young, so hopefully I can still play with them. Yeah, Eden 3, so if we start a bit of hard work in the next couple of years, you never know where he could be playing at a high level at a young age. So
Start him young. You've got to get the cricket ball over the crib. And that's the key. Ask, the parents of Sean and Mitch Marsh. They had the cricket ball going over the crib. I've got a question here from the robot saying, ask Jared about his first ball after arriving in Ireland. Okay, tell me about that. Is there a story behind that?
Yeah, so the first ball arriving in Ireland was a pre-season practice lesson, or session, should we say.
Yeah. And
yeah, obviously came from South Africa. Nobody knew about me. And they threw me the ball and said, yeah, have a bowl. And got a wicket first ball.
Right. Is that right?
So got a wicket first ball. Obviously everyone's like, oh, this is amazing. Yeah. Hopefully you can take more wickets for us in the summer. So yeah, it was quite a good memory too.
So you made a good first impression. I was scared you were going to say it didn't land on the pitch or something like that. Here's a guy bowled really well this morning, Nick Salinan. Had the Yorker on. This one turns into a bit of a low full toss, and it's put away by Zemus Deploy. Well, it is a Deploy that's standing up for Hungary here. And it's Zemus who's been thrown into the role of chief aggressor here. And that's a nice put away. Well placed.
Yeah, no, definitely a good shot there from Zemus Deploy. It's going to be definitely interesting to see how Hungary react in terms of their strength and depth now that Lewis has gone, but definitely a well-rounded and talented side, so it's going to be good to watch. Shot.
Yeah, again, goes to the skies, and this one does fly. Maximo! Well, really good hitting. And like I said, now it's time for Hungary to show that as a team, they've got enough to compete even at this level. And on finals day, with Leas back in the shed, Zemus goes large. Yes, I want to know as well then, with the new guys here, and you captaining the side last year, obviously being a very senior player and vice captain this year, what sort of things you're saying to the new guys? Because obviously the new guys will be like, okay, what can I expect when we come here? Do you talk kind of tactics with them or little things they should be thinking about?
Ooh,
gets this one past Mr. Boyd.
Yeah, so I think it's, I think the team that we try to bring was probably, there was a few areas that we were potentially lacking from last year. Don't want to give too many tactics away, Vinny, unless whoever participates in the final. So I don't want to give too many things away, but in
probably
terms
not listening to this in time, but yeah. I'll tell you what I see anyway in your squad. I see a lot of variety in the bowling attack. So not just spin bowlers, but different types of spinners, different types of pace bowlers. Even you've got whatever Tim Tector's bowling. No one can quite work out what to call that at the moment. But you know, you've got variety and you've got depth in the batting as well. And I think someone like Hoey coming in, I think offers a bit of X factor with his wrist spin. So again, you don't have to give too much away, but that's something that I've observed. And obviously, so far you haven't lost a game. You're doing very, very well.
Yeah, no, definitely. No, it's been a good start to the tournament, and what's nice is it's short and sweet this year. Last year was a few more games that we had to play.
5-day groups last year. Well bowled Salnan.
Well bowled again.
For the most part, bowled very, very well today. It's kept it pretty simple to try and hit that Yorker, sometimes straighter, sometimes more of a tram line Yorker like this one. Not too much you can do with that one.
Yeah, no, Benny, just to carry on there, I think it's probably like, if we look at squad selection, it's probably trying to graft players for the future. And especially in T10, it's probably a specific role coming into potentially a T20 or 50 of a match. Oh, well bowled again.
Well, he stepped across. Probably still would have been wide because it was so far wide outside the line. But in the end, it will be the end of the over, and the score at the end of 5 is 48 for 2. I want to say a warm welcome to everyone wherever you're watching from around the world. I've got Vinny Sandhu here, and of course you've got Jared Wilson as well, stepping in for Rico for a few overs. Jared, again, congratulations for your performance so far. And one thing that I love about this tournament, it brings players together that probably would never play against each other otherwise. Obviously, Leas Deploy is someone that we've been talked about a lot. You can see the effect he's had on his teammates. Obviously, you guys are all playing a similar level of cricket in Ireland. It must be a great way to finish the season, to come here and to get some sunshine on the Costa del Sol.
I know, definitely. And as much as about cricket, like we're playing a good standard of cricket and a good brand of cricket, but something that stood out for me, which we kind of realized this morning, is Sam Harbison scored a great 81 not out last night. And some of the Finland lads were actually chatting to them after the game for about 10-15 minutes, and this morning you saw the opening batters put on a tremendous partnership. Like little things like that. I mean, we're growing the game, which is probably the main thing. And this morning in the elevator, a few of the Turkish lads were asking, how do you bowl? Like, just, I think if we from a test playing nation can come and try to develop more cricketers, like obviously we're going for the trophy, but if we can go for the trophy, win the trophy, and develop a few cricketers on the way, make some friends, then yeah, that's the main goal at the end of the day.
There really is a sense of community to the European Cricket Network. Just quickly, I want to touch on the World Food Programme and the Share the Meal initiative, which is something we've been supporting here at the European Cricket Network. We're trying to get towards this goal of 44,182 meals. It is super easy. All you have to do is scan the QR code, which we'll probably put up at some point, and when we do, you'll see it there. Oh, there we go. Right on cue. For as little as 70 cents, you can change someone's day. You can provide a meal for them. And I know that over 160 million people were helped by the World Food Programme last year alone. So we'd love for you to get involved in the effort. Right now, there's Raz Mohammed coming on for the first time. And I really like what you said there, Jared. And like I said, a sense of community, which I suppose has existed within countries for a while, but the fact that this tournament joins up so many of those countries and so many cricket-loving people. And I think you would have a sense of it, but a lot of people from countries where cricket's a bit better known wouldn't understand what it's like to live in a country, for example, that doesn't have practice nets. So something as simple as that. Raz comes on.
All shot.
Yeah, that's going to be in the gap, though. That's going to be 4. So pretty well hit by Sheikh Razek. His time to shine, perhaps, as Hungary bring up the 50 in the 6th over. So, yeah, obviously, you mentioned this year is slightly less matches in the group stage, and that's because there's more countries involved. Went from 21 last year to 31 this year. But it also means you have to bring your best cricket, because if you don't, you could be going home.
Yeah, no, definitely. And that's probably something that we did speak about before we came, is peaking at the right moment. And even if we do look at our first couple of games, ooh, well bowled again. some really good bowling here from the Finland team.
I've got a few questions coming in for you. One of them is, will you be watching the rugby tonight? Well, I bet you won't be watching it tonight. I know that Ireland and Scotland are playing in the World Cup tonight. But obviously, growing up in South Africa, you must have taken a fair interest in the rugby.
Yeah, definitely. Used to play rugby quite a bit until had a little knee injury, hurt my ACL, and eventually you get to that age where you have to choose between one sport, rugby or cricket. It was for me, and eventually went the cricket route, which shot.
Yeah, that's a nice shot by Zimas Deploy, who again steps across, opens up that long on area. Maximo just missed the Yorker. Raz Mohammed probably a little bit short of where he wanted to be, and beautifully driven up and out of the ground. Yes, I suppose you've got two teams now in the rugby, I'm guessing, with Ireland and South Africa, both big rugby playing nations.
I know, definitely. So a little story for you, Vinny. Ireland was playing South Africa a couple of weeks ago, and
yeah,
obviously trying to represent Ireland in national cricket. And
well, this is going to be safe, I think, because it's going to get over the field. It's going to run away for 4, so maybe a bit more good luck than good management there for Zimas Deploy, but he moves to 40 off just 18 balls. Okay, so Ireland playing South Africa, so you're conflicted or what? What's the story there?
So that's the thing. Every time potentially Ireland did well, and I was shouting yes, and then South Africa was doing really well, I was shouting yes, and my partner says, "Who are you supporting here?" And I said, "I genuinely don't know." It was just one of those things where, yeah, didn't know who to support, supporting a good game of rugby, but felt so close to both nations. Grew up in South Africa, living in Ireland. So yeah, it's an interesting one. But yeah, I think if Ireland had to play against South Africa in cricket, I'd probably be rooting for the Irish, of course.
You better be. You might be playing for them. Who knows? Anyway, this is guided away straight to the fielder. It's also good backing up from the bowler. That'll be the end of the over. Raz Mohammed probably fights out a draw there. Maybe on points you'd give it to the Hungarians. That's 6 overs down, and the score is 63 for 2. Yeah, so I had a question from Pista in the comment section asking about Harbinson. Again, you said there's no injury there. It was just a sense that he got a very good go last night. So he sat out and kind of represents the kind of unselfishness that's required in this form of the game with only 10 overs each innings. And it seems like you guys all share that attitude.
Yeah, I know, definitely. Yeah, I know we decided as a group that Sam's going to take a little rest. And he did, and at least he got a bit of a rest before finals. So yeah, he'll be raring to go in the finals. And yeah, just to touch on that selfishness, I mean, even for myself, I was most probably chosen as a batting all-rounder, and I've only faced 2 balls, and here we are in finals. So, and I'm happy with that. Like, as long as we win the finals, get to finals week, I'm sure there'll be plenty of opportunities. So we've got a really good team culture going about, and as long as we win, then that's the main thing. So yeah, striving for that.
Yeah, and you can all come back. Okay, now I know you're actually a pretty good commentator as well. They're treating you a bit like an interviewee, but I want you to take the lead this over, okay? You've got Zia Ur-Rahman bowling to Razik. Take it away, Jared.
Ooh. Interesting. No one down a deep square leg. Pretty well bowled, to be fair. Just needs to make sure that he's bowling to the right field here. It's going to be interesting to see what a par score is here. I'm not too sure, to be honest, because you never know, especially after Finland won the first game.
Yeah, if you go by the numbers, that's one thing. But yeah, the other thing is, sometimes there's been some teams dragging down the averages, some teams batting unreasonably well. Probably about 130 or so if you go by the stats.
That's a very good shot. Head down through the line. And as you say, Benny, Maximo.
Well, I do like you've thrown one of those in there, but this is swung away. Once again, look at where it bounces. It gives Razik a good look at it and could pretty much take his pick. He steps across, he's looking for that leg side, and he finds it. And that one, a bit like my golf, is into the trees.
No, definitely a good shot. As you can see, there's no one there at deep square leg, so the batter's walked across. And it seems like the bowler followed him and just hit through the line, and 6 it goes.
Keep up the energy. You'll get a break before the final. I'm liking it. 2 balls in. And Hungary really trying to turn this into something more. They're on about 115 pace at the moment. Zia Ur-Rahman, 2 balls, 2 boundaries so far.
Ooh. And that's a wide down leg. Unfortunate.
The funny thing for me is, in this form of the game, it is very different, right? But, I mean, the core cricket skills still exist. One of them is judgment. And so spotting a wide and leaving a wide is actually a skill. That's the ball. Maybe in some other form of the game you don't get the call there, but as a result, they'll get another delivery and another run.
Ooh.
Yes, it's pretty close on height,
That
I
is
think,
very
Jared. I mean,
close.
obviously we're pretty harsh on these. It's kind of a safety thing as well. But, yeah.
Oh, that is close.
Yeah, you can see that Tyrone went to call it, and then he said, look, we're going to have a look just to be sure. They've decided it is a no ball. And see, the benefit of those ones, they go to the batter because it's a bit of your body that you generally don't have a lot of padding on. Some pretty sensitive areas around there as well. So it'll be a free hit coming up. See Rahman having to battle here in the 7th over.
Yeah, no, certainly. Free hit. Let's have a look. And that is a great shot. Slow ball, picked well, and dispatched into the boundary. Yeah, really good shot. And
Called
it
it
seems
perfectly. And yeah, well, a bit of an Easter egg hunt going on there. And we found it. Nice work. But yeah, I don't mind the option, but I think it was just way too short, and it allowed Deploy to get right back deep in the crease and lift it up over the leg side. So Maximo time. And well, essentially, that becomes a very expensive delivery. Deploy now to 46.
definitely Deploy. Batting really well, playing a good innings here. And yeah, depending how it goes, maybe it does show the depth that Hungary have to reach the final.
Full toss this time, just clipped away for a single. Yeah, and so I think for Hungary it presents a tremendous opportunity for the rest of their batters to step up. And, you know, they have at times, I suppose they've been overshadowed in a way because of some of the record-breaking feats of Les Deploy. But Seamus here certainly standing up in a pressure situation. Don't forget Finland, yes, they batted really well this morning. They knocked over 100 in hardly any time at all, didn't lose a wicket. But you know, their batting has been inconsistent this season. Not just talking about this tournament, but we know at times they've struggled. They seem to have the right attitude at the moment, though, the Finns. I think they're another side. They play a lot of long-form cricket in Finland. They've got quite a nice facility up there at the Kerava cricket ground as well. But they're hell-bent on sticking around for another game, that's for sure. Last ball coming up at the 7th over.
Ooh, let's have a look. And taken. Really good catch under pressure. And that could be potentially a game-changing moment there.
Definitely. I mean, Zia Rahman had an awful over, really. Already gone for 21, but he fights back last ball with the big wicket of Seamus Deploy, who won't make his half-century in the end. See, premeditates, it'll skip down the wicket. Probably hit it more low on the bat, maybe a little bit inside half of the bat. It didn't clear the fielder. And so the partnership is broken. Was a good partnership, though. 79 they put on for the 3rd wicket. But Seamus has to go. And the score is 84 for 3. Padal, once again, safe pair of hands in the outfield. But still Seamus, at least he's given Hungary a bit of a ticket in the draw. They still got batting to come. They're not really in big wicket trouble with 7 overs down now, 84 for 3.
Yeah, no, certainly massive wicket there. Definitely put Hungary in a better position.
For sure.
Then I think now with 3 overs to go, basically
time to hit the go button, isn't it, Jared? Anyway, we're going to hit go on the ECCW, which is really exciting for us that we've gotten approval to run the Euros of women's cricket. It'll be a 5-nation event to get us going on the 17th of December, and it'll be right here at the Kartma Oval. Now, it's just 5 nations involved. Ireland won't be one of them this year. It's a bit more of a continental focus with the first tournament. But we did see the Irish women's team do some very, very good things on the network during the year, playing in the Netherlands. This is a low full toss from Salonen. And Razik steps across, gets enough bat on it to get it to the boundary. So Razik, time to take over the mantle. It moves into the 30s.
Definitely. Yeah, no, I think it's just about having a look at Finland, where they want to bowl and what field they're going to set. Just got to be smart. I think that's literally all we talk about when we're trying to bowl, when we're talking to the captains. Every single ball, we know what we're going to do, and we make sure that the field's set for that.
I've noticed that as well, that you'll sometimes make a field change for just one ball. Ken, you probably won't give me an answer, but sometimes do you do a bit of a double bluff on the field? Like you see at the level of cricket sometimes, they'll set the field for one thing, so their batter expects one thing, and you give them another. I already know from your face you're not going to answer that question, are you? But I do like that you're thinking about every single delivery, because every single delivery, a single delivery is a bigger proportion of the innings in a 10-over match, isn't it? I've got a question here from Kroom. Kevin, watching from the UK. He's asking Jared, what is your favourite cricket experience? Of course, apart from ECN. So, do you have any particular cricket memory that stands out?
It was probably a moment where we was playing for New Buildings Cricket Club last year, and we were playing in the semi-final against our biggest rivals, Breedy Cricket Club.
You love good rivalry.
There's nothing better than a big rivalry. And I would say there was about 1,000 people watching this club amateur game. And we have quite a small ground back at New Buildings, and
Let's just grab a quick look at.
oh, that is a great cricket shot.
Yeah, brilliant shot this one by Sheikh Razik. He went for a new bat after he cracked the last one on the inside edge that went to the boundary, but he cracked this one pretty close to the middle. Maximo! Salomon's just missed his spot a couple of times. He went over pitch the Yorker. This one is pretty much in the slot and it disappears. Okay, so tell me what happened in this game. 1,000 people watching. Must have been a big occasion.
Yeah, no. So it was a cup semi-final against the biggest of rivalries, Breedy Cricket Club to be exact. And we're in a situation where we're probably going to lose it. Oh, that is a good shot.
Yeah, it's a good shot. It's found the gap as well.
Oh.
That's 4. Well, he had a half a play on it, didn't he, in the end, Pavin Kumar against Salonen. Game of fine margins. Often say if you're going to miss the Yorker, miss it full, and he does, but it still means that Razik can get more or less the middle of the bat on it, and with the placement, it goes for another boundary. So how did you go on this game, the big game?
Yeah, so we bowled well and restricted them to a reasonable total. Can't remember exactly the total. Oh,
no, that's
that is monstrous.
Yeah, you know what? Salonen knew it as soon as he bowled it, that it was going to be trouble with the capital T. Maximo, Hungary, trying to come late. Razik clicked at the right time as well. I mean, some people were a bit critical of his intent earlier, but you look at his strike rate, 48 off 20. You know, I think he's going at an acceptable rate. Hungary on 136 pace at the moment. But anyway, so tell us, quick.
Yeah, so yeah, long story short, we were about to lose the game, and we had a partnership between our 9 and 10 batters.
Oh, yeah.
And they put on about 50.
Yeah.
And we won the game, and I've never seen so many people run onto a field in my life.
That's what cricket's all about, expect the unexpected.
So yeah, from losing the game to winning the game in the biggest of moments, yeah, that was probably nails the head on the coffin for me. Oh,
well,
that is
guess
monstrous.
What? Well, this is baseball practice. This might be the home run derby. Maximo! And once again, I think they might want to have a look at this one, but I don't think there's any issues with the height. I think it'll be Maximo, 6 runs. That's yeah, I think they want to have one more look at the height here. For me, it looks like it's just,
Ooh.
yeah, I mean, for me, it's borderline, I guess.
Borderline, but called.
Just okay.
Yeah, should be okay.
Tell you what, this over's gone 4-6, 4-6, 6. Salonen, who's bowled so well, has lost the plot here. Another hanging full toss, and that's going to go as well. And that may or may not be the end of the over, because again, they're going to look at it for height. So Sheikh Razik's brought up his 50 during this over as well. Again, we'll just have a look at it. And, well, how the game can change so quickly. This is similar. So, I feel with this one, because the other camera, we don't have, I have a feeling this might get caught. I mean, just got away with the last one. Let's see what they decide.
It's going to be an interesting call, Vinny.
And he's pretty much in his crease. Back foot's in the crease. Oh, let's have a look. Because everyone's hanging on this. Again, the advantage of an extra ball and it being a free hit as well. So it's a bit of a nervous wait, I think, for Salonen. And in the end, it's just going to be 6. So gets away with a couple of borderline ones, but it's still a disastrous over. 32 come off that over. There were 6 boundaries in the over with 4 6s and 2 4s. As Hungary swing the pendulum again, 116 for 3 after 8. What a game of fine margins it is, Jared.
Yeah, no, definitely. And it just, again, it shows the depth of the Hungary team. I mean, wicket the first ball of the game, changes the momentum. Wicket again when Lewis Deploy goes, and now they're 116 for 3 after 8 overs with a projected score of potentially 145, which is, I would say, is par.
I got to tell you, you reminded me of a story in the first grade Western Australian competition that I used to play in. It's a little bit before my time. It's a famous one in the grand final, which is a 2 innings game. It's basically like almost like a first class match. Played at the Wacker over 4 days, and it was absolutely ridiculous what happened in this game. This is 1996-97, so I was still a teenager for this one. He would have been even younger, I'm guessing. But they were 9 down, and they were chasing, I think it was something like 260, 270. They were 9 down for about 90, and the 10 and 11 put on 177. And this is in a first grade match. It was Matty Garno and Brett Mulder, the dad of course, Jacob Mulder, that we've seen playing in Ireland, of course. And they put on 177. Garno scored 127 not out from number 10, and Mulder scored 70 not out from number 11 to win the premiership.
Oh, really?
So in the grand final. So
and were you playing that game, Vinny?
I was not. I was only 15, but I read about it in the papers. Later, I'd have the honour of doing something similar, but I wasn't making those kind of runs at those positions.
Ooh.
This is a low catch and won't be taken. He just throws out of maybe boredom or out of distraction, but they will get a run. And so hungry to get one more. What a big over, though. I mean, Salonen just shows you about fine margins because he bowled so well, but he just missed his spots. And as a guy who does a fair bit of bowling as well, you'd know if you get it slightly wrong out here, you can have a bad time.
Yeah, no, certainly. Especially on a mat as well. I think it probably makes it even for both bat and ball. And if you do miss your margin here, you certainly pay the price, certainly.
This is better, though.
Yeah,
Kumar
well bowled.
can just get the 1 over in this innings. They certainly have pushed the clock a little bit in this innings as well. I think they'll probably be all right in the end, Finland. That's one thing that the good teams do really well, I've noticed, not just because of the clock and because there's potential penalties, but it's kind of in your interests, I think, to keep the game moving and keep rushing the batters.
Yeah, no, certainly. I think it's always just trying to make sure that we finish on time because you never know what does happen. As you know, T10's a game of small margins, and we did speak about penalty runs if time does come into play. So, yeah, I think we're just trying to... Oh, it seems like we're going to have an injury here.
Zia Rahman, who tried to take that catch a little bit earlier in the over. It looks like he's going off with a bit of a hand injury. So a chance for a subfielder to come on. It might be Matt Jenkinson, who's player coach, who one of the most remarkable bits of fielding earlier when he didn't see the ball, but it hit him in the foot when he tried to turn around to avoid injury. Anyway, back to the action. Dragged leg side, hit hard, but hit pretty much straight at the fielder. And he's Salonen up there. That does the work.
I know, as you said, hit him on the foot in that previous game. I think that's what's so special about the European Cricket Network is you able to see absolutely everything.
It never ceases to amaze me. Something will happen in, let's say, the World Cup. And so people say, well, I've never seen that before. And I'll say, probably seen it about 11 times. Anyway, this is lifted up and over from Dara Peretti. Well, it's his time to shine now. Player we've seen go upwards in leaps and bounds on the European Cricket Network in the last couple of years. Ashrith goes maximal. Hungary certainly getting the better of the second half of this innings.
Definitely. And that's also what happens when you have a bit of wickets left in the tank. You can just go from ball 1 and try to get your team to the best position. And now we're looking at a pass score of 147. So
Kumar's bowled a pretty good over, though. But last ball, it's going to go right back to the wall. It's going to be gone. So, yeah, again, fine margins again because Dara Peretti gets another metre on that, probably goes for 6. But instead, it's well taken by Aravind Mohan down on the boundary. But still, that's the right approach from Ashrith, especially last ball of the 9th. But Kumar caps his over. It'll be his only over with 1 for 9. And Hungary now 126 for 4. Yeah, just noticed that the robot, who may or may not have played for the club that we were just talking about in that grand final incident, Bayswater Morley, has just put that in the comment section as well. And Chris Ward impressed with some of the big yellow sunglasses of Nick Salonen as Prashar comes to the crease. Probably a good man for the job here. Your sunglasses game is pretty strong as well. I often wonder if the team gets together and just discusses what kind of sunglasses you're going to wear. Yeah, have a look at these bad boys on Jared. Have a look at this. Go on, show everyone. I mean, they're very futuristic.
You want to try them on yourself?
Look on me.
Not too bad.
Let's get back to the action anyway. And well, I can't see because these are pretty dark. But the last thing I saw was the ball disappearing towards the rope. So Sheikh Razik has the strike here in the 10th. Raz Muhammad's been brought back. And the first ball goes to the boundary. So Hungary turning this into a pretty stiff chase for the Finns, who batted well this morning against Austria. They're going to have to bat very well, I think, to chase these down.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's going to be a good contest, certainly. The next 5 balls is very important. Oh, well bowled.
It's well bowled. Needs to be stopped. Oh, goes Tortuga around him. Now he has a race with the ball.
Well fielded.
Just wins that race. Razik will get 2. That's the thing with that Yorker. Even if you nail it, bad things can happen. Like you can get French cut away for 4. This one, you can never quite know with these which way they're going to bounce. As Nolan Cherry finds out the hard way, but at least he recovers and prevents the boundary.
Definitely. I think a big thing that stuck with me, I don't know if you've ever watched the documentary of Joss Butler in the World Cup final, and it was a super over. Well bowled again.
Yeah.
Joss Butler says the bowler just has to bowl the ball, but the fielders have to back him up, and everyone had to do their job to make sure that they won that super over.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember, but Jofra Archer bowled the ball, Jason Roy did an amazing pickup, and Joss Butler ran one of the New Zealand batters out. So it was a three-man win in terms of that. And if the bowler has to bowl well, but the fielders have to back it up.
Yeah, you're exactly right. It's a team game after all. This is hit straight to point. And so Prashar's going to go for a golden. And Raz Muhammad essentially becomes a dot ball, doesn't it? As Hungary will lose Prashar without scoring. With 2 balls to go, they're 133 for 5. Pretty nicely taken there on the edge of the ring as well. I think it's Atif Rashid that takes the catch.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. When I'm on about 69 of 27, I probably just want to hog the strike for the last over, especially. I mean, he's been hitting it clean the whole innings.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a dot ball. You never know what's going to happen to the next one. That's 2 balls, maybe 3 balls, when he could have potentially hit those for 2 sixes. You never know.
Yeah, it's one of these sliding doors moments, isn't it? But, I mean, I can understand why you give the strike to Prashar, who is a good hitter. I still think it'd be great if he could find a way to face a few more deliveries. As it is, only 1 is required to dismiss him in this match. And the score now 133 for 5. Mars Baiji comes in at number 7. I mean, having said that, it wasn't a bad shot from Prashar. If it's either side of the field, it probably goes to the fence. 2 to come. They're running on anything here. They'll definitely run on that, and I think they'll just be happy with the 1. So Sheikh Razik batted really well for his 69. He'll have 1 more chance to advance the score.
Definitely.
In advance, I want to say a big thank you to you, Jared, for joining us in the commentary box once again. Wishing you all the best for tonight's final.
No,
and apart from being a very good cricketer, you're also a very nice human being. And always great to have you. All right, strap yourselves in, though. It's last ball time. Oh, was there to hit, but he'll still get 4 for it, so he'll settle for the 4, I think, Razik. Man, he's going to finish 73 not out off 28. So the question was, could the Hungarian batting unit step up in the absence of Lias Deploy? And the answer, I think, is a resounding yes. 138 for 5. I mean, it may look around about a par, maybe a few more than par in this tournament, but I think in a final, the Finns are certainly going to have to bat very, very well to chase it down. I would say perhaps you call it an evenly poised game at the halfway point, especially with Finland's batting looking so good this morning.
Yeah, no, definitely. Really well done to Hungary for bringing it back after the wicket after losing in the first ball of the game. As well as obviously Lias Deploy. So now it's going to be the bowlers to do their job and try to and restrict the Finland to under the total what's required. So yeah, it's going to be great to see. And yeah, well,
it was time to put on the safety glasses because I'll tell you what, we knew the balls were going to fly here. Now the big question with Hungary winning the toss and deciding to bat was, could the openers fire? Well, short answer was they didn't last too long. Ravindran went, and then this was a big moment, wasn't it? Padal held on to the chance down at long on. Lias Deploy had to go for just 4. So with the openers only contributing 4 between them, it was time for some wild celebrating. But then it was back down to business, wasn't it? Because Finland might have got the big fish, but there were still some other fish pretty keen to do some swimming. And Hungary kind of backed their way out of a tight corner. That was despite some good work from Arjunan, who I think bowled a pretty tight couple of overs. But yeah, the question was, could Hungary step up? And I think they did. I think Lias Deploy played a very good innings there, setting this up with 47, and Sheikh Razik finishing things off with a pretty polished 73 not out.
Yeah, no, definitely, and that does kind of show the depth and that the Hungary team have, and a pretty impressive total, to be fair, in a match where the emotions are high and the pressure is up there. So really well done to everyone from Hungary to stick their hand up and put in a performance like that. And now it's going to be an interesting one to see how Finland go about their business and see how the Hungary bowlers go about their business, and it's going to be a good contest, and whoever wins, the Ireland team will be ready and to see them in the final.
Yeah,
so.
well, that's right. I mean, your best bet is probably for these two teams to knock the stuffing out of each other in the warm afternoon sun here on the Costa del Sol. But Zemus, I think he batted really well. It's a shame that he went just short of his half century. But yeah, there was this over from Salonen where everything just completely fell apart. I mean, it went for 32. It could have gone for more. A couple of borderline calls went in the bowler's favour, and really it set the table for a big finish from Hungary. And if you look at the splits in this game, Hungary obviously losing those early wickets, found themselves a little bit behind the 8 ball. They were 48 in the first half, but they scored 90 runs in the second half. What an acceleration. And you've got to give credit to the Hungarians, particularly Razik at the end, who played a really good knock to get them out of a tight spot. And so I think it is advantage Hungary for me at the halfway point. But don't forget, Finland batted really, really well against a strong Austrian team earlier this morning to win fairly easily, chasing 101. This time, 139 will be the victory target. Sheikh Razik with 73 not out of 28 balls. Really good knock from him, and just seemed to step up when his team needed him. He hit 5 Maximo 7-4s in there. Zemus Deploy, though, set the table, 47 before he fell just short of his half century. 2 for 14, I think Amjad Sher. The wild thing was excellent with the ball. Then wickets for Raz Mohammed, Zia Urman and Parveen Kumar. Unfortunately for Salonen, bowled a decent first over, but got taken down in the second. Just lost his length and line at a key time and went for 32. Well, once again, I want to say big thank you to Jared for his time. And I know it's a busy day for you, Jared. But I want to say a big thank you on behalf of everyone here at the European Cricket Network. Great to see you again. All the best to you and your family and your cricket family, and everyone in Ireland. Of course, will be tuning in tonight. But for now, Benny Sander here, Miss Maximo, with Jared Wilson. And, well, give us in a word, who do you think is going to win this one?
Yeah, no, just quickly, Vinny, thank you for having me. Yeah, the winner will probably be Hungary.
I'll stop you right there. No, too late. But I don't know. And he says Hungary. Not so sure. Let's see what happens after the break. Join us for more during Dream11 European Cricket Championship. European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme. Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to the Euros of Cricket. Over 109 matches, 31 nations will be involved to vie for the title of Kings of European Cricket. Last year, Netherlands 11 won the trophy. The year before, in 2021, it was the England 11 who won the inaugural ECC. Now we're back and approaching the halfway mark of this tournament. Right now it's Group D finals day, heading for Saturday night fever tonight. Ireland 11 waiting for the winner of this match between Hungary and Finland. Finland chasing 139 for victory. Finland, of course, the 4 seeds today, but they've already gone through the 3 seeds, Austria. They want to go through the 2 seeds, Hungary, here to continue their dream run on finals day. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and joined once again by Rico Full. Rico, what do you make of this game? Pretty interesting. I mean, no LDP, no worries for Hungary. You still have a very good score on the board.
Yeah, I was very impressed with that knock. And that's the sort of thing that I was talking about yesterday when there was a lot of talk about Leos Deploy and Zimas Deploy. And I was saying, look, don't forget the other guys. I've seen these guys play. I've been to Hungary. We know what they're about. You know, this guy, Prashar. And they showed that. And one of the guys that I mentioned yesterday who I thought was absolutely exceptional at the GB Oval in Hungary was Sheikh Rasik, and he showed his class, and he what a fantastic knock. Still though, even though they got the runs on the board, I think Finland, they know they get a good power play in. If they bat the way that they did against Austria, remember they got to the 101 they needed with 22 balls to go and won by 9 wickets. If they got that sort of start in, we've got a game on here.
Down leg side this time, called wide. And so, well, and Hungary need to put up with the ball here because Finland, they batted very, very well this morning. Having said that, it was just the openers that did the job.
Yeah, Venraj Padhal batted very well, didn't he? It was good to see him in good form, made a fine half century, 57 of 18.
Good start though from Abhitesh. Just beating Padhal for bounce there.
And Atif Rashid opened up with him and played some cracking shots himself. Got to 37 of 19 balls before he got out with just a run needed for victory. Ended up being a 4 from Jordan O'Brien. I think this is going down the leg side. Good delivery though, and very good over so far. Nice and tight.
And the thing is, with a chase like this, about over to start makes the mountain look even steeper. You have to climb. Looks more like 150.
It's all about the line and the length that's been bowled here by Prashar. I mean, you saw the way these two dealt with the likes of Sahil Zadran and Akib Iqbal, the Austrian openers, but they just didn't bowl a good length, did they? They were too short. This is the difference. You bowl a right length, it's very difficult to get away. Goes for this one, and we'll get 4 runs here. Not out of the middle, but it's a good shot to play in the power play with the mid-on and mid-off inside the circle. So to get one away, that was an important hit, this one. I think not just the fact that it adds some valuable runs onto the scoreboard, but it's a boundary. When you hit a boundary as a batter, you get that boost of confidence. And that's what Padhal needed. It was great to have Jared up here, and nice to see him showing some of his other talents. Oh, shot. Absolutely beautiful. Well, he picked his up and he sends it packing, doesn't he? Sailing over the man on square for 6 runs. Great hit. So, seen this before, haven't we, from Hungarian bowlers, where they start an over well and not able to finish well. I think Prashar had the same issues against the Irish earlier. First 3 deliveries were okay, but the end of the over, the last ones, went to the boundary. Can he finish well? Yeah, he can. As he sends this in that off-stump corridor. He's going to finish with a dot. So 2 boundaries in that one. And Finland, after the first over, 11 without loss. 58 matches, since we've seen a golden ball. Well, we're saying that, you know, this is about maybe 130, you know, 125 to 130, about a par score, so only just above, so who knows? Maybe this could be the one, Vinny. This could be the one.
Well, maybe. It's that kind of middle of the road target, isn't it? 139. In this tournament, it's hard to believe we're saying this, but it looks a bit light on, doesn't it? If you compare it to some of the chases we've seen, but, well, it's in the balance, put it that way.
Shots, oh yeah. Well, Rashid started this way against Austria, and he's done the same thing here against Hungary. Well, maybe he's also a little bit hungry. Hungry for a few runs. That's a cracking shot down the ground for 6. So, nice shot. Abasghani is going to get that length right, isn't he? Pretty quickly. No change in the field in terms of the 2 men straight. They're keeping them up. And just looking at this field, they've got square leg back in the sunshine, really. You've got to be ready for some action there. I don't know if he's wearing any shades. Go give him some of those ECN shades.
There's some pretty big ones going around the ground right now. This one's way too wide from Ghani. Got pretty well earlier. So it's going to be a game with a few twists and turns. You kind of feel that already. And the importance of early wickets. Finland probably haven't had as many guys doing the damage with the bat, although they've got a few in there. I mean, Alan Cherry's a guy in the middle order. He's ready to whack balls everywhere. Got Amjad Share the Wild thing yet to really show what he can do with the bat.
Think about it, but as soon as they see this going to the danger man deploy, they say, we'll just stick to nothing here. So, good comeback from Ghani after being smashed for a big 6 first ball. So, all right, it's bowled wide, but no runs of that one. Still moving that field around, fine-tuning it. And that's another one that's going to go the distance. Slot bowling. You're pitching it up, you're putting it in the slot, and Rashid, one thing he's shown that he can do is hit straight down the ground. I think you've got to be, as a bowler, as a seam bowler, one thing you have to try is, well, test him on the short ball maybe. You've got the square leg back on the boundary. So that is Prashar back there. We know he's a great catcher. He took a brilliant catch against the Irish. He's back there. Maybe try the short delivery.
Oh, it's a good leave, actually. Spot it was down leg side. Didn't want to flirt with it. But Rashid kind of played second fiddle a bit this morning, but hit some very good shots in his own right as they overcame Austria. Oh, I know, really disappointed to not make it to the second half of the day. Ghani just has to try and pull this over out of the fire. If he can stop this going magical, he'll feel that's a win. Deep in the creases, Rashid waiting for him. And he's going to pound it over point, but there's a fielder there. And he goes close, but he can't quite climb the ladder. Dara Peretti, Maximo. 6 more to Finland, and the second does go magical.
Well, Finland. And doing what they did against Austria, they're not being put under pressure at the moment, are they? They're not feeling the nerves. They're playing their shots well.
Well, he was thinking of a single there. It was never on, was it, Rashid? I know he hit you for runs, but that was probably a good decision to turn around. Yeah, so you want a good power play when you're chasing this kind of a score. You're kind of looking 40s at the moment. Certainly on for that, at least.
Yeah, they can finish, say, around about the 45. They'll be on top. Key thing is, though, also to try and keep those wickets intact.
This is a really good pull shot. He hits it around the field. It doesn't really elevate, doesn't have to. Finds the gap, Rashid. Magical start for him, and the Finns are flying once again with the bat on finals day. It's 35 without loss after 2.
24 of that one, Vinny. And liking that shot. Loved the way he got right on top of it. Took all of the risk element out. Found the gap and gets the run. So I think are we going to see a change here? No. Now they're going back to Avinash Prashar here. Now, in the last match, they didn't do this. I think maybe because he was a little bit expensive. I think he may have gone for around the teens. And they didn't bring him back at all. So I think they're thinking, right, we're going to use him. We've got to use him early. And they'll be hoping that, their top gun, their key opening strike bowler can get a breakthrough here.
Pressure. A little bit short, helped around the corner. That's going to fly all the way. Maximal. Doesn't quite get it right, but you got to say it was excellent footwork by the batter there, Padal, to get in behind it and just turn on it using the pace all the way, 6 runs.
Yeah, nice shot. And you can see that Prashar trying to hurry the batter, but he, well, dare I say it, he doesn't really have the pace on that one to trouble Vanaraj, who plays a lovely shot.
Well, short again, doesn't really time it, but I think it's going to have enough to go. 1 bounce, 4 runs. And something about this opening combination today, they look indestructible, the Finnish opening pair.
A wicket changes everything. Hungary will know that. It's a cracking start from Finland so far, but they need a breakthrough. And I get the feeling that straight after this over, maybe somebody like Zemus Deploy will come on. Not quite the end of the over. We'll talk about that maybe after this delivery. But yeah, keep an eye out for that upcoming events.
So much coming on the European Cricket Network. A little glance. This is 4 more. Would have been a wide, but why worry about a wide? We can get a boundary. Right now, Hungary on the back foot. Finland have stormed into the driver's seat in the second half of this qualifier.
What a beautiful shot that is. Yeah, just to remind you, some of the events coming up here. We got straight after the European Cricket Championship here, we go to Croatia. Looking forward to seeing again some of the Croatian players that we saw here at the Carlem Oval. We've got the Malta Encore, 3 weeks of action in Malta. And then, of course, we come back to Spain, in Barcelona, and then back here for the European Cricket Championships, the women's edition. Wait is the call. Yeah, they need to get the calling right here. The last thing that you want, if you're Finland, is to have a start like this and then get a crazy run out. 2 balls to go. Prashar under pressure. Can he get a breakthrough? Doesn't normally go a spell without picking up anything.
Just cut away, and they make a meal of it. It only cost them 1 run in the end. They're both worried that was going to head through the boundary, but they got a piece. And so it will be 2 that'll bring up the 50 for Finland. We're talking 40s power play. Well, already they're up in the 50s with a ball to spare.
Yeah, got in each other's way. The fielders there, unfortunately. So it just cost them that run. So aggressive batting and confident batting. Prashar in the over. He's gone for 14 so far.
Last ball to third. And lifted up. Is it far enough? Maybe, maybe not. Zemus is after it. He can't quite basketball it back in. That's another 4 runs. Finland 55 without loss after 3.
We see that shot again. Once again, it's a good shot to play in the power play. Well, Hungary will be happy that the power play is over because they can put 3 more bodies back now and try and plug some of these gaps. Well, just take a look at that at the moment. Wow,
right
Finland in front.
Surf's up. You can see second half of the innings, 90 runs, including that supersonic 32. Okay, they pegged it back to an extent in 9 and 10, but the damage was kind of done on the scoreboard. If they hadn't have pegged it back in the 9th and 10th, then Finland might have been chasing something like 150s, maybe more. So, well, it's going to be an important 4 or 5 over period here. I think we're going to see a lot of spin. We'll see Zemus deploy coming on now. We may see Les deploy as well. We might see Dara Peretti. Also Rizik, sometimes thrown in the middle. But that's the power play that's done. At least now Hungary have the benefit of 5 outfielders instead of just the 2.
Yeah, and Debbie, well, they're looking for a miss hit now as spin comes on. 3 men on the leg side, 2 in the off. Standard field, you would say. Zemus deploy. See if he can get the breakthrough. They badly need it.
Oh, pretty fast today, Zemus. Pushing a lot through. Wild throw. Won't cost him an overthrow as the outfielder's quick to get in and back that up. Yeah, middle overs make or break it, basically. If Finland are flying at the moment, it's a great start, but it's only a start in this chase. 2 teams arrive to this match. Only one will survive it. Again, another one pushed through. He seems to have abandoned the idea of kind of overspinning too many at all. Although it's a bit predictable, it's been pretty effective for him.
Yeah, I think this gets Mars Bargy in play behind the stumps. See if he can get the batters to come out and get a sharp stumping in.
2 balls gone in the over, that's confirmed. Another pace on delivery. Bit of a bottom-edged chop cut for a single. So far so good for Azimus to deploy. Got a feeling though, it's quite a regular tactic he's using. So if I was batting here, I'm probably looking to get across, maybe go the little paddle, use the pace, maybe a little dab cut. But Azimus batted well, made a good start with the ball. Another one which he pushes through, but runs behind the wicket. It's just a thin edge which flies away. Welcome runs for the Finns.
Yeah, very welcome runs. Was bowled very well, didn't he? See him deploy against Ireland earlier. Probably was, say, the pick of the bowlers. Kept it nice and tight. He's a little bit unlucky there. I suerte for Rashid.
Finland now 68-32 according to the wind predictor, but we know that can change pretty quickly. Now this is up in the air. Fielder has a play on it and a brilliant catch. Well, he thinks of throwing it away, but why? Because he lands in the field of play, he takes the catch, and finally Finland have lost a wicket on finals day. It seems to deploy with a breakthrough. 61 for 1. What a catch out there by the skipper, Vinod Ravindran.
That is why he's there. A lot of people will say, captain on the boundary. Normally you'd have the captain inside where all the action is. He's a tremendous fielder. And look at this catch. He's not the tallest of men, but how about, look at the leap. Look, he's up in the air. He lands the landing perfect, takes the catch. That is a huge moment. I mean, he makes a good contribution there, Atif Rashid, but he'll feel very disappointed that he's lost his wicket there. 27 of just 9 deliveries. Well batted. Well, Finland needed a good start, and he's given them that.
It's a fantastic catch, not only because it's a wicket, but also it saves 6 runs, which in the context of this game might be huge. Here, Ravindran, as he's dropping to the ground after jumping to take the catch, he's actually watching where his feet are going to land. So he's getting ready to throw it away if in that split second that he glances, he thinks he's going to land on the rope or over. So it's actually a magnificent piece of outfielding. Finland get the benefit of another good start from their openers though. 61 for 1 as Jordan O'Brien comes to the crease at number 3.
O'Brien now, can he get a little partnership going here with Vinraj Badal?
This one does actually turn. First leg he's bowled in a while, Seamus, but turns too much and it's called a wide.
O'Brien leaves this alone, not tempted to have a little waft at it.
Yeah, interesting change of tactics to a new batter. Zim's slows things down, but only 7 come off that over, and 4 of those were nicked here at 62 for 1 after 4.
Yeah, really good delivery, and it looks like we're going to see the brothers stay with this attack as Azimus bowls brilliantly well. 7 off the over, and now Leos deploy. It's time for him to come on. So he's going to try and do very much the same. The batters know what's coming their way. Let's see how they deal with it.
Yeah, Leos getting a bowl here with his left arm orthodox. And you haven't seen bowling too much in the second half of this group, but they feel his experience will be invaluable in this situation. A potential turning point with that catch of Ravinder on the boundary. Again, the importance of fielding, holding your catches, and that wasn't an easy one at all. First ball is swept and knocked down.
Brilliant stop.
Excellent stop by Marc Desfontaine. I think it was going to be a single anyway. And stopped it going to the boundary. 3 saved.
Super stop from the youngster. And acrobatic and making the stop. That's why it's really important that they got the youth in this side, Hungary. I mean, they've made some changes. And that's why stops like that are made. I mean, that could have been 4 runs, but it's just a single.
Nice one, Marky.
O'Brien, very experienced cricketer, qualified now on residency to play for Hungary, and hoping to make a difference in this crucial match. He goes for it straight away, but I think he's found trouble. It's Zemus down at long off, and he takes the catch. So the deploys combine once again. Jordan O'Brien went for the big shot, but couldn't find the middle of the bat. And 2 fall quickly for Finland. It's 63 for 2.
Zemus, no mistakes. And, well, O'Brien, I felt that he could be the key batter in this knock. I think if the openers gave you a good start, maybe O'Brien could have stayed there and batted all the way through. But with that wicket gain now, I think that really does put, for me, puts Hungary in the driving seat.
Yeah, look, that shot's probably on. You can see O'Brien thinking, all right, this is kind of in my zone. Even though I suppose it's his first ball from Leas, so you're always thinking about whether you should go after the first one or not. He'll be disappointed. But it's unselfish batting. Tried to clear the ropes, wasn't able to. Jordan, the second wicket down. It's 63 for 2.
Yeah, I understand the shot. I mean, you're needing something like 13 from the over. You know that the last over was a pretty decent one. Only went just for 7. If this one doesn't go for many, then, you know, you're up against it. Well, one man we know has certainly got the power. I mean, just look at him there. He looks like one of those Greek Olympic statues, doesn't he? Look at those arms as Nelan Cherry comes out. And, well, those arms get into play straight away. And that's the power they possess as this one sails over cow corner. 6 runs.
Yeah, well, this game's on a knife's edge at the moment. Nelan Cherry trying to tilt it back towards the Finns. And again, this is kind of his wheelhouse, isn't it? Look at those arms. I mean, we've talked about it several times. We tried to measure them, but several tape measures were broken in the process of trying to wrap it around the large biceps of Fahim. He's getting a bit too straight there. It makes the adjustment. And that's what good players do. You can see he drifted a little bit in towards the pads, maybe the stumps of Nelan Cherry, but the next ball makes that slight adjustment.
Yeah, it's being able to pick very quickly where the strong points are of certain batters.
Yeah, I think this is almost deliberate as well, hoping that maybe we'll get a charge from Nelan Cherry, or Nelan Cherry might try and poke at this anyway. Good take from Nelan Cherry. Now in the air, but this one does have the power to get over Zemus. Maximal! Well, Nelan Cherry likes to deal in sixes, and Finland certainly keeping this game very, very interesting.
Yeah, well, those 2 boundaries, key, aren't they? 12 runs in 2 hits. It means that right now is very much neck and neck coming up to the halfway point. They wanted to be around about the 70-80 mark, and they're there.
One's a wide, drives at it anyway. Nice take.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
By Mars.
Surprised he goes for this, and I get the feeling that this is what Van Raj is probably saying to him. Hey, leave those alone like you did last time.
True. Last ball, take 2. This one drops into the block hole.
Hesitation. Oh, well, this is going to be close. Is he gone here? They look like they've got him, and I reckon he knows it as well. Oh dear, oh dear. They didn't need to do this. I mean, there was hesitation in the run. They don't go straight away. I get the feeling he's gone.
Now, the only question here is the stumps, are the stumps broken with the glove in the hand?
Let's have a look.
It looks clean to me from there, but we'll just have a look at the other angle.
I reckon it's okay.
I think it's okay. It's actually super quick work. But look, there, ball in the hand. And yeah, ball in the hand fractionally before the stumps are broken. That looks clean to me. And I think it's going to be the end of Paral.
Criminal. That is criminal. It really is. I mean, there's the decision. It's criminal. I mean, he does well just to keep it in his gloves, doesn't he, Mars Bargy? But you didn't need that. You were where you wanted to be. As we see it again, you're where you wanted to be. You don't need to take a risky run like that. Nelan Cherry has come out. He's hit 2 sixes. And Vanaraj Padal, who made a fine half century earlier, he's going well. He's in the 30s. And now he's going to be run out like that. That hurts you. That really does hurt you. So just think of the wickets that we've seen before. We saw the brilliant catch to remove Atif Rashid. O'Brien really played a bit of a nothing shot to get out, and then that one, oh, that really hurts you.
got to say it's a brilliant take from Mars Baiji in the end, because he had to be that quick to get him. You can see he was only just out, but it's a kind of little half volley pick up and takes the stumps in one motion. That's a huge moment in the game. Padal's been so good today. Run out for 32, 77 for 3 after 5 overs. Great time for you to get interactive as well if you'd like to, and you can send us messages. Get me at Mr. Maximo. You can get Rico at Rico4. I mentioned Ed and Sean getting married today, sent me a message. And today's actually my parents' wedding anniversary as well, so they've been married 45 years. I hope Ed and Sean have at least that many together. Getting married in Sydney today. Anyway, Zemus coming back over number 6. What a good game this is. Also got to say well done to Danny Akbar, who was able to get the ball in pretty quickly, but Marzi was very, very quick to break the bails and had to be.
Didn't need to do it, Vinny. They didn't need to do it. They look back at that and seeing, well, sort of giving a wicket away when they were recovering after those. Certainly after the loss of O'Brien cheaply. That's just wasn't smart cricket. I was saying that they're already sort of where they want to be. Didn't have to go for that run.
Themis has really stepped up in this game, hasn't he? He's got a lot of on-pace deliveries, but when the new batters have come out, he's bowled slowly and tried to turn them past the outside edge. Let's see what he does here.
Chance, gone. Another one bites the dust. And the wild thing, Amjad Sher will go. And, well, after such a good start, remember 55 in the power play going well. Now wickets are starting to fall as Zimmers deploy. He takes another wicket and just drifts that up there. I think it's clever bowling. Remember what he's been doing up until now. He's been firing it in. This time there's no pace in that. He gets a bit more drift on it, and Amjad just doesn't get it right. He's trying to get it over that fielder. Another one bites the dust, and Hungary now all over Finland.
They are. But they're winning this part of the game. Amjad Sher will be so disappointed. It's clever bowling though from Zemus deploy. Danny Akbar in the action again, takes a simple catch. Golden Derek mode activated. Aravind Mohan, the new batter. Just keep an eye on this required rate as well. It's around about 13 at the moment, so that's not out of control at all. But the problem for Finland is this is turning into a proper collapse, really. They've lost 4 wickets for 17 runs. And that's all come pretty quickly in the last 15 balls. Anyway, Mohan faces up. Got to say, Zemus very clever. I mean, knows his tactics here. When the batters were set, he was firing it in, didn't want to challenge the drive. He knows new batters. A bit like Jordan O'Brien got out trying a drive early in your innings. It is a risky proposition if you haven't quite gotten on the pace yet. Nellen Cherry, though, he is on the pace, 13 off 5. Tries to launch leg side, doesn't really get it. Long chase, and it's an unsuccessful chase for Abbas Ghani. That was all about the placement there. And Nellen Cherry is so strong, even when he mishits them, they do travel pretty quickly. And 4 runs to Finland as they try to get some semblance of control back into this innings.
Yeah, a lot of hopes lying on him at the moment, don't they? Nellen Cherry. Can he keep hitting the ball well like he is, and maybe someone like Mohan just stay there with him? Get a good partnership game for the next 18 deliveries or so. Firmly hit, just dipping, and a good stop.
Excellent effort from Sheikh Razik. Keeps in front of him, just a single. But I do think at this stage, if you get a chance for a catch, a half chance, even if you risk a boundary, you probably take it if it's Nellen Cherry batting.
Yeah.
He's one guy you know, if he stays there, then he's very, very capable of winning the game for Finland. So you try and take a chance to get him by any means necessary.
See, Zemus moving his fielders around. He wants to cover all the angles. Miscue. Can the fielder get there? And just out of his reach.
Yeah, I mean, that looked like it might be another one. Again, it's clever bowling to the new batter, Mohan. It was tossed up and did draw the false stroke. End of the over. Excellent spell. Excellent match from Zemus to deploy here. He takes 2 for 15 to go with his first innings contribution of 47 runs. It's 85 for 4 after 6.
When you look at like for like, Vinny, I mean, remember there was that one over that went for 32, wasn't it, late on in the innings? when Hungary were batting. But Finland at the moment, when you look at like for like, they're 85 for 4. At this stage, Hungary was 63 for 2.
Yeah.
So you can see that if somebody like Nell and Cherry can stay there, if he can stay there and Mohan or somebody just keeps giving him the strike, he keeps hitting 2 or 3 boundaries and over. I mean, this is still on.
They're right on the rate at this stage. Sheikh Razik gets ball in the 7th. Sneaking down the leg side, but a dot ball is a good ball at the moment. Mohan, I think, his first plan does have to be to get off strike. Well, if he sees something he can hit for 4 or 6, then sure. Doesn't have to go looking for trouble at this stage. Sheikh Razik pulls a lot of these rolling off cutters. It's been pretty effective. It was a slower ball, but it gets him, and
Now, where's it got him?
yeah, I think it's got him somewhere that's a little bit uncomfortable. And so Mohan needs a moment. Time to call Magic Spray Mary.
Well, I think if where he's hit, yeah, going by where I think he's been hit, Magic Spray is going to do him no good over there. And maybe a bit of WD-40 might be a better bet because, yeah, he's saying it was right there. He said, right there. So, yeah, he says, I just need a little bit of time to compose myself. And, well, why not just soak up some of the rays here on the Costa del Sol? Why not? Get some of the sunshine. And the umpire say, come on, well, there you go. There's Tyrone.
I wonder what this is meant to do. Well, he made him kick himself in the grill with his pads.
Hee-ho. Well, maybe he's pumping him up.
Sometimes time's the only healer, and they've waved off the Magic Spray, but they've let Nathan Collins come on with a drink.
Well,
now he's going to get turned around. Sometimes, yeah, time is the only thing that can help something like that. Hey, luckily it was a slower ball. Otherwise, he would have been down twice as long. Having a look at where we're at in today's final schedule. Winner of this game goes through to meet Ireland in the decider, and we're exactly 2 hours away from the first ball of that one. Loser, of course, it's curtains for them.
And, well, a little bit of luck. He says, OK, you might have hurt me, and now's my time to try and hurt you. Well, he was unlucky the ball before. With this one, he's lucky. I suerte SOS. Well, after being hit in the cojones, he comes back and he, well, deals a blow himself. 4 runs. Got to try and keep it going somehow.
Yeah, definitely. I think whichever team wins will certainly be aided by a little bit of luck. That was a bit of luck for Finland there. Now wide down the leg side. Not handled cleanly, but they don't get an extra run. Sheikh Razik just losing his line a little bit there. Such a good game on a knife's edge. Finland's depth in their batting is going to be tested, a bit like the Hungarian batting depth was tested with some of their key players failing up the top.
One good over for Finland changes this, you know. One good over.
Digs this cutter in again, and Mohan not able to elevate. So this is the big battle for me right now. Razik is the kind of bowler that Nell and Cherry is going to fancy. He's rolling out a lot of off cutters, and what I mean by that is he throws his fingers, kind of rolls them over the right-hand side of the ball as he's bowling, but that's going to suit Nell and Cherry's hitting zone, which is the right of screen, which is where he goes here, but he hasn't got enough. It's a big moment. Abbas Ghani under it, and he drops it. Well, Nell and Cherry gives a life. It's not easy at that time of the day, looking straight into the sun. But Ghani found it in the end, got close, but it popped out.
Well, Abbas Ghani, you wouldn't think it, would you? You wouldn't think it. Razik, can't believe it, but look straight away. Here's deploy, goes up to the bowl and says, hey, don't worry about it. Come on, do it again. You get him next time.
Yes, he won't get a response, but well, I am worried about it because I'm going to have to keep bowling this over. Mohan gets the strike bat, gets a big, juicy full toss, but it drops. I don't think he picks the pace of that at all. Good comeback from the bowler.
Yeah, he's good, holds his composure. But that's what a good team does. Instead of moping around about it and giving daggers to the fielder to put the catch down, you just say, right, it happens. Nobody drops them on purpose. Get the ball and get another good ball in, and he does. It's a dot ball.
Razik's over's only gone for 7 here. It's been a brilliant over under the circumstances. Can he get out of it? Short answer, very much so, because Vinod Ravindran is going to take the catch and Mohan is going to go. So Razik does get his wicket in the end. And you said a big over could swing it towards Finland, but the opposite applies as Razik restricts and then strikes in the 7th over. Nice catch by Vinod. This one a lot more rudimentary. The score 92 for 5.
Yeah, I don't actually mind that from Mohan because it is the last ball of the over. Okay, you lose a wicket, but if it went to the boundary and then Nelan Cherry stays on strike, fair enough. I don't think what you wanted there was another single. So he's trying to play his part. He hasn't been able to really. It's a runnable 7. But somebody else has just got to be able to get a few out of the middle of the bat, give a little bit of support to Nelan Cherry. Nelan Cherry, I mean, this guy, let's think about it. We know this guy can club the ball. If he's able to hit, say, 5 sixes, well, that can change everything here. So 18 balls to go. Nelan Cherry, he stays there, hits 5 sixes, gets a little bit of support from Nicholas. Now, Nicholas, remember, one of his overs went for 32.
Yeah.
We would love, wouldn't he? He'd love to be out there, hit a few boundaries himself, and try and get Finland to the win here. And the rate is 15, so they've got so far up to the 7th over, and really the rate hasn't hurt them that much. They've more or less stayed up with it. But that makes this over such an important one.
So important. And one thing we haven't had a lot of in this tournament, just because of the structure of it, is really tight finishes. And you feel like we might be in for one here. Nelan Cherry still there. And Kamran Waheed for the first time in over number 8. 16 and over essentially required now.
Yeah,
Waheed gets the run-up wrong the first time.
Yeah, but I can understand the pressure. This is... For me, I mean, we say what happened on the night. For me, this over changes the way this match can go. Good one for Finland here. They stay in the game. Good one for Hungary. This could be bye-bye Finland.
Good start from Waheed.
Oh, he's running into trouble.
Oh, no, big problems. Huge problems. Has too many choices and in the end doesn't throw it at all. This is almost a disastrous run out. Nelan Cherry, for some reason, looking for a single when I think they need a lot more out of him than just a scrambled one.
Look, stage fright. Doesn't know what to do. He says, where do I go? Right or left? Somebody help me out, he says. And then the Grizzly just doesn't want to get out of his hand. Well, I suppose he doesn't throw it away. It's a dot. That's huge. Gold dust.
Didn't really pick it up in the fingers. I think that was the first problem. And Nelan Cherry gets another go. And Miss hits it and gets it back over the bowler. This time they will get one. Salonen is a decent hitter in his own right. He's played some good bit part innings in this series. But... yeah, he'll be very, very keen to make a difference with the bat. Finland slipping behind in this game to about a 4-1 shot. Waheed, though, gets it pretty much right the first 2 balls. And I think he should concentrate on just getting that Yorker length right, whether it's on the stumps or maybe outside off. And he does exactly that top ball right now. Hungary, a bit like they did in the first innings, and they had a terrible start, but they worked their way back into it, ended up on top. In this innings, kind of similarly, they were chasing in the first half of it, but a few key wickets here, a few unnecessaries for Finland as well.
Yeah.
Go back to the run out of Padal, for example. Salonen, though, with the bat in his hand, can change the narrative. Oh, and he's going to get a 7 here. That's a no ball, +6. Waheed gets it wrong the 3rd time, and Salonen gets a bit of his own medicine. Maximo! Is that another game-changing moment?
Pressure. This is just pressure, and you thought Waheed was dealing with it well. Now, I don't know what he's trying to do here. Maybe the slower ball. It ends up being a full toss. That is 7. It's a 7 up, and the next ball, a free hit. So, well... the license to go, the full Monty. You get this to the boundary, and this game, this match comes back alive.
Well, this free hit feels huge as well, because if this disappears, that's like a 13, and that is really game-changing. If Waheed can somehow get a swing and a miss, or get a dot, or even a 1 off this free hit, then he'll feel that, you know, it's something that they can deal with. But right now, Finland 39 off 15. They've brought up the 100 with that stroke. Free hit to come. Salonen, no credit to him. It was aimed at his hip. Had to be quick to get the hands out in front. He did.
Oh, well, now, okay, you know what he's going to try and do here. Get this one right in the block hole. Or will he try and be clever and get the slow ball in? He may not want to try that after that one goes wrong. Huge delivery, this.
Yeah, he's just got to go Yorker and try and get back to basics here. Oh, and he gets the swing and miss in the end. And Salonen probably takes the bait a little bit, tries to go leg side when... probably the shot over point or maybe sliced away might have been the play.
He can't miss out on a free hit. You got to get something on it. All right, the bowler will get all the credit. But, I mean, you got to still play shots of merit. What's wrong with playing the shot on the offside?
That's free hit fever. It does strike. Anyway, Wahid battling back into the over. 2 to come. And now gets this one right where he wants it as well. Salonen maybe just shuffling a little bit away from the ball. Time ticking down in more ways than one for Team Finland.
I've got to say this. I reckon if Nellen Cherry's at the other end, he's hitting these down the ground. They're in that slot where Nellen Cherry gets a little bit across and hits straight. And
how about this now? Do you take a one here?
Nah, can't. He should have been going up there and saying, look, I don't want a one. I want you to hit a boundary. You need to do us a favour.
Last ball, the over. Perfect Yorker. Dot. Well, Wahid gets it completely wrong once. It costs him 7. In the end, he only goes for 8 in the over. Quite extraordinary with 2 overs remaining. Finland, it's last chance saloon time for them. 100 for 5 after 8.
Finland, they'll look back at this match and then learn so much from it. Run out hurts them. Look where they were. They were ahead. Those 2 wickets over there, then that run out hurts them. Then that, you know, they get a lifeline. It's almost like somebody throws you a lifeline when you hit the 7 up. You got a free hit, nothing from the free hit, and then that was 3 dots on the spin after that. Oh, you can't have that.
Right.
There was 4 dots in. No, hang on, 5 dots in that over. 5 dots.
There was a no ball plus 6, and there was a single. But I like this matchup for Nellen Cherry. You know, it's Razik who's going to bowl these rolling off cutters right in the hitting zone of Nellen Cherry. Here we go, 9th over. But he goes pace on first and surprises them with a bit of bounce, and you can see their hands on heads, Simon says, in the Finnish camp at the moment. They know that time's running out. They need something dramatic. Can Nellen Cherry bring it for them? Slow ball, fools him, but he gets enough bat on it. Is it going to run away? It does run away for 4, despite the best efforts of the Hungarians. So Nellen Cherry does get a boundary.
Okay, boundary. The thing is, though, he's got to join them up. It is the 9th, isn't it? I mean, you don't need to remind you what the saying is on the European Cricket Network, that it all happens on the 9th. So the over's gone for a dot and a boundary. Runs needed. 35.
This is one time Nellen Cherry can really make a bold move outside the off stump. He's going to be hitting with the off cut of Razik. Oh, he goes pace on, but this time he stands tall and he pounds it out of here. Maximo! Finland not going anywhere just yet, says Fahim Nellen Cherry.
Oh, well, you know, it's one of those matches which, I mean, we don't know how it's going to finish. Finland will get pretty close. And they might go back and just have a look at some of those dot balls, you know, dot balls hurt you. And, you know, if you wonder why we say a dot ball is like gold dust, well, maybe you start to understand why.
If I'm batting, I'm thinking slow ball here. There it is. And he mishits it. That's another one, another day. It might leave the building. This time it's just a single. Now Salonen really has to step up. 2 to come in this 9th over. Still 28 required. So unless we get a couple of boundaries here, we're talking magical finish for Finland, if they're going to pull this out of the hat.
Yeah, I mean, this is here where I think Mars Bargy, I hope you're ready, because whether he hits this or not, Nellen Cherry is running. He wants to have a crack at one more ball in this over. And I think Razik will just try and go pace on outside the off, where Nicholas has missed a few already.
Slow ball, he reaches for it. Does he have enough? Going, gone! Maximo! Off the fingertips of the fielder. Finland needed something. They get something from Salonen. A second Maximo for him, and they stay in touch.
Yeah, stay in touch. And now this becomes the big ball, doesn't it? Because Nellen Cherry doesn't want a single. He needs to do the same again. Needs to find the boundary. That's what he's got to do. Find the boundary. 22 of 7 deliveries. Find the boundary and take it into the last, needing the teens.
Might as well swing at this. Everyone nervous. Razik gets hit down the ground. They refuse the single. I think that is the play you were talking about. So they're near enough if they're good enough, Finland. They'll need 22 off the last. Nellen Cherry to face up. Who's going to bowl it? Another question. Finland right now, 117 for 5 after 9.
What a match. And it goes down to the wire. And that's why all those little things that we've talked about, the run out, the dot balls, that's why they hurt you so much. And the first ball of this last over, so important.
Who do you bowl here? Well, they go back to Waheed. Again, some people don't think spin's a good option. I've got to say against Nell and Cherry, and that's who you're probably concerned about.
I go Waheed. He's over. What do you go for, 8?
I don't know.
I think it's like...
For me, Leah's deploy, the idea of turning it away from the right hand, I think has some benefits. But they are going to go for Cameron Waheed. And, well, 22, it'll have to be a dramatic finish. It's already going to be a dramatic encounter no matter what happens in this 10th over. 22 for Finland to stay alive in the tournament. First ball's mishit. And they refuse the run. Oh, this is also quite important, because if you're refusing those, then time's ticking more ways than one. Yeah. He's 4 sixes now. Now I feel like if he does that again, got to take the run.
It's interesting that they refused the last one, but you also have to remember that Sutherland did hit a 6.
True, he's hit 2 sixes. The other thing is, he's had a look at him now, Nell and Cherry. Maybe he's got the pace. He's Waheed. Wide. So there's the one that they didn't take. They get it back in extra form. And I don't care if you're a professional cricketer or maybe it's your first rodeo. You wouldn't be human if you weren't feeling the pressure right now, no matter whether it's bat or ball in hand, or even if you're fielding, even if you're in the dugout, even if you're just watching around the world. This is ECN cricket at its best. 2 teams here fighting for the right to survive to the final later on tonight. Waheed. Great ball.
What a ball.
Really good ball. And now you're kind of talking boundary or bust.
Yep.
With 4 balls left. Now you can't turn down a 1 anymore. In fact, you're kind of looking, you need at least 2 to keep the game alive. 3 sixes will tie it then. So brilliant ball in a pressure situation from Kamran Waheed, who's been trusted with this last over for Hungary.
Yeah, I mean, just look at that delivery. It was spot on. And have to say, and Finland will know it, it's the sort of length that they struggle to bowl to Hungary. Great delivery from Waheed.
Needs to do it again. That same ball. I don't care who you are. Not hitting that for 6. What he does won't be out, but now that's pretty much it, as long as there's no extras. Just 21 off 3. And, well, Waheed, he's come to the party for Hungary again. You thought maybe they'd go last deploy. He was an option that I might have used with his spin away from the right-hander, but Waheed bowled a good first over, getting a second, and now everyone in a green shirt coming to tell him, look, we don't care what you bowl, as long as it's not a no ball or a wide, we're safe in this game. And you've got to feel for Nell and Cherry as well. He's kept his team in the game, but he copped a couple of full, straightish deliveries there, and he couldn't do much with at the critical moment.
Yeah, Hungary looking to put their place in the final against Ireland. Well, the top 2 seeds will go battle again, won't they? Comes Waheed.
Yeah, this will be pumped for 6, but doesn't really matter at this stage because it's a legal delivery. So, again, you'll even take 2 of those if you're a Hungarian fan. It's kind of your money or your life here. It's Cameron just needing to bowl something that isn't a wide. Again, you know, if you get it wrong here, 5 wides change the game a lot. We have seen that happen before, but so far so good. Waheed just needs to keep it on the straight and narrow for 2 more, and Hungary are through to the final.
Yeah, that's what they keep telling him. The thing is, everybody tells him 2 legal balls, that's all you need, but that just puts more pressure on him. He knows that. He knows it.
Yeah, well, that's legal as well, and that pretty much does it. They turn down the single in the end. Well, the Finns, they have provided us plenty of excitement and adventure on this finals day. I mean, don't think anyone was tipping them, or not many at least, were tipping them against the Austrians this morning, but they played out of their skin and played the Austrians off the park. And they've really pushed Hungary here as well. They've won patches of the match, but ultimately this will be the end of their ECC. And that'll do it. So Hungary have made it to the big dance. It'll be a battle of the greens on a Saturday night for the right to return in Championship Week. Finland gallant in defeat. 14 runs the margin in the end. The final score in qualifier 2. Hungary 138. Finland 124.
Yeah, congratulations to Hungary. They have done it. And you know what? The good news for them is that they get a win here without the guys, or one of the guys that everybody's talking about, and that's Leos Duploy. So they're just going to show what they can do. It goes to show that they have got the ability. I mean, just look at the bowling there towards the end there from Waheed. I think he's bowled absolutely sensational. Great bowling, great Yorkers. But, hey, Finland, you know, hold your heads up high. You guys have done marvellously well. Had a great win against Austria earlier. And then really, they stayed in this contest. But, you know, cricket is a funny game. They will know. They'll go back. They'll be hurting a little bit because they know that they, at one point, they had this match. At one point, it was theirs to lose. And I don't know what it was, maybe a little bit of nerves or whatever, but you just got to go back to a couple of moments. Of course, that run out, the run out was absolutely huge. And I think that makes all the difference there of Anurag Padal when he gets run out for 32. And then I suppose you've got to also look at some of those dot balls there when Salonon Fur comes out. They would have loved to have those back.
Yeah, true. But you can't change history, as we know all too well. Dream11 taking on Hungary in the final. The toss will happen in about 10 minutes, and the game will start in about an hour and 40 minutes. We'll set your watches wherever you are around the world. That should be a brilliant way to bring the curtain down on Group D. And, of course, one of those teams can return for Week 4 as we look back. And going back to Wahid just quickly, he ended up with 10 dot balls in his 12 deliveries. Okay, there was the no ball that went for 6 in there, and there was another 6, but I mean, when it came down to it, he got it right enough, often enough. And Assign once again, you know, trying one of the younger players in a pressure situation. He held his nerve, but early on, it was all Finland as the Bears were on the charge in the power play.
Well, the Bears were winning the battle against the Grizzly, weren't they? And, well, remember that moment there? Only just over the fielder. But that was what becomes the decisive point because these two were going great guns. The 50-run partnership came up, 55 for the first 3. Then this. Don't forget, we always say catches win new matches. That was the catch that started things happening for Hungary. Great catch from the captain, Vinna Ravindran. And then, of course, we saw the bowling there of Zima's deploy. Picked up 2 quick wickets as well. And fantastic stuff from him. And then this one here, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. I mean, only if they hadn't done that. And there was no need to either. That was the thing, there wasn't a need to. Nell and Cherry had hit a few boundaries. They'd got the runs that they needed. They didn't have to go for that single, went for it. And, well, a good throw, good bit of work for Mars Barji as well.
Yeah.
He got the wicket of Padal. And then after that, for me, well, I thought that was it, but they still managed to stay in it.
It ain't over till it's over, as they say in the classics. Yeah, Mars was lightning quick, picking up a low throw to break the stumps. Ravindran, he was solid, wasn't he? This is the one that Salonen did get away 7 up. You felt that could have been a turning point, but to Wahid's credit, he came back well. That was another one you felt went Finland's way at a time when they really needed it, kept them alive, and then 22 required in the last. Just good death bowling in the end. He got it to over 6 the ball, then just had to keep it straight, and that was the moment that Hungary make it through to their first ever ECC group final. A team that only won 1 of 8 matches last year. They were the cellar dwellers. Well, now they're going to compete with the Irish for the chance to come back in Championship Week and be one of the top 7 teams in European cricket.
Yeah, and well, I'm looking forward to that one already. And remember how things go. I mean, they weren't able to win against the Irish. They've had two attempts to beat them. Haven't been able to do so. Is it all going to be different under the floodlights later on tonight? Are Hungary going to be able to get the better of Ireland? Well, we're going to have to wait and see. And look at that scorecard there. Well, Anurag Padal, he gets run out when he was on 32 of 15, batting so well, wasn't he? That's the real disappointment. Atif Rashid, great catch from Vinna Ravindran to get him out. And then Fahim Nelancherry, I mean, a brave effort from him there. I mean, yeah, you're talking about the figures there from Wahid. Of course, a lot of those dot balls where they're deciding not to run, they would have been singles. But you can't take anything away from it.
Yeah.
Get the ball pitched up in the block hole, and it doesn't matter who the batter is, they're not going to get you away.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, a lot of them came in pressure situations, though, as well. When he had to face a free hit, he stood up. Look, it's a tough pill to swallow. Only one team can win. Finland to 124, but it's not enough to chase down Hungary, who, despite LDP not firing with the bat, they had their batting in Rasik and Zimas deploy to get them 120 runs out of the 138, and it's too much for the Bears in the end. Toss coming pretty shortly in just a few minutes. Stay tuned to EuropeanCricket.com for that. I've got a feeling that both teams want to chase in the final. Just have that feeling. We'll see what happens very shortly. You can see we're ticking down to the Group D final. Saturday Night Fever live from the Cardamom Oval, so set your watches and join us back here for that one. We'll find out who will join Spain, Jersey, Italy and the Netherlands, and of course the Group E and F winners in the Championship Week in just over a week's time. Freddie Clocker sitting down with Daniel Weston, of course Freddie from Cricket Denmark, and that should be a really interesting chat as well, so stick around for that. In the meantime, But for now, this is Vinny Sandu along with Rico Full for the European Cricket Network. We'll see you for the Group D final tonight very, very soon. So enjoy the break. See you shortly for more Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
So Freddie, great to have you on the show here. Thank you. What are some of your first memories in cricket?
First memories will definitely be me going to watch my dad play at his local cricket club close to where I'm playing, and just playing backyard cricket with my cousins and the mates out there, and then playing a few games in Catamina where I grew up.
And what was the name of the club?
It's a Catamina Cricket Club.
And how did your dad get into cricket?
My dad, when he grew up, lived next to the chairman of the local cricket club, and that's pretty much how you got into cricket. You had a neighbor or someone you knew that played cricket, and then you got it in through the blood that way.
So Denmark's got a huge, long history of cricket, right?
Yeah, I was actually going through that the other day when I had to go to a school visit. I think it's the 1860s, our first experience with cricket, and then the old railway makers came over and made the railway in Denmark. And then you could see the history of where all the stations are. There was a local cricket club. That's how it first started, and it's a great story.
Yeah, incredible. And some of those first clubs are still in Denmark today?
Yeah, there are not as many, because obviously as we getting along, we have quite a few of the clubs are closing. But if you see on the maps of Denmark where the clubs are, it is still standing.
Incredible. And each year, are there still tours that are taking part between some of the English cricketers and some of the Danish cricketers?
Not so much these days with the English, as it's in the same season. But we're trying to go more obviously down here to Spain, but obviously getting guys to go overseas. But we haven't had the MCC or any English clubs coming along for quite a while, unfortunately.
Right. But when so your club cricket. Did you ever play in school as well, or was it always centred around the club?
It was always centred around the club. That's where European cricket, I think, is a little bit different to if you go to South Africa or Australia, where it's pretty much school-based. Where here is, as I said earlier, that it's through the blood. You get it, or if you know someone down the street that has played, and you get a bunch of kids playing together, and then you got yourself a youth team, unfortunately.
And what sort of age did you decide that you wanted to pursue cricket, as much as you could?
I think just growing up, you want to, with the other guys at the club, everyone wants to play for Denmark and have a great time and try, and you can push it and see how far you can get. But I think I was in the early teens when I started. Became captain of the national under 15 and 17 side, and think, okay, maybe we could do this. And then I think I caught a little lucky break. I got invited to go to the MCC, and then I think just the rest is history, as they say.
So you went across to the MCC for a training camp, and then what was the process of you actually going and playing in England?
That was obviously my dad was under 19 coach for quite a few years. And then we played England back then. They're under 17 team, and their coach became good mates with my dad. And then he sorted me out and got me over on just a 3-week trial, and then they liked what they see, and then a 3 months trial, and then just flew on from there, really.
Yeah, it's great. And what were some of the differences between what you'd experienced in Danish cricket to English cricket?
Just so much structure, better training, and just the volume of cricket that we played is so different. Yeah. And just the facilities around it and the way they play cricket, just everything was different. So it was quite a shock. But when you're determined and you want to do stuff, you try and obviously get as much experience as you can and try and blend in and follow the lead of the better players.
Yeah, and then as we were just discussing, you went to Australia to play cricket as well. How was your experience there?
Yeah, again, the same at a different level. Being club cricket being so competitive, is what struck me most. Yeah. And how 46 players training twice a week could compete so bad or so strongly for places at a club and wanting it so bad while still being amateur. I thought was absolutely amazing. So that was where I developed the most by far.
Yeah, and then coming back and playing for Denmark every European summer as well. You must have had some really special moments playing for Denmark in ICC events.
just the last 20 years. I played 20 years for the national team now. It's just been absolutely amazing. And looking back at it, it's made friends all around the world. Which we were just discussing. And it's just a small cricketing world that has just been amazing.
Yeah. Where were some of the places you played for Denmark around the world?
I've been to Canada, Malaysia, Singapore. South Africa, Namibia, Zimbabwe, so we've been pretty much all around the world.
And that was mainly 50 over cricket in these?
50 over cricket has been mainly all around the world, and then all these T20 leagues have come in, and then we're playing mainly in Europe with the qualifiers, where obviously it's a lot harder to get out in the world to play, which I think is great. You're competing, more regionally. So it's up to the best nation to qualify and go through.
Yeah, and you're still looking very fit and strong, obviously. But now you're sports director at the Danish Cricket Federation. How's that going?
Yeah, it's it's a new challenge. Keith and myself, the head coach, are trying to get the best out of our high performance setup, which we've been trying to work on for a few years now since Keith's been appointed. So it's quite interesting to try and always get the best out of a small budget, and you have to think out of the box and being creative, which when we hear other countries, they are a little bit jealous of, because we are in a different position. So when we think it's quite tough, then we have to see it from the flip side, that we have to be creative and do something different.
Yeah, but you're a cricket development officer, right? Now, so are you doing many things for the women's and the men's? What age range?
So I'm doing everything, high performance or the development through the national teams, from under 13s and up to helping Keith, being his assistant. And I've also trying to help out develop our ladies cricket. And appointing coaches and making sure they got facilities to practice in and all that kind of different organizational experience, or the organizing the women's camp as well.
Is there the women's domestic league is happening?
No, there's not. We're just trying to get them in and practice as much as we can for the different clubs where we see this opportunity of creating a league. We got 3 strong clubs that we're trying to get a league in, and hopefully next year we can produce a league of 3 teams of 11.
Yeah, great. That sounds great. And the schools, are they adapting to cricket and teaching cricket?
Yeah, we're trying, again, where the stronger clubs are in and around Denmark, have a really good relationship with the schools, and we can easily see where there are the more youth cricket is where the connection between the school and the club is. And we've just recently started the School Olympic, it's called, where schools sign up to then play at a regional event, to then go to the finals Olympics in a certain place where Lico hosts the whole Olympic for athletics, football, handball, and now cricket. So 2 weeks ago I had 450 kids trying out for 2 teams to go to this event. So hopefully that could bring the awareness of cricket and more members.
Yeah, it's a fantastic event, and it sounds like a great initiative from Lego to help with that.
Oh, very much so. Just for everyone to try and get out and be active. As we know, kids are now more likely to sit behind their screens and their phones and all that. So I think it's a great initiative from a brand like that to try and get more kids active.
Yeah, sure. And artificial wickets and turf wickets, what's the breakup of league cricket that's played there?
We have 1 turf square with 4 wickets, and as a development officer and me having quite a lot of experience with turf wickets, then I'm obviously the curator of that.
Are you?
So yeah, so I'm making sure we're preparing it, rolling it first up, and I've just put it to bed, as they say. So it's ready for the winter, so we can start playing on it next year, because I think Keith has quite a few good ideas and want to play early.
Yeah.
And so we only have that, and then the rest is artificial.
And that turf wicket is at Svanholm Cricket Club,
yeah,
right?
Svanholm, obviously the biggest club in Denmark, and based in Copenhagen.
And they've played so well here at the ECL in recent years. And we were mentioning earlier Hamid Shah's catch just in the corner down there, one of the all-time greatest catches I've ever seen.
Yeah, well, I think the photo, as we spoke about, just speaks for itself, and obviously it's a great highlight of this tournament, and shows what it can produce of cricketers.
Yeah, we've seen fantastic performances from Svanholm in the past, but I love seeing the way your team is adapting the T10 cricket here as well. Do the boys enjoy it?
Yeah, they're absolutely loving it. It's not it's not often that they get opportunities to get this exposure that they're doing at this event. And I'm sure that the guys that are missing out on selection are gutted for not being here, because it's a great event that can show associate cricket from a different side and a better side. So we absolutely love being here.
Yeah, I'm just excited to see Danish cricket, obviously a powerhouse in Europe for many years. As hopefully the World Cup continues to expand and Danish cricket expands, we want to see you in a World Cup in the not too distant future for T20 cricket. It's got to be on the horizon.
Oh, definitely, and this again, as we spoke about, this can only enhance the T20 side of our game, of how to be more explosive instead of looking at 20 overs or 10 overs like this, expanding the way we were playing here for 20s, and we were looking at why not look at 250, 275 in a T20 game. If you keep going like this at the rate we are here, then it could be possible.
Why not? Well, the way you used to hit them, Freddie, you could do anything in a T10 or a T20. But what do you think of the strengths of Danish cricket?
Oh, the strength. Well, what we're having is definitely like it's a tight community. We are just over 2,000 players, and I think pretty much everyone knows who each other are. So and the community and the bond that players have between each other and the knowledge, I think it's absolutely great. So every time we go and play at different grounds, that we always welcome. We always feel welcome, and we have a really good camaraderie around the Danish cricket setup.
Yeah, and is immigration helping grow the game in Denmark as well?
Yeah, a little bit. There's quite a few clubs come up in the last 5 years. There's 3 or 4 clubs that has popped up, which is great. So that's definitely helping to the standard.
Is there tape ball cricket that you hear of being played around the place?
We're definitely hearing of it. It's not something we're looking into from the board side, which could be maybe in the strategy at some point. But I'm definitely hearing different parts of Denmark there is being played tape ball, and that's I think it's another side to cricket that could be tapped into, because the way they are playing, we could definitely use that in T10 or T20.
Yeah, well, it's like you mentioned at the start, playing cricket in the backyard and cricket at home. I mean, it's very similar, isn't it? You just want to see the ball and hit the ball and have fun with your friends.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what it's all about.
Yeah, and what are the plans for the next 5 to 10 years in Danish cricket?
Obviously we want to expand the game as much as we can in Denmark and try and get as many members, which hopefully the initiatives that the board are taking, that can lead to more members. On the development side of things, definitely with the national team, we want to push for greater glory in the T20 game and in the 50 over comp, which obviously is quite difficult in the T20, because our guys, I think they finished 5th out of 6 in Scotland not long ago. There's some steep competition and some really good cricket being played in that tournament. So it's we're just hoping that the ICC will bring more members in and maybe get 2 or 3 from Europe to qualify from that tournament to a World Cup. That could be amazing. But we got some great talent here, and we just need to play more cricket. We need more games like this, and we need guys to go overseas and play in Australia, South Africa, New Zealand to grow their own development.
Yeah, one thing I love about Danish cricket as well, obviously it's very multicultural in European cricket in general, but when it's Danish cricket, it's always spoken in Danish, and it's a Danish born and bred, and it's a very Danish culture that you've built, so you should be very, very proud of that.
Yeah, we definitely are, because we're trying to mix, as you say, mix a load of different people together, but still having that Danish brand of cricket and values that we want to pursue. We want to have that in the team, so it's nice that it's being noticed, because that is something we hold close to our hearts.
Yeah, but Freddie, this is really in the last few days the first time I've got to know you better and speak to you, because we've always heard about Freddie Clocker, the legend of Freddie Clocker, and not only is a great cricketer, but as a great person. So it's an absolute pleasure to know you, and thanks for your time.
Cheers, thank you.
Appreciate
Cheers,
it.
thank you.
Thanks, Freddie.
European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme. Saturday Night Fever live from the Cartama Oval. We have the Group D final on the way. Ireland 11 perfect through 5 games, but they've been here before a year ago. This is where they stumbled. This is where they missed out on Championship Week. Hungary have a roll of the dice. They've only lost 2 games, but both were to the Irish. One Championship Week team will be decided tonight that will get to come back. The other one will be done. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship, and it starts right now.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Good evening to you wherever you're watching from around the world. It is Saturday Night Fever. Well, the sun's gone down, the lights are on. 2 teams to play the crucial match here in Group D. We have the 2 top teams through the qualification stage that have made it to the final. It's Ireland 11 versus Hungary in this one. These 2 teams, they've met twice. On both those occasions, Ireland 11 have had the better of the Hungarians. But Hungary, they'll be hoping to make it 3rd time lucky. And of course, only one of these teams will get to return. Of course, the coin toss is huge. So Rob Kemming has the 2 captains a little bit earlier. Let's see what happened at the coin toss.
Your call.
European cricket.
European cricket called.
It is.
European cricket.
Over bad first.
Binoth Ravindran has won the toss for Hungary, and interestingly, he's elected to bat. So earlier on, I think they were pretty keen to chase against the Ireland 11. That didn't work out too well, but in the qualifier 2 against Finland, really entertaining game, 138 to 124. Hungary batted themselves out of a tight spot thanks to some great performances from Zimus Deploy and Sheikh Razik, and they managed to get to a winning score. So they're going to try and do it defending again in the final. Of course, if we mention Hungary, we have to mention Lias Deploy, who just 2 nights ago right here, he racked up the highest ever individual score on the network, 163 not out of 40 balls. That was against Turkey, but twice he hasn't been able to fire against the Irish. But like I said, Hungary proved they're a bit more than just LDP focused in that last win, as the rest of the crew got the job done over Finland. For Ireland 11, well, I wonder what they'll do with their batting combination. I think Harbinson comes back for them to lead the side. I have a feeling they'll go back to Lynch and Tector at the top, but they have this squad mentality. And even in qualifier 1 earlier in the day, Ireland showed that they didn't mind kind of spreading the responsibilities. And you look up and down their team list, there's no passengers in there at all. So I think we will see the machine at the top of the order. Watch out for him, but they will be chasing. How many they're chasing, we're about to find out. Perfect conditions as we get ready for the first ball. Anthem's not too far away. Rico Full will take you further. News from the toss is that Hungary batting first after winning the toss in the Group D final. Rico, let's get ready for some action.
Yep, let's do that. Let's rock and roll. The lights are on. There's all of the natural light you see just starting to fade around this magnificent Cartama Oval. Well, let's get ready for the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. It's the final of Group D, where Ireland are taking on Hungary. Remember that Ireland have beaten Hungary on both occasions already. They restricted Hungary to 94 in match number 7, knocked them off with 33 balls to go. And then earlier today in qualifier 1, they got 168 on the board and Hungary 114. But, you know, I just want to take you back to a year ago. Remember, Ireland made it through to the final then as well. They played Spain in qualifier 1. Spain 86 for 8. Ireland won by 9 wickets. So when it came down to this match, a lot of people thought that Ireland were going to win quite easily. They put 134 on the board, with Gerard Wilson scoring 68 of 26, Max Burden 33 of 18, Scott Macbeth 22 of 9. You thought it was going to be enough, but it wasn't to be. Spain knocked them off. So Ireland, they've been here before, and they felt the pain of losing in the final. This time around, they're wanting to go all the way. They've looked sharp. They look good. They've got the experience of being here. They know what they don't want to do. They know what they do want to do. They want to be here again on the 16th of October for Championship Week. Can they do it? Can they make it 3 wins out of 3 against Hungary? But Hungary, they are hungry, aren't they? They're hungry for action. They got a good win against Finland. They were made to work maybe a little bit harder than they thought. It came down pretty close to the wire, but the 138 they got on the ball was good enough. They won by 14 runs over Finland to put their place in this final. As we get ready for the players to take the field of play. Remember, first they will stand, and being a very proud moment for them, for both nations and both sets of players, as they will stand there for their national anthem, and then we get ready to rumble. We get ready to rock and roll. And there's the players that have been led onto the field of play by Nilkesh Patel and Asad Ali. Charles Groucher will be the third umpire, and of course the tournament referee, we saw him out there in the middle for the coin toss. The news, of course, from that coin toss was that Hungary elected to bat first. So I think they're looking to get enough runs on the board and hoping, and this is the thing, if they can get a 130 plus score, they're hoping that, you know, the moment of being in the final and the runs on the board in the final is probably going to be enough, and maybe enough to make this very strong Ireland team just choke a little bit. You can see from their side, Sam Harbinson will be back in the side to lead them, and Vinod Ravindran will be in the side here. No Mark Desfonte in this one, so they're going for Sandeep Mohandas to play in the final. I think it's going to be an absolute cracker or two. The players have made their way out in the middle, and it's time for them to stand proud and, well, yeah, be united as a nation as they listen to their national anthems. Can tell you that we will start off with the national anthem of the Ireland team, followed by that of Hungary. So can I allow you to enjoy this huge moment with the players as we'll listen to the sounds of Vinny Sandu there in the background announcing the national
Welcome
anthems.
everybody once again to this Group D final. 5 teams started this journey on Thursday. 2 remain, but only 1 may return in just over a week's time as one of the top 7 teams in Europe to contest the trophy of the 2023 European Cricket Championship. Please now be standing as we listen to the anthem of Ireland. Ireland 11 captained in this group final by Sam Harbinson. Please remain standing for the national anthem of Hungary. Hungary captain in this Group D final by Vinoth Ravindran. Two teams contest the game, but only one can remain. Let's get ready for your Group D final.
There we have it, marvellous scenes as the two teams stand and listen to the national anthems. What a lovely moment that is for them, and now appreciating each other's. You got to say the two best teams have made it all the way through to the final. Ireland have not dropped a match, and the question is, can they continue and go all the way this time? There's a lot of nervous Irish people on our chat, I can tell you that, and there will be nerves out there. They may not be showing it, but they'll be nervous. They've been here before, some of these players. Gerard Wilson, we know all about that. Of course, you heard him doing a little bit of commentary with Vinny Sandu earlier. He knows what it's like to be here and not win. And Hungary, well, they know they're the underdogs here. I mean, the thing is, though, with Leos Duploy in their side, if he can get going, and Zimmers Duploy, his brother, have been playing some fantastic cricket. And then in that last match, the likes of Rasik, he was absolutely brilliant as well. So anything can happen, of course. It all depends on what happens here on the night. So huge as we see the two Hungarian batters going out there. And there is a change in the openers. It is going to be the Duploy brothers that are going to go out there first. And there's going to be opening pair. So the change that maybe a few people were talking about with Vinoth Ravindran not quite getting it right and not quite clicking. Well, it's going to be the two Duploy is going to go out there. So two left-handers out the middle. Let's see how they fare. And Hungary making a lot of noise up there into their team camp, really trying to support their players. So, are we ready? Are you ready? Fredrika Constant, our official timekeeper, will give the heads up to the umpires. And Nilkesh Patel is the man in black at the bowler's end. Asad Ali is at square. So here we go. And Lewis Duploy will face the first ball. And it's going to be Zibas Duploy, his brother, at the non-striker's end. And we're going to be starting off with Tim Tector, so that's a little bit of a surprise. No Ollie Riley to start, so there's a little bit of a change from the Irish as well. Tector to start. Floats one up there. Gets played. Nicely timed. Looking to get the boundary, you won't. It's well fielded. It'll just be a single. So just a push into the gap there on the onside. So run straight away. There will know, Ireland, that they need to remove the two dangerous brothers first. You also got Rasik who's been batting well, and Dara Peretti as well. So they'll be thinking 4 wickets, get 4 wickets, and they can really contain. And oh, this one goes straight through. He has been a little bit suspect, hasn't he? Zimmers Duploy likes to play a lot of shots on the onside. Normally, he likes to take a step across and go in that area. And that's exactly, I think, why they've elected to go with Tector here. Shorter, been hit hard, and this will go all the way. Balle, in the zona. Shaka Lagia, that's what he's looking for. That's his shot. This one was just a little bit too short, and he was on it, and he hits it hard, and it sails into the night sky. Well, watch out in the fan zone, everybody. When you got the left-handers out there, you got to be alert. Do not take your eye off the action. The first boundary in the final. So now he's just quite happy just to take the single. So good batting. A lot of noise, I've got to say, being made from the Hungarian camp, and that's one thing that they've done all the way through here. You know, they've been united as a team, haven't they? As a unit, they've backed each other, they've made noise for each other. So this one just gets jabbed away in the onside, taking on the quick single. Not the best of throws back to the wicket keeper. And it's of course Seamus Lynch behind the stumps. So back to Zima's deploy. And yeah, it's nicely bowled and a little bit of hesitation. The throw gets fired in to the gloves this time of the keeper. Won't be any runs there, so that is the end of the over. Not a bad one. One big hit, one Maximo. And then other than that, a little bit of tiki-taka. This is how the teams got there. And leave that on the display for you. At the end of the first over, 9 without loss. Yeah, so you can see that, well, Finland caused the big surprise, really, beating Austria early on, but almost did the same to Hungary, but Hungary held their nerve. And, well, Dara Peretti just examining that bat. He might need that a bit later on. He'd be hoping not, especially if Dios and Zimas can get going. So it will be O'Reilly now. So Ollie Riley will bowl the second over. So time for a little bit of pace here. So Riley, not a good delivery down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. So let's see how he bowls to the left-hander. He certainly had a lot of the right-handers in a fair bit of trouble, especially with the amount of bounce that he has managed to extract from this pitch. And also one thing I know Corey's been saying all along with his coaching hat on, he's been saying that the pitch tends to give a little bit more response to the seamers in the night as well. If it does, well, that'll encourage O'Reilly a little bit. He comes again. And, to drop the bat on this, they will take the single. Here's the shy at the stumps. They'll get there. Once again, loud applause from Hungary. It's almost like every run gets applauded. And the two brothers just have a little word with each other. Got to stay focused. They'll have a plan in their mind, won't they? They'll have a score in their mind that they want to get to as well. Big shout out to everybody in the chat. Matthew Hogton, Nick, Simon Walsh in there as well. All enjoying things. Farmer Rob as well. And a few people feeling a bit of tension there as well. Riley steams in. And this has been hit pretty well. Fielder is out there. And no mistakes. That's the one thing that Ireland know that they have to do. They've got to do better this time around. That's to keep their composure. I must admit that this young side, all the way through this championship, they have shown that composure. They haven't shown any signs of being rattled, even in that last match. They dropped a few catches, didn't they, against Hungary, which it's not like them, but they still stayed pretty much focused and composed. Riley. And this one's hit hard. It's in the gap. There's going to be 4 runs. Really nice shot. So gets that through the two fielders there on the onside, the short mid-wicket. And mid-on. Nice looking shot. And races through the inner circle as it smashes into the boundary fence. A nice shot. Righty back to his mark. Halfway through this second over, 7 have come from it. And, well, he's gone. And, well, they won it. The umpire hasn't given anything here. Well, there was a noise and nothing from Asad Ali. I wonder if we get a chance to look at this again. I mean, there was a noise. The question is, what was the noise? Let's have a look at this. Well, I mean, there is definitely some noise there. I mean, we can't see anything from that angle. And whether we see anything here, let's have a look at this. Yeah, well, the umpire can only give what he sees. There was the sound, there was the celebration, there was jubilation. But, well, Lima's deploy still there because the umpire says not out. Well, that could be a big moment, couldn't it? Now digs this one into it, and quick running again, well backed up. See the Irish well drilled in these areas. Well, that will be a talking point. Be interesting what people in the chat say, but the umpire's got to be absolutely sure. I mean, there was a sound, but the umpire can't just go by the sound. You know, you're always taught that. You've got to be able to go by all the senses. And Saad Ali didn't think that catches anything. Disappointment from the Irish, but they get on with it. Last ball of the over. And this has been hit high. And where's this going to land? It goes all the way. Manos. Arriba, 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 arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. As Zimas deploy gets the well-needed boundary at the end of that one. That's what they've got to keep on doing here, Hungary, to try and get to this score of around about 130, I think. As 2 overs come to an end. 23 without loss. Great time to welcome back into our commentary box for the final, Vinny Sandhu.
Well, surprises all round. First up, just quickly touching on Championship Week tonight, we'll find out the 5th team to participate. Of course, still Group E and Group F. Next week, we've narrowed it down to Ireland 11 and Hungary here. But yeah, surprises all round. So they did replace Ravindran at the top of the order with Zimas deploy. Okay, replacing him with someone that's in form. As this will get the gap, and I think this will be 4 as well. So Elias, if anything, he's played second fiddle to his little bro so far. He hits Tector into that point gap, makes something out of nothing there, really. Good batting. Yeah, so Tector opening the bowling's a surprise. Zimas opening the batting's a surprise. Now, as far as that caught behind appeal, got to admit, I heard a noise. There's no real deflection. If it is a nick, it's a very, very fine one. And it comes down to benefit of the doubt, isn't it? Now, whether the umpire heard the nick or not, I'm not sure. Even if he does, it happened so quickly. If you don't see a deflection, obviously, whatever reason, the umpire wasn't satisfied that it was a nick. And really, from the video, still inconclusive. I mean, it goes very close to the bat, but, you know, several things can make a noise. Body language, because Elias is a professional, he doesn't give anything away, keeps his poker face on, and he survives.
Yeah, Tector to continue. Gets himself across, and that's a great bit of fielding. And what we're seeing here is both batters, both Leos and Zimas, are playing some nice shots, also on the offside. And I think you can see that they're giving themselves a bit of room. I think they know that that's the area that's probably going to be targeted. I think they know that too many bowlers have bowled badly to them on the leg, so I think they've got to get used to this. Once again, you see, look at the offside, and
great fielding.
Another great start. Well, superb. Well, you could say he saved 8 runs there.
2 in a row from Ollie Riley. The other thing that I'm just going to mention here is we've got our microphones really close to the bat. With the lights on, it's actually pretty noisy around the ground.
Yeah.
Because the lights make a kind of buzzing sound. And so if it was a very fine edge, or a fine, I won't say edge, a noise, let's say, then maybe umpire just doesn't hear it. Full stop.
Yeah.
You know, that's part of the game, I suppose. And one day when we're all squillionaires and we've got all the technology, maybe we know exactly what happens there, but we're guessing, and the umpire wasn't satisfied to give it on a guess.
That's the thing, umpire has to be sure. If you're not sure, you don't give it, and that's what Saad Ali does there. So, you know, he can't just go by just a sound. All right, he wants to do the switch, and he plays it beautifully. What a delightful shot this is from Leo's deploy. Well, is he going to turn it on in the final? That's a cracking shot for 4. Oh, yeah, this is what you're talking about.
He's nailed that. Absolutely nailed it. Plays it on the length, sees it, switches early, and smashes it along the carpet. And so that'll be the end of the power play. Pretty interesting one. Full of surprises. And the score, 33 without loss after 3.
33 without loss. And we know this is the night match. I mean, sometimes scores tend to be a little bit lower, mind you. Don't forget that it was, of course, Hungary that in the night match, the first night match of the group, did score 220, the highest international score that we've seen on the European Cricket Network. And well, Leo's deploy did score 163 of them, which is the highest individual score we've ever seen as well. All sorts of records were broken that night. And well, maybe they just like to party in the night, because this one is going to be another boundary. Quick feet, this time from Zimas deploy. So the deploy brothers, well, they're deploying a plan which at the moment is working for Hungary.
definitely, I mean, one benefit about opening them together, they obviously know each other very well. Sometimes you see brothers together and they, for some reason, have lots of misunderstandings between the wickets, but I think they're complementing each other nicely at the moment. So Hori's going to be a handful, but remember, Les got after him earlier in the day.
Short, in the air, down. It goes down. Oh dear. Well, that is Gerard Wilson. Has to come a long way, and that's an opportunity. So Leo's deploy, as he did earlier against Hungary, gets dropped on 17. That's going to be a big moment.
Oh, it was good effort by Wilson to get there. You thought that was going to be it, though, the way that Ireland have been catching in this tournament.
This one gets paid out. It's a good delivery, isn't it? Well pitched up. Yeah, I mean, ooh, that's the wicket that you know you want. If you take that one, then I think Ireland would be very satisfied with where they be at the moment with that wicket out of the way. It's not going to be, well, he survives a, well, potential caught behind appeal, and now he gets dropped by Gerard Wilson on 17.
Oh, you can see a bit of dew there, wiping the ball.
And this one up in the air as well, and it's another one. Well, does this carry or not? We'll have a good look at this, but again, doesn't catch this right. Shouts of catch. Let's have a look.
Doesn't quite get there for me. Let's have a look.
No.
Yeah, it's good effort. It's good effort. I mean, they know the importance of taking wickets, because taking wickets will save your runs, full stop. And that's Tim Tector out there, threw himself at that ball. Back to Leas deploy.
Oh, well, this is going to be a chase.
I don't think that hits anything. I think that's a bite. Well, he's been given a run, so...
Oh, no, hang on. He does signal bye afterwards.
Did he? Was there a signal?
Yeah, signal bye afterwards.
Okay.
Bye did get
Thought he
signal.
made a little signal for when they say...
It looked like, but he was looking at the square leg umpire.
So they don't think too many Irish fans will be laughing if that one gets given an edge. Anyway, last ball for Hoy. It's been a good over here. Oh no, I've jinxed him, because that's going to be 5 wides. He misses his spot with big consequences. That's the minimo, and Hungary will get a free 5 with the ball still to come from Hoy.
Yeah, they needed that one badly, didn't they? They haven't been able to get another boundary in this over, and now all of a sudden, well, that'll do nicely. The over's gone 4, then 3 singles. There was that one by, now 5 wides. Oh, that hurts you.
Oh, I'm a huge fan of Hoy, and I'd like to see more of him. And I bet all the Hungarian fans will be happy to have him on the bench until next year. Let's see if he can close out this over. It's still not a disastrous over. It's gone for 12.
Good sharp delivery there. Gets beaten, and a little bit of an acknowledgement there also from Zimmer's deploy. And yeah, you can see that, yeah, we're staring at our monitors.
We're nervous.
With intent.
Players are nervous. Spectators are nervous. Scorers, well, they've got it under control. They'll tell you it's 46 without loss after 4. Zemus had 2 lives in the previous over. I won't really say lives. One was dropped, one didn't quite carry. But, you know, Hungary, they're going to play their shots. I mean, the longer they go, the more they'll feel, I suppose, comfortable, if that makes sense, because they've got plenty of other batters in form as well. Here's Ollie Riley coming back.
Oh, that one is out, because I don't see what this is missing. If there's no bat on this, that's going to be gone. He's gone right across. Here's Elias deploy, and I reckon this is canning onto the sun. I'm actually quite surprised there's not a bigger appeal here. I thought everybody's going up.
Pitching, for me, pitching is questionable. There's no doubt hits him in line, no doubt it's going to hit the stumps, but does it pitch to the left of the stumps or on that leg stump? It's pretty close. Oh, very close. Probably umpire's call on pitching.
Yeah, when I look at that again, I mean, you can almost see where that ball hits. You see, just have a look at it again. He does shuffle across, so he's covering his stumps there. Maybe that's what the umpire bases on. I think he probably just on it, Vinny, but umpire's call.
Yeah, if it's on, it's just on. I mean, the rest of it fulfills the criteria. It's marginal, but I suppose it's kind of swings and roundabouts, isn't it, for Leas deploy. In the end, he'll make 18 in the Group D final, but he's LBW, and it's 46 for 1.
Yeah, that's an interesting call, isn't it, to go back to Riley. Normally would have gone to maybe one of the other bowlers, perhaps even Adam Kennedy. But you can see there that the captain, he just thought, Hobinson, that maybe that Riley was the man to go to, and he gets the ball, well, I suppose only just straight onto the stump, and it's enough to get the wicket. So, well, he goes, but a guy who batted beautifully earlier, Sheikh Razik, now comes out to bat.
For sure. Sheikh Razik batted brilliantly, and they've made a conscious effort to get guys that have scored runs today up the top.
Yes.
So this makes sense to me. Sheikh Razik is a class act. But again, 11, they've silenced this batting lineup a couple of times, haven't they?
Yeah. Hey, for you, third man is up. What do you reckon?
I reckon it's a risky strategy, especially to a new batter. Sheikh Razik's happy just to push and get off the mark.
Yeah, I mean, knowing how Rasika, how probably some of the other Hungarian batters will play this, they will have a go, and Rasika is one of them. I just thought that you're probably better off having him back, but Ireland, as they always have done, have got a plan. Just having a look at the field set here now to the left-hander. You've got a sweeper out at point, 2 men straight. You've got the mid-wicket in place and also backward square.
Well, plenty of talking points, and we're only into the 5th over of this contest. Zemus deployed, takes over.
Nicely played. Well, they look for 2 here, and they should do, and they'll get there as well. It's a really good time shot, and you'd expect Ireland somehow to keep this in play. Here we go, a bit more of that. A marvellous team fielding from the Irish boys.
Yeah, good running though from Zemus. He runs the first one hard, does the little things right. I'm just wondering what the 50-50 score is here against this Irish batting lineup. I've got a feeling it's kind of 130, 140.
Yeah, I think night fixture for me, and with the way that Hungary are bowled, 130. Oh, it's going to be a wide. I don't think there was anything on this sort. That's just trying to get our men in black to be bamboozled. They're too good. You're not going to outfox our men.
Yeah, I think there was a slight noise, maybe batter hitting his own pad there. Certainly umpires are getting put to the test at the moment.
Missed opportunity though, I think. A left-hander would back himself to whip those away, I think. But probably surprises deploy more than anyone else that is down the leg side.
50's up now for Team Hungary. Leans on this one and only get a single. Just a bit of conjecture with the LBW, but if you were to go to like a review on that, normally if some of the ball lands in line with the stumps, and for me, I don't necessarily think the middle of the ball pitches in line, but if some of it was in line with leg stump, if you went to a DRS, it'd go down as umpire's call, right? So I don't think that's the kind of decision that would be overturned. I mean, it's something you always have to be thinking about when a bowler's coming from that angle. But yeah, I mean, 2 50-50 decisions really. One went against the fielding team, one goes to the fielding team.
That's that heavy length ball. He bowls it well, doesn't he? It's a good delivery. And there's the signal there from Nilkesh Patel saying that's your one for the over. That's well bowled. So Kenny finished. He spelled well. 19 have come from it. He's picked up a wicket. And he's making a signal now. So yeah, he did push back the fine leg for that short delivery. He says, right, I've got it out my system. He come back. That's one thing the Irish have done so well. They're the only team I've noticed that have done this. And there's that fielder, and he gets through him this time. It's going to be 4 runs. I think you'd expect him to stop this, but it goes through him. That'll do nicely. They needed a boundary from somewhere. Yeah, he'll be disappointed he wasn't able to stop that. End of the over, and goes for 23 in the end, Ollie Riley, and that is 5 over complete. It is 55 for 1.
It's our pleasure once again to welcome you into the Dream Box. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Got Rico full with me. Corey's off today, but I'm sure he'll be watching with a fair bit of interest this contest. Look, Ireland have set the pace, 5-0 to this stage. Hungary, they've beaten everyone else every time. They're undefeated, except when they've played the Irish team twice. Look, right now, I suppose Ireland 11 a little bit on top, I think, just looking at the scoring rate at the moment, but plenty of wickets in hand. To be the same kind of story as earlier. Can Hungary bat themselves out of a tight spot? They've got the batters to do it, but Ireland, they've got a very strong and well-balanced bowling attack. So a very, very good final on the cards, and plenty more still to come on this Saturday night. Is Frost starting, and he's going to start by getting whacked down to the ground. So Zemus He is in the form of his life here on Group D finals night. Smacks that out of the ground from Maximo.
Yeah, well, Mike Frost, I think this is a surprise introduction to the attack for me, going with Frost. I think they just feel, my feeling is they just feel that to Zima's deploy, the slower bowling is their option. They're trying to get him to go across the line and hoik one up in the air, look, because they know this is the way he goes. But at the moment, he's hitting it beautifully. And that's another one that's going to sail for 6 runs. So 2 balls, 2 sixes. And Frost, well, if they had a plan to use him, it's not going well. And Zima's deploy has sent 2 out of here. Well, they might have got 1 deploy already, but they're still got to get the other. The danger is still there. So, well, Frost being brought into attack. He's the one being attacked. 2 sixes, 67 for 1. Now this one, chase is on the Iba. Well stopped.
Yeah, I think.
Is that with the bat?
No, I don't think he hits this, does he?
I haven't. No, there's the signal. Boys.
Hey, interesting though, left-hander on strike. Sometimes I would judge my bowl. I would pick my bowler based on who's on strike. I just didn't think it was a very good matchup to have Frost to bowl into the left-hander. Sure, they might get a single and change, but I think, yeah, it's just not something I probably would have done in that situation, and the first 2 balls disappear.
They're relying on a miss hit. They are. They know where he wants the ball to do. Right, he's changing up now a little bit, coming from the other side, and that's a bit better.
Yeah, but he would have liked that one first up.
Yeah, that's a bit better. So I think the original plan was to try and go across him. They know he's going to play that slog sweep and hope that he gets it wrong, and now there's a change of tactics. Oh, well, this pitch is outside the line, so no appeal. But he does well to get something on that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lack of pace, kind of works for him here, Frost, as he had Zima's feeling for it. Interesting final, that's for sure.
Rasik, I wonder what sort of innings he plays here. Remember, you're coming up to the end of the 6th over. I think Hungary, from where they would like to be, I think they're on it. If I'm honest, I think they would be more than happy to be at 70 for 1 at coming up to the end of the 6th over. Into the pads, they will take the single, so it's going to be a leg by. So they'll take that, even if though it means that Rasik will be on strike for the next over. So end of 6, 71 for 1. We have a look at the scorecard there. So yeah, Vinny, what are your thoughts? And I think if Hungary are looking at this, the sort of tactics they would have thought about, say, right, okay, yeah, of course, we'd love to get into fantasy territory with the scores, 150, 160, whatever. Yeah. But if we, at the halfway point of our innings, we're around about the 60 mark, and then we have a push on with wickets in hand in the last 5 overs, end up the 130, we're going to be happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, look, you double from the 6th over if you're looking to accelerate. Sometimes you look at that. Just a matter of if they can get these Irish bowlers away. That's not going to be easy at all. Ireland have a lot of options. Kennedy hasn't even bowled yet. He's going to bowl now in the 7th for the first time. He's having a very good tournament. I just think you hope you win the individual battles coming up. And it's going to start with a wicket for Kennedy. Razik tries to swing him up and out of the ground. Little edge. There's no doubt this time. Seamus Lynch does the rest. And the slick has to go. It's 71 for 3.
Yeah, Kennedy takes the wicket. I have to admit, I know it's tactical. I know what they're trying to do, having Mike Frost bowl that over number 6. But I was surprised that when you got the likes of this guy, when you got the likes of Wilson in the side, that they go with Frost first. And it didn't work. I suppose he recovered towards the end, only went for 16, but Kennedy comes on to bowl, and well, Rasik, he had to play his shots. I think all the batters that are going to be coming in now got to play the shots. The important thing is, though, that they don't swing and miss and keep that guy off strike.
Yeah, and look, Ashrith is probably a good person for this situation as well. Can play his own shots, but also he's batted well in a supporting role during this tournament. You can see that Zimas looks pretty relaxed. He's just saying, look, let's just have some fun out here.
Yeah.
You know what to do. I know what to do. And yeah, just trying to bring a bit of calm to the situation. Obviously, you play your best cricket normally when you're relaxed.
Yeah.
To an extent. Well, everyone has that different kind of relaxed versus amped up spectrum that they play their best at.
This is where Corey would be saying, this is what Ireland have been able to do that the other teams haven't. The quicker bowlers have bowled at that length, that heavy length, where the ball is coming, you know, off a bounce above the waist. It's difficult to play. It's the sort of things you don't practice often, and that's what some of these Hungarian batters are going to feel.
Right, Darapureti faces up. We'll get one. And one of the world's worst throws that'll be swept under the carpet there, but it does bring Zemus Deploy back on strike. Kennedy's a good bowler though, isn't he? He just seems to have the knack of taking those wickets. Cricket's a funny game. I mean, if Sheikh Razik misses that completely, he's fine. He gets to keep batting because he gets closer, he gets an edge. Yeah. He's on his way. That's Zemus Deploy, and he is the established batter with about a third of this innings to go. Let's see if he can turn this 37 into something much more.
Very good delivery. You can see what he does. That's what he likes to do. That's his game. That's his strength. I'm not saying he can't play to the offside, but he likes to get that. He likes to go across, and he likes to hit on the leg side, and he backs himself to clear those fielders there waiting. But that's a good length delivery from Kennedy. And I think Deploy now, this time round, he might actually go the other way and be blazing to try and get this over the point area or over mid-wicket. Well, no, he stays at his strong point, as this is going to go all the way. Manos arriba, arbitro. 6 carreras. Kennedy gets this one wrong.
Oh, that's a great shot. I mean, I thought he might jump outside off after he didn't really deal with that wide Yorker, but he goes on the charge and just hits it into the darkness. Zemus Deploy, well, he does have the X factor, doesn't he? He's into the 40s. Strike rate pretty good, about 200. That's probably something he could even go up with as well if he really gets going in the final 20 balls of this innings. Gripping contest on a Saturday night from the Carnamore Oval.
This might be a wide. It is a wide. And that was what I thought that Kennedy would have tried to do with the previous delivery, just try and push it wide, and this was the shot I thought that Deploy was going to play. So I suppose I was thinking the right way. It just had to wait an extra ball, but it's going to be a wide, so Kennedy is going to have to bowl that one again.
Getting hit for 6 once in an over doesn't necessarily ruin your over. You know, if you get good balls around it, you can still go for a 10 or so, which is fine.
Bad ball. Oh dear. Well, I suppose the only good thing here is that Zemus Deploy is not able to get hold of this, but that's probably because he starts to move too early. If he stays in his crease, he's whacking this one for a big 6 like he did a couple of balls ago.
Yeah, it worked once for him, so he tries it again. We'll get the ball again. We'll get an extra run for his team. Hungary up to 80 on 120 pace at the moment.
Kennedy wants to finish the over well. Be looking to get this full outside the off, and he doesn't. It's going to be 4 more. He's not bowling in the good areas. He knows what he's got to do. He knows where he's got to be, but bowling at the stumps, especially at leg stick and short, it's only going to go one way. That's to the boundary. Yeah. Hungary don't mind that.
And you know that Zemus, he's not really backing away. He's either coming at you or he's going to go to the offside. So that kind of line isn't going to work. Thought it might have gone for 6. In the end, just gets enough on it to get it past the keeper, and moves to 47. Zemus Deploy. Last ball, the 7th coming up.
Oh wow, this one could have taken his block off. It only just goes above his head, but it's going to be 50 for Zemus Deploy. 51 of 24 deliveries. Oh, that could have been nasty, couldn't he?
Oh, I'm so happy that doesn't go and get Kennedy on this follow through, because he had his head down. He's putting everything into the ball, but yeah. Zemus Deploy stepping up, asked to open the batting in the final. 51 off 24 and counting. 7 overs down, Hungary 88 for 2. Yeah, having a look at the wagon wheel there, you can see he's been very strong through the leg side. Well, we do have tomorrow off, and it's pretty rare there's a day with no ECN cricket, but tomorrow is one of them. But we'll be back on Monday morning. England 11 versus Switzerland, Battle of the Reds, Monday morning. Make sure you're there for that. England 11 as well as Switzerland, Cyprus, Romania and Malta make up Group E. And that is going to be another hotly contested group. Right now, Darapureti says it's my turn as the other left-hander starts the 8th over with a boundary. Hungary up to 92. But yet, tomorrow off, we have Group E and Group F. That's week 3 starting on Monday. And of course, that means that we're 1 week closer to week 4, which is Championship week.
Gavin Hoey back into the attack, but his first ball of his second over goes for 4. High and mighty. Bowled Brrrr. Shaka Luggow, Dara Peretti, big smile on his face. He's enjoying himself out there now. Well, too short, and it gets absolutely clobbered. Hungary looking to bring up the 100 in this over.
That's a great shot, because he's not easy to pick, Hoey. You see, maybe a bit tough for him to grip the ball with the evening dew here. Oh, he's a very good bowler, but he's having a bit of a Barry Crocker here on finals day, to be honest. Still has 4 balls to make an impact.
In the air, but Chase is on. He gets it in between the two fielders. And, well, that's the way to do it. In Dara Peretti, couple of boundaries, takes a single, hands the strike over to Deploy, who's had a bit of a breather. Now he can get back into the action.
Yeah, it was the orthodox leg spin at that time that turned into Dara Peretti. Again, not 100% sure he's picking him, but he's swinging and kind of playing these on length. It's to be a good contest now with Hoey versus Zemus Deploy.
Zemus has had the better of him already, though, earlier. So let's see how this goes.
Oh, changed his mind about 3 times during that shot. Went to get inside and deflect it, then wanted to deflect the other way in the end. Nothing but fresh air and a bye. Not easy for the keeper, that one.
It might be a bye, but it brings up the 100. They wanted the 100 in this over. And that means that, that 130 definitely on. But the way things are going here at the moment, well, they're thinking more than 130.
We know that Hoey's got a really good bouncer, actually. But the problem with it is could easily get edged away for 4 behind the keeper.
Shot, and this one is out of here as well. Manos, arriba, Vitro, que guay, que genial, que grande, grandísimo. 6 carreras más.
Oh, yeah, well, Dara Peretti has come out and he's shooting the lights out here. Again, doesn't really care which way it's turning. He just sets himself with that kind of straightish slog sweep. And Ashrith, well, whatever Zima said to him, it's working. He's having fun out there, and so are Hungary.
Yeah, he's found a way to fire up Ashrith Dara Peretti. This partnership, 35 with just 10 deliveries. Misses out on a full toss on the leg stick.
Good stop by Lynch, to be fair.
Be the end of the over. We thought that was going the distance as well. 106 for 2 after 8.
Well, I thought that last one was going to travel the journey as well. In the end, 18 come off that 8th over. Hungary finding a way to accelerate to an extent. They're up at 132, 133 pace now. With a big finish, they might even be able to get something like the 140, but I think, you know, if you offered them 135 in the final, they probably would have taken it. But, well, Island 11 certainly being tested under lights, as they were a year ago when they were edged out by the Spanish in Group A of the ECC 22. Year on, they're a little bit more experienced, I think, in this format of the game. Obviously got some very, very good players, but in a one-off match, very hard to call.
Yeah, very hard to call. Yeah, I mean, Hungary, the 130 definitely on. And you're right, if things go the way they're going at the moment, if these two continue to keep seeing and hitting the ball the way they are, they could go beyond that, and then it will be a proper challenge for the Irish.
Here's our good friend Jared Wilson out of the commentary box and into the furnace. We say it all happens in the 9th. Well, it starts right now, and it's Jared.
Swing and a miss first up. And just that slower delivery doesn't give this the full Monty, if you like. So he rolls his fingers over it, and he jogs back to his mark, because keeping an eye on the time there, they've got about 4 minutes. They should be okay.
Yeah, I think it'll be fine. Good slow ball first up from Wilson.
It's another one that gets worn by the batter, so Zemus Deploy. It's not able to get hold of Wilson, so they'll take the bye, the leg bye.
Yeah, and it's another slower ball from Wilson that just bounces a bit more than Deploy thought. He's barely faced, actually, in the last 3 or 4 minutes, and so Dara Peretti will get it back. I think Zemus runs down and says, look, he's bowled me 2 slower balls. Pretty sure this will be another one. You know, it's working. So maybe telling Dara Peretti to set for the slow ball, watch out for it.
No ball called. So this is probably based on a foot fault here. So this is going to be a free hit coming up.
Yeah.
So,
well, he went pace on, kind of double bluff. Let's have a look at it. Yeah, it is a no ball. It's a good call by the umpire. Jared Wilson. Yeah, I think everyone was expecting a slow ball because it had worked, and that he saw the conference and he says, yeah, you know what? I'm going to go.
I saw that
pace
it was
on.
little signal there.
Free hit coming up, so you think this is a slow ball, hey?
Yeah, I think there was a little signal.
Cool.
Well, this is a slow one into him. But I tell you what, that's the biggest bluff ever, isn't he? I think he knows that we're seeing it. He probably thinks that the batters are seeing the little signal for the slower ball, and he bangs one in.
That's top-class poker, isn't it? Showing the signal and showing it so we notice, the batter probably notices, and then putting it straight at his melon.
Yeah,
Was
that's
that
on the lid.
I think it was.
It's definitely on the lid. I think it might have been a bit of uppercut onto the lid, so I think they might want to change this one, or either that or you might want to sip of water. Watch this again.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, right on it.
That is. It's clocked him again. Very, very good that we're seeing helmets worn. Something we're seeing more and more of, and I think, for me, it should be mandated. But, yeah, I mean, that just shows it. This Irish team, I said it last year, I'll say it this year, they are so clever. Their cricket IQ, even something like that, you know, in the batter's eye line, making the slower ball signal. You would have thought he probably was going to bowl one there, and then he just bowls pace on bouncer and he rattles the cage of Zemus Deploy.
And the thing is, though, it's one thing, you know, having that plan and doing that bluff. The other thing, of course, is executing it. And so Medic coming out, I'm liking this as well. It is a blow to the head. I know the helmet is on. It can still rattle yet, so I think you'll see a very quick little bit of a concussion test. There he is. This Manuel or Jose. It's got to be one of the two, hasn't it? He's having a check. He's saying, how you doing? Are you okay? And he's saying, look, give me your water bottle for a moment. Look, put your hands down. Yeah, just doing some tests. He said, go and touch your nose.
Yeah.
He's saying, what's he saying? What's he saying? Who speaks Spanish?
Yeah,
Neil Cash. There you go, Neil Cash. You got Neil Cash doing the translation.
What's the Spanish for nose?
And that is.
That is. The other thing is, you know, when they start saying things like spell your name, I mean, when Shangib Tanakaithasan has to take a concussion test, it can take longer than you'd expect. But, yeah, I mean, they're taking the time to make sure he's all right. So I think that's in everyone's best interest. Obviously, you want to keep the game moving, but player welfare is super important. I think pretty much going to be all right. That's it. It was just such a surprise delivery from Wilson, wasn't it? Especially after two things. He'd beaten Zemus with the slower ball twice. Then we thought he'd bowl another one and he didn't. So then you think, well, he'll definitely bowl one now. He did, obviously.
Yeah, it's clever. Now, so there's been a little bit of a break in momentum here. Dara Peretti is back on strike because they did take the leg bye, but it's been a very good over from Wilson so far.
I think it should be head byes in cricket. 3 to come.
Shot! Oh, wow, well that is the Andalusia shot of the day. No doubt about it. This is a blazing shot. Wow. Well, I tell you what, this is Dara Peretti. You're saying, you know, us, we're a team. If you go after one of my players, I'm going after you. What a shot that is. That is an absolute cracker.
What a shot. That put the S in swashbuckle from Ashrith.
And this one is hit pretty well as well. Catch put down. And, well, 4 or 6. We're going to have to look at this. But, oh, there's another opportunity. And Scott Macbeth puts it down and he goes to the boundary. Ireland, they've been here before. They've had these woes before. Surely history's not going to repeat itself.
Yeah, I think this bounce is just inside. Yeah, 4 runs will be the call. But, yeah, I mean, it was a laser beam. He kind of saves 2 in a way, doesn't he there, Macbeth? But in another way, he allows the Dara Peretti show to continue. All happening in the 9th, and here's the last ball from Wilson.
It's another no ball. Oh, no. So we've seen one already in there. No ball has been called by Nilkas Patel. Once again, it'll be the foot fault. And it's going to be Zemus Deploy who's going to have the chance to go for the free hit. Yeah, that's a biggie. That's a biggie. That's even bigger than the one before.
Yeah, Wilson's driving some extra pace, gets it wrong, and it might have consequences. Free hit coming up, free ball, extra ball, Deploy. He's grounded on 51, just headed one. What did he do here?
Tries to get funky, and they'll get a dot ball in here. So, that's such a shame. I would have liked to have seen just get his foot out to that and just try and crash it over the offside. The 120 already on the board, 122 for 2 at the end of the 9th. That was a cracking over. That one in the air. We saw some sensational shots. Goes for 16.
Probably could have gone for more if a couple of those free hits cashed. And I think, well, I just don't think Zemus was picking Wilson that well. So I think the reason he goes to deflection is you're less likely to have to pick the pace of the ball. You can just kind of play the line of it a little bit. But anyway, dot to finish. 16 off that one. Looks like we're heading 130s territory here. And who are they going to go for in the last? Looks like they're going back to Frost. So left arm spinner to left-hand batters coming up.
Well, Dara Peretti, the way he's seeing the ball at the moment, this for me, I mean, I was surprised when Frost came on to bowl that first over. I think he got hit for 2 big sixes straight away, but he did recover well. Oh, this is a gamble, you know.
Sure
this is a gamble.
All right, here we go. Frost got to keep it outside off.
And it's trying to get it in the gap. He doesn't, so it'll be a single. So now you know that Zimmer's deploy will be, well, eyeing up, going over sort of backward square again. You can see the field already being deployed in that area. Is it? No, he's keeping him up. That's a big surprise. Huge surprise to me.
Great game. Really good game. Big gap straight. Really big gap straight. Straight over the umpire's hat.
Well, tries to find it, but they'll just take a single. So far here from Frost.
Slices it off the tee. I mean, Frost's go-to here is to not get too close. Don't take the bait and go at the stumps. There's no point. You'll probably get whacked away. Make the batter, get it from outside off. We know Dara Peretti probably wants to go with the perceived turn. In fact, he's going round the wicket here. So again, he's trying to angle it across.
Well, tries to go the reverse Malachi. Does Dara Peretti. I think he would have been better off just getting down and trying to play the sweep here.
Yeah, well, hindsight's 20/20. Now changes angle again. Ashworth probably thinks that's not going to hit the stump, so I'm going to take it on. Misses out. I think he just stick to fairly orthodox strokes here. Try and hit it hard. Try and hit it high.
And he hits it hard, he hits it high, and this one disappears into the night sky as it is 6 more. Manos arriba from the arbitro, que grande que guay. बहुत बढ़िया shot मारिया छक्का लग गया.
Held up by Frost, but Dara Peretti held up his stroke as well. The timing was perfect. That one flies into the darkness. Ashworth playing a bit more than a cameo now with 36 off 13. 2 to come, Hungary 130.
Goes for it again, and he's going to nail it again, is he? Going, gone! 6 more! Hi, आज रात में पटाखे चला देते आश्रित Dara Peretti ने 42 of just 14. What a knock for those of you that thought Hungary were all about the deploys. Think again.
Left-hander to left-hander. We like the matchup for Hungary, didn't we, this one? Credit to Frosty, gambles there, tosses it up, but double sixes, last ball coming up. They'll run 2 here. Well, they'll try. And it's going to be run out, Dara Peretti, making sure it doesn't get him in the back. But that's a brilliant knock from Ashworth Dara Peretti. I mean, we kind of said, what's a 50-50 score here? We kind of ended up 135, 140, didn't we, for Ireland to chase under lights? Well, it's smack bang in the middle of that. Hungary are going to finish with 137 for 3. And so the target will be 138 for Ireland 11. You know what? It's eerily similar to the target that Spain chased down against them a year ago on this ground. But Hungary, I think, you know, especially when the big fish of Lias Deploy was to go for 18, they walk out with 137. Credit to Zemas, he bats through the 10 overs for 52 off 30. But Ashworth Dara Peretti, he made sure that Hungary got even more than they bargained for in the second half of that innings.
Yeah, I mean, this is fantastic. I said that 130 would be the score that Hungary would be after. Well, they got to that, and a few extra as well. That means for me, this is going to be a fantastic run chase. It was great the way that it started. I love the moment the teams that are out there listening to the national anthems, and when the formalities were over, then the Deploy brothers, they went to action, didn't they? And the 2 of them poured up a very first good partnership of 46 runs. Both of them hitting the ball well and hitting the ball high out into the night skies, weren't there? There were 6s galore, hitting boundaries. And there was a few talking moments, wasn't there? There was one where they thought maybe there was a caught behind of the bowling of Riley. It wasn't to be Hoey. Well, he didn't quite get things right. That one was, well, a minimo, which really, at that time, you saw them struggling. This was the LBW.
Yeah.
It was one to think about, but in the end, Lias Deploy went for 18, and it was Riley that got his wicket, but it didn't matter. He may have gone. His other batters come out. Rasik came out. And thing is, though, you still had Zima's deploy, and he was hitting it big.
Yeah, again, you got to give credit to Hungarian management. They take and make a big call, actually. Ravindran, who's a very good player, but they didn't bat him up the top. They said, we want to go to guys that have been scoring runs and looking good, I suppose. And they went for Zimas at the top. In the end, he did bat through the 10 overs, had a couple of close calls along the way. I mean, so did Kennedy there, who almost had a reverse mohawk, and that was mowed back at him. But he brought up his 50, but then it was over to Ashwith Darapareddy, and didn't he turn it on in the last few overs?
He was absolutely fantastic. We saw Receipt go pretty early, but don't worry, Darapareddy was ready. Oh, that was the shot off this group, that one. Forget the Andalusia shot of the day. That's the shot of the group. It was absolutely fantastic, but there were some chances. Gotta say, there were some chances. We know that, Deploy was dropped, wasn't he, on 17, and Darapareddy was dropped on 24 by Macbeth as well. Well, they dropped him, and then he made you pay.
Yeah, I mean, the concussion test with subtitles, not something I've seen before, but Darapareddy, well, they had a conversation, didn't they, Zima's deploy and Darapareddy, when Darapareddy came to the crease, and whatever was said, Darapareddy just looked in a really good headspace during that innings, 43 off 15. And in a way, you might even argue it's more impactful than Zimas, though Zimas played a really good steadying role. Not a competition in the end, I suppose, but they both hit 5 maximos in meaningful contributions. 137 for 3 for Hungary. And with the bowling, I mean, they do have a lot of options, and no one really got taken to the cleaners, but also no one was really able to shut down this innings.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, I think the reason there is, you see, they've seen enough of Leo's deploy and Zima's deploy, right? They haven't seen too much of Darapareddy. Me and you have. We know the guy's class. And I don't think the Irish really knew what to expect from him and where to bowl for him. And by the time they find out, it's too late. 15 balls, 43 runs. Thank you very much.
Well, if you love an underdog story, or even if you're a huge Irish fan, make sure you're tuning in a few minutes, because Group D will be decided in the next 10 overs. 138 for the Irish to make it to the big dance for the first time. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full back after this break for the exciting conclusion of this group in the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello cricket lovers around the globe, wherever you're tuning in from. Let's get ready for the final innings of Group D. Which one of these two teams, Ireland or Hungary, will make it into Championship Week starting on the 16th of October? Hungary, well, they put the runs on the board, so there's going to be immense pressure on the Irish. Seamus Lynch is opening up with Tim Tector. Rico Full here, and alongside me is Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, well, interesting. They have had a few surprises, both teams really, but they go with the opening combination I thought they would. Ireland 11 with Lynch and Tector at the top. Well, strap yourselves in, it's going to be a ride. Mohandas is into the side, and he's going to start by getting pounded all the way out of the ground. Maximo! Perfect start for El Machina. Lynch is away.
Yeah, well, we talk about this as this contest has all been about surprises. Well, this is another surprise. Sandeep Mohandas, has he bowled in this series so far? I don't think he has.
What? Has he played? I mean,
I don't think he has. I don't see the name at all before. I'm pretty sure he hasn't. So I know that he can get the ball to swing big. This is a real gamble, isn't it? Oh, well, this is another one that's out of here. It is a gamble. 2 balls, both too short, both being pumped for 6. I don't think he's played. I don't even think I've seen the name as a 12th, you know, Vinny.
Yeah, you know, Sandeep, I know him pretty well. But yeah, unless my eyes are playing tricks on me, it's the first we've seen on him. He's been brought out as a bit of maybe a surprise tactics or another surprise, but he's too short so far to Lynch. Does swing the ball a lot, Sandeep. But he's been thrown into the fire here. 2 balls, 2 sixes.
This one will be a single. They run hard. That's one thing they'll do. Oh, wow. This is pretty close, but it does catch the batter on the elbow. So this is one that's been worn here off after the bounce by Seamus Lynch. That's going to hurt.
Yeah, I mean, this is tighter than it should have been. And look, if it hit, it would have been gone. And a bat plug to boot. I don't think a ball hits him. I think, yeah, it's just uncomfortable with the bat plugging in. But that was a chance. That shouldn't have been a chance.
Yeah.
Oh, anyway, all things even out. Here's Mohandas.
Oh my God, that's an inside edge. The ball races away. There's a dive here. Oh, well, what a stop this is. Incredible stuff. They'll come back for 2. Oh, it's all happening. What a start.
This is a chaos start. I mean, that goes so close to knocking him over. Inside edge, gets away from Mazbaji, and then we have like a kamikaze stop. It was such a big edge, actually took a lot of the pace off the ball. But yeah, clean stop. But I can tell you, you've got 2 teams there. They're going to give 1,000% because they both desperately want to return. Only one will be able to.
What a stop that is from Dara Peretti. Being played, but straight to the fielder. No run this time.
So they've got that when they need off this first over. Mohandas, genuine swing bowler. You know, we've seen him playing a lot for the Budapest Blinders in the ECS in Hungary, and he has played here before as well, so it's not like his first game ever or anything like that. We have seen him during the year in ECIs as well, but what a time to be brought in.
There's some nerves there. Full toss, and this one's going to be put away. You can't be bowling there, so it's going to be 3 sixes in the over. Shaka time, and the first over will go magical. 21 without loss off the first.
Yeah, 2 short earlier in the over, now 2 full. I mean, Tector, he is a brilliant bat. We've seen that, and well, it does take us to the end of the first. And now 59 matches since the golden ball. Could we have a golden ball in a final for the first time on the European Cricket Network? There's going to be some thrills and spills. A game of surprises. I mean, Tector himself, he opened the bowling for Ireland 11 with his wrist spin. Mahandas comes in completely fresh out of the box. Now they'll go back to Prashant, who again, very good player, probably hasn't brought his best, but now would be a great time to bring it because he is a very, very handy player. But this opening combination, I mean, you got to stop him, otherwise they could blow this out of the water.
He's one guy who, yeah, he hasn't lived up to his expectations with the ball. He's a lethal bowler. He's well respected and well known in Hungary. He's known on the international scene as well. Can he turn it on when it matters? That's what he's got to do here, especially with that first over game for 21.
All right, here we go. Every over's a big over, and here's over number 2.
Okay, this gets nicely played away, but once again, they are running hard now. Where's this one being thrown? Having a shot at something. Now, that's what the Irish will do. He saw that it almost failed that time when really it was an opportunity to run out. Lynch, wasn't it? And it wasn't taken when he's bat plugged. Prashant makes a good start. Just a single from it. Plenty of encouragement, of course, from everybody around the ground. A lot of Hungarian supporters here. A lot of people maybe supporting the underdog. Is Prashant comes in again. It's a nice looking shot, but good fielding.
Yeah.
Gets down, gets dirty for his side, because that is the captain.
These all add up, don't they? Already saw a good stop behind the wicket this time. It's Ravindran, who's fielded very well in this series. Desperate to stop anything in that infield. Yeah, apparently Sandeep Mahandas, he had a bit of a bad back injury just before the ECC, so he hasn't played before. They've saved him up for the final, but big risk to take when he hasn't had any cricket in this series.
It's going to be a wide delivery, like the thinking of Avinash Prashant.
Also must mention that Dave B is in the chat right now, but he's also at the ground. So yeah, Dave, great to have you with us. I know Julian Dawson's not too far away as well. So he's catching the action live from the Cardamom Oval. And what a great first game for him to see, because this final is in the balance, although the win predictor heavily favouring the Irish. For me, it's a lot more even than that.
And that's a lovely shot, isn't it? Just creams this through the gap there between mid-wicket and mid-off. That's a lovely shot. And look at the body, keeps it dead straight. Only the arms and the bat in the action. Delightful shot, powerful hit, 4 runs. Yeah, it was lovely to see Dave, by the way. He came up as far as he could, and well, we had a bit of a hug, we had a bit of a chat, and I know that we're going to see a lot more of him over the next 2 weeks. Launched, absolutely launched, and that's going to go all the way. Hi. Ginna Sona shot Maria. Jabardast batting from Samuels Lynch.
Wow, what a shot from the machine. That's a genuine roofer. No one was in danger there unless you were sitting about 50 metres behind the spectator area. I mean, that is such a good shot. And Lynch just seems to have oodles of time when he's in. He's 24 off 6. And yeah, I remember in that game against Spain last year in the group final, his wicket was a big one. Cameron got him at a crucial time. He felt it just pegged Ireland back a bit. Can Hungary get him right now? He's flexing his muscles.
Oh, that just is awesome hitting. That is just awesome. I mean, this is brutal. There's only one way to describe it. Well, it is darkness, isn't it? It's dark. The skies are dark. The floodlights are on, and the monster is out, and the El Mekina is doing his job.
It's hard to bowl to him because he's got no obvious weaknesses. You know, he can drive you over cover for 6. He can pull you for 6. For me, I'd be kind of defaulting to full and straight here. Try and get a Yorker in there. Just try to give him something he can't get under. Because right now this over's gone for 19 and Ireland have the start they want.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's about the length. He's allowing him to get under it. If he gets under it, he clonks it. And when he clonks it, it's gone. It disappears. I mean, the field is being changed. Square leg comes in, mid-wicket goes back. But the way he's hitting it, nobody's catching it.
Who do you bowl third over? You going to spin straight away? Still an over in the power play. Give you time to think about that. Here's Prashant.
Yeah, Zemus for me. I've had me thought. Better ball. But still, how? You talk to me about this. If you want to talk about class, you want to talk about world-class players, this is a world-class shot. Full delivery. Just what we're asking for, yet still, he gets it to go to the boundary.
Yeah, and it's missed by a fraction, and I mean a fraction. It's a fraction short of a Yorker seat, but it's beautifully worked away. Great hands into the gap. 4 more. Magical over. 4 consecutive boundaries in the second. 23 come off it, and the score is 44 without loss.
Yeah, they've got to be careful not to get too quiet here. They've got to still believe. They've still got plenty of people around the ground that are supporting them. I think they've got people in their own camp as well. They've got to believe. Look, they've got to believe that, look, 1 wicket, the same way that Spain did last year, get that 1 wicket and maybe rattle them a little bit and then go ahead and just put the squeeze on. This over is very important though, isn't it? I mean, if this goes magical as well and Ireland are in the 60s after 3, then it's going to be very difficult to come back. Well, I was saying I would go with Zima straight away. They're not doing that. Looks like, is that Raseek who's coming on the bowl? Yeah, it is. It's Raseek. So Raseek coming on the bowl here. What a big moment this is. Raseek has been very good. He's turned on the style, hasn't he, on finals day. Now, can he do it? One thing I like about Raseek is he does vary the pace around a little bit. He will try different things.
Might work, might not. Might disappear into the night with those off cutters. Here we go, over 3. Careful start.
Up a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, look, it's a crazy start really, but it's only a start. I think with Ireland 11, they'll be confident. Let's say even if they lose these 2, that they've got enough batting to come. They've got a lot of guys that have had batting in the tournament and done very, very well, that they'll still be able to chase this down. Here's Slick Razik. Oh, right off the end of the bat. And Tector will get 1. This is aimed to the leg side, but you can see he's looking at the toe of the bat right off the Q end. Time to get the chalk. Well, there's some big hits going on tonight. So, yeah, Razik, so far so good. 71 days till the ECCW, saw a moment ago as well. And yeah, we're really excited to bring you the first ever Euros of Women's Cricket. 5 nations will take part in the first edition, with the hosts Spain as well as Italy, the Netherlands as well as France and Austria. It's just the beginning. We hope for it to get bigger as years go on. A bit like the ECC here for men, which started 15 countries 2 years ago, 21 last year, and now 31 countries. Who knows where it'll end up? We might have to start making new countries, although there's a bit of history behind that. We might try and stay out of that. Here we go with Razik, who gets dragged leg side, and Abbas has it covered just a single. So Sheikh Razik doing a pretty good job so far.
This is let me asking the question here. Does this hit the stumps? There was a little bit of a, how was that? The bails have been broken, but I haven't seen any signal there from the umpire, Nilkesh Patel. Yeah, it's much better. Like I said, Razik, the one thing about him is no one ball is the same. That's what you got to do. You got to try things. You got to have those variations. Razik, good at the moment from him. Okay, high up in the air. Where's he's going to drop? Oh, just out of reach of the captain, Vinith Ravindran. Oh, well, will they get a closer opportunity? That is one nervous man there, I'll tell you what. Jared Wilson, he's been here before. He knows what happened last time.
Not the only one. Look, I think that's the first false shot I've seen in this innings, unless you count the Q-ender. But that one was perilously close to Ravindran's range there in the circle at cover.
Slow ball, beautifully executed. And, well, they're going to run on the misfield. And they're going to get there. Oh, that's such a pity.
Yeah, well, bit like the old intentional walk on Lynch, although I don't think it was intentional from Ravindran. Good communication by the batters. Quick no, but when they saw the ball had gotten away, said, yep, let's go. Again, good eye contact, good verbal communication. Changes the strike, though. Let's see what Tector can do here.
Gives himself a bit of room. Oh, what a cracking shot. Oh, that is just superb. And that goes all the way. Manos arriba, arriba, arriba from the arbitro. Que guay, que genial, que grandísimo. Eso es. 6 carreras, ginna sona, shakka lag gaya. Hi, hi, hi. Well, the Irish, they're looking to make amends here. It is the end of the over. 54 without loss after 3.
Yeah, a lot of our viewers from Bangladesh enjoying the action. Well, they would say mana mar there. And look at all those big overs at the end. No magicals, but just solid blocks. And Dara Peretti was really crucial in that towards the end, as 55 came off the first half, but then 82 in the second. And look, Ireland in the box seat. The power play they wanted, going at 18 and over. And now we'll see if they can go on with it in the middle overs. Yeah, we're going to get a change of pace, and let's see if they can conquer this spin of deploy, maybe Dara Peretti as well. Over number 4.
Well, they're going after him straight away. He's up in the air. It's a big moment. 2 men coming under it, but it only takes one to take the catch, and it has been taken. And that is the big wicket. Could that be the start of things here? And Daniel Akbar takes the catch.
Yeah, and well, he had to wonder if it was his or not. He was moonwalking back, wasn't he? Bit of thriller style. He had fielders coming from behind him, 2 of them, but Zimas deploy again, pushed through to a set batter. That's been his go-to today. And so it is the first wicket, and El Makina is out of operation. 36 off 11, but a great start to Ireland's innings. It's 54 for 1.
I'm loving that. As Daniel Akbar turns around and says to Ravindran, "Oh, yaar, mere piche ki kar raha, mera catch main phal liya. Fikr na kar." And the captain says, "Easy, bro, I'm just supporting you, and I'm just here to give you a little bit of a cuddle to say well done." They needed that. That could change things. Lynch is gone.
He'll be disappointed, though, to not get more than that in the end, but live by the sword, die by the sword. The change of pace works. I thought they might have gone to it in the third, but Sheikh Razik bowled a pretty good over despite the last ball disappearing. Only 10 came off the third, so that's a win for Hungary. And then Zimas deploy starts with a wicket, and this is going to bring Scott Macbeth to the crease at number 3. So that's the thing with Ireland here. Once you get through the openers, not really sure who you're going to see from them, but they do have a lot of guys that have made runs in this series.
Yeah, Macbeth, of course, he was incredible early on, wasn't he? 45 of just 12 deliveries. And there was a little bit of carnage going on when he was out there, but I've got to admit, he did prefer the quicker bowlers. Zimas deploy. Okay, I'm not sure what this is about.
I think he wants to see if he's going to move, and he doesn't. It's a bit of an anticlimax. Well, Macbeth is there. Is there something Shakespearean about this Group D final? Zimas has had a belter of a finals day, hasn't he, with the bat and the ball. Pressure situation, pressure game.
This gets clipped away, nicely timed. Would they look for 2? I don't think so. You can see there that Tector, he puts the hand up straight away, so no, leave it at that.
Might have been on there, but I don't think you want to take a dodgy single at this stage, having just lost Lynch. Again, will Macbeth click or not? And if they lose a wicket, will whoever comes out next click or not? I think next you've got to go Harbinson. He was so good under lights. He's listed at 8 though. He'd be my pick, but they do have a lot of options.
It's hard into the ground, but straight to the fielder, no run.
Zimas, 1 for 1 off his half over, but it's only half an over. Can he dodge a boundary in the next 3 balls? Tector is a born hitter, comes from a proud cricketing family. I'm sure they're watching on right now.
Yeah, that's a delightful hit. I mean, this is just top class. It doesn't matter what level of cricket you've been watching. This is beautiful. It doesn't get any better than that. You know when they say hold the pose? Well, where's Deanna Oro? She needs to take a picture of that. Click, 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 smile, please. What a shot. That is just top draw.
Oh, well, I mean, you could have been a photographer in the 1800s and got a picture of that because he stayed still for so long. That was gorgeous batting.
And now he goes the other way, and he's going to get this as well. Oh, he's just playing with them, Vinny. He's just playing with them. 6 more.
Well, this is some knock at the moment, isn't it, from Tim Tector, who just opens himself out. He goes with the spin. He checks the shot slightly, but he could see the gap, and he was confident that he could time it over the ropes. You know what? He was right.
Yeah, whereas a lot of batters would have tried to be sort of sweep in or hitting this on the leg side, he just gets right behind it, gets the positioning perfect, and well, how about the technique on that? Glorious, absolutely glorious. And there you can see that the deploy's having a little bit of a chat and thinking about where to bowl to and what's the tactic. The quicker one maybe outside the off?
He's been going quicker one, but he went quick then slow. They both disappeared. The first half of this over went for 1. The second half has gone for 12, and there's still a ball to go. Who'll win this battle? I mean, even a dot ball here, you'd say the over's a draw.
Yeah.
So, yeah, big delivery coming up. Does Tector want the strike, or does he want to go large?
Goes out in the off, and it looks like they'll just settle with the single. They won't mind that because he'll like to stay on the strike at the moment. So, yeah, I mean, not a bad over. It's just those 2 glorious, classy shots. And sometimes, as we so quite often say, in tight competitions like this, it's when pure class comes into play that makes a difference. And maybe at the moment, Ireland, that's why they hold the upper hand. End of the 4th over, 68 for 1.
So who do they go to now? Do they stick with spin? Of course, they've got different types of spinners, don't they? They've got a couple of left arm spinners they could use, or do they go back to spin here? You've also got two different players, one that's kind of set in Tim Tector. You've got still got Macbeth out there now. He's only faced the one ball. Decisions right now.
Who would you go for here? I would, looking at the way that over went, I would still, I mean, with Macbeth out there, all right, he's not on strike, so you could take a gamble to go with spin again, but I just wouldn't go for pace at the moment. One guy who did bowl brilliantly well, though, was Cameron Wahid. They could go with Wahid, and this guy bowled a fantastic over early on. Now, the game for Cameron Wahid, don't forget, this guy probably won that match for Hungary against Finland. He bowled good Yorker length deliveries, and that's what he's going to try and do here. And let's see if he can get this right. This is, for me, a huge over. It really is.
Yeah, you're right there, Rico. Every over is huge. Yeah, Wahid bowled really well before. Can he stop the bleeding?
And, well, he starts too short. And I was saying and hyping him up how well he bowled earlier. One thing he didn't do was drop short. It was Yorker after Yorker. But this one is an easy hit. As, well, Tim Tector is finding his range pretty well at the moment, isn't he? Not only can he hit those shots straight down the ground, he can hit across the line as well. They need a wicket quickly here, do Hungary. If this over goes big, well, they could be out of the competition here.
Could get bludgeoned out.
Oh, luck, bit of luck.
No idea where that's gone. It could have easily gone to the stumps. It just was rooted next to his foot. Wahid wins that battle, and there's plenty more battles that Hungary will have to win if they're going to get back in this contest.
Yeah, that's better. He gets his radar right, gets this one in the right area, in the block hole. That's where he's got to be.
What a game we've got on our hands here. Hungary hanging in there. A long, strong batting lineup awaiting, and they've got it under to a ball now.
Oh, this has been crunched. Well, look at this. He's dancing now, isn't he? He's saying, I'll go to the right and I'll go back to the left and I'll move me foot around, doing a little bit of dandy footwork, and then at the same time, still smashing this one all the way. Bully, 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 as that one disappears. It's a biggie. Oh, what a hit.
That was great fake footwork there as he goes. Yeah, you're right, to the left, to the right, cat in the hot tin root stuff, and Tector's unstoppable at the moment. Wahid, though, gives him the length to get under. Tector's batting Ireland into such a strong position.
It's a good delivery. They'll take the single, so, well, a rare single, really. They've sort of been dealing with boundaries, haven't they? But it'll be interesting now to see how Macbeth does. I mean, he was just awesome. He's hitting power earlier today, and I'm pretty sure that if he doesn't get a full delivery, he'll be going after this Macbeth. He's got a bit of power himself, hasn't he? He starts, but he, well, just deploys, stops the bowl and gives him some instructions. It's that slower delivery. I think that's what he was told to do, and he bowls the slower one, and it just gets played out. I mean, there's nothing disguised about this one. It was always going to be slower, and it almost looks like Macbeth is quite happy just to play this out into the offside and take the single. And they're trying to just gradually reduce this rate bit by bit. Ireland 95% to 5. I still think that's a little bit heavy in favour of the Ireland. I think Hungary get a wicket here. They're back in this.
Yeah, but I mean, what they've done, they provided a first half here, Ireland 11, that was about the same as Hungary's second half, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's just hard to envision a world where they're not getting 60 plus off that second half, but we know it can happen. You know, we know these overs happen. You do have to create chances and take chances to make it happen.
It's a nice looking shot. Is he going to get in the gap? Well, he gets through, and now the chase is on, but they're not going to get there. Oh dear, I think that was Vinod Ravindran. He's a very good fielder, but even he can't stop this. But once again, his placement, his timing. Look at the way he just opens the face of the bat there. But I've got to say, I think Vinod would normally stop those.
9 times out of 10, I think he does. That'll be the end of the over. So action aplenty as we get to the end of the 5th over. It's 84 for 1. Welcoming you into the Dream Box for the first time before we have a winner here. Or the last time, I should say, before we have a winner. But it will be the first time to Championship Week to whichever one of these teams wins here in the Group D final. But, well, Rico, what excitement we've seen. I mean, Hungary, what a story. It'll be a red letter day for them no matter what happens. They have been incredible. Island 11 though, still stinging from last year. They're in a great position, but as they'll know from those that were here 12 months ago, they're not there yet.
They're not there yet. One wicket can bring another. They lose a couple of quick wickets here. Things can change. Liking what I'm seeing out there now. It looks like it is going to be a Leos Deploy that is going to come into the action. So this is a big moment. And Deploy hasn't always had it his own way, has he? I think last time he bowled against the Irish, they took a liking to him. And he's going to squeeze this one in. I think that's a good delivery.
I reckon this is straight over the line, if I'm honest. We might have time to see it.
I think it's good. I actually think it's okay.
Not in my universe. That's definitely not 100% over inside the line.
It's fine. Look in the book. Dot ball. Well, this one's not good. It's a full toss on the legs. Adios, Pelota. Here's Pelota Nova, and that one has been hit sweet out of the middle of that bat. That is sweeter than a bowl of Rasmalai. As Macbeth goes big.
We can debate on the first one, but the second one, there is no debate. It's a hanging full toss. Macbeth cashes it in. Island 11 running away with it. Hungary running out of time.
Got to get this to pitch. He's trying to go for that Yorker length. This is a bit better, but again, it's still on the legs, and it's still going to go the distance. They're hitting sixes. It's raining sixes at the moment in the night sky here around the Cartama Oval. Watch out, watch out. There's some grizzlies falling out of the sky.
Yeah, again, it gets a bit too straight. He might be hoping for a leading edge or just a mistimed clip. It never comes. Macbeth has been a monster, hasn't he, in this Group D whenever we've seen him. The thing with all the Irish batters, we feel like we haven't seen enough of them because they have kept kind of mixing their order up.
Wide ball. This time it is called.
Well, Hungary look dead, but they're not yet. It's just hard to see Ireland blowing it from here.
Oh, wow. This is big. Where is this going to land? Oh, that is almost to the top of the hill. But Corey, you're not here. We almost saw it. That felt just around about 2 meters short of what is a cracking hit. Oh, my goodness me. This is brutal.
Wow.
This is a monster hit, Vinny.
That's triple digits easily. And yeah, you can see that's almost up the hill. They're not just hitting sixes, they're hitting big bombs. There's a scramble for a souvenir. Martins has turned up. He was in the firing line.
So that's where he wants to be. And, well, it's taken him 5 balls to get that one in. 104 for 1. The ball still to go here. And I wonder how Tim Tector will deal with this. We'll get the feeling he'll love to try and bring up his 50 with this next delivery. It looks like he's practicing a defensive shot there.
Maybe dark sense of humour from Tim there.
He's quite happy just to take the single, and they will take it. Just look at that rate, how quickly it has come down, needing just around about 8, just over 8 and over from here on in. That is the end of the over, and Ireland at the end of 6 overs are 105 for 1.
What I normally say is if there's more runs required than balls remaining, you've got a chance. Now, do I think it's likely? No. Is it possible? Theoretically, yes. You know, win some battles. The only ball that matters is the next one. You know, you don't want to see boundaries disappearing. That's going to close the gap pretty quickly. But if you can even get a dot ball, or even a 1 will keep the gap at 9 at the moment. The longer you can maintain a gap, maybe you can get some ghosts coming out of the closet as you get down the stretch. 7th over now, here's Razik.
It's a slower delivery, and I think it was, well, his own partner, Macbeth, that was in danger of this. He's bowled well, he bowled a very good first over, and it doesn't surprise me at all that Razik is going to come on to bowl here again.
Well, they do like the limbo here, if you come on holiday to the Costa del Sol. And Macbeth gets some free practice as he has to bend backwards to get out of the way of that one. Just a single.
Come on, Razik, see if you can get one. Keep this match alive. Oh, well, nicely bowled. A little bit of away movement there from Razik. Have to say, I haven't seen too much swing in the night matches, but this one certainly does swing a bit. That one goes. So, okay. The dot ball keeps it interesting, takes that right back up a little bit.
Yeah, a couple of wins.
Oh, well, this is not a good delivery. Macbeth, I think he loses out on this one because he's the slower one.
I put Corey's social media up there. Don't forget to hit him up if you're an Irish fan. See Rutgers _28, because he said Ireland would not win the group.
He's not.
That's why I'm
yet.
putting Corey up there. I'm just saying, if you want to send some messages, then you can get Corey on those socials. If you have to rewind and have a look at him, I'm sure he'd appreciate the message on his day off.
And he whips this one away. It'll just be a single. Great over from Rasiq. What I like about Rasiq, look, he would love to be charging in and trying to bowl fast like we've seen him do, but I think he's read the game, not just this game, but all of the games really well. He knows it's all about the length, not about the pace, and once again, his variations have been absolutely exceptional. When you look at some of the other bowling figures here, he's bowled here now, what's that, 10 deliveries for 12 runs. Remarkable.
Yeah, he's been good. And he dodged this one.
Gets cut away, straight to the fielder. It escapes him briefly, so they'll take the single.
Those little wins. You know, now we've got a gap of 11. That, if it was fielded clean, it's probably a dot. Look, he's kept him in the general conversation, hasn't he? But it's just hard to imagine a universe where Ireland 11 aren't getting 30 off this last 3 overs.
It can happen. We know it. We've seen it. Hey, talk to me of some of the most dramatic collapses that we've seen.
Yeah,
you know it better than anyone.
I've seen a few.
Nicely bowled. Good bowling. Really is good bowling. Keeps his nerve, keeps his calm, and more importantly, he keeps his country in this contest.
End of the over. Ireland 11 closing in 109 for 1 after 7. And coming up, of course, Dave B is here, and I know that he drew Cyprus in the viewer sweep, but also, of course, supporting England 11, where he was brought up. England 11, Switzerland first up is going to be a really, really good game on Monday morning. Cyprus, Romania, and Malta. I mean, teams we all know very, very well if you've been following ECN cricket. They'll be on the rack. Group E starts on Monday. It runs Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Wednesday night is Group E finals night, but it all starts Monday morning, 9:30 a.m. GMT, which is 11:30 in Central Europe, and 3 p.m. in India. Don't forget, England 11, they only have 3, count them, 3 players with Khartoum Oval experience.
Yeah, look, one thing that I'll say about that group, I mean, England, of course, will be the big favourite, but if you're going to play them, I'd want to play them first. You know, they don't play too much T10. A lot of those other teams do. I'd want to play him first, and I think that could be a very interesting
Switzerland have had a very good summer.
Yeah.
They seem to be winning everything that they play. They have some very, very attacking bats. So they had the flattest pitch in the world in St. Gallen when we had the ECS there, but I mean, they did it in Malta, done it in various other places. Zima's back, last roll of the dice, as this is going back, it's going back, and it's going to be 6. It's a great effort, but Leas runs out of room. And so Macbeth gets another Maximo. Ireland start the 8th in style.
Zima's deploy comes in. I mean, look, he rolls his fingers right around this, doesn't he? Takes as much pace off it as he can. Almost gets his brother involved in the catch, but he's already gone over the boundary. This is hit pretty hard as well, but this will go to the fielder.
Right. Taking it deep-ish at the moment. Tech to the 48, Beth 30. Both these guys in hitting the ball so well. Can Hungary find a turning point as Ireland 11 close in?
Chance taken. What a great catch. What a moment. Well, could this change things around? That is exceptional. That has been absolutely powered. But Ashwin Tarapareddy has taken a sensational catch.
Yeah, that's actually Waheed.
Is that Waheed?
Yeah, Waheed. It's a little bit away from us, but it is Cameron Waheed that takes it, diving to his left. I mean, it was belted, let's be honest about it. So Zimas once again gets the breakthrough, pushes it through. It's what he's generally done to the set batters. It was slightly uppish. We'll get a great view of it here. Have a look at that athleticism from Waheed. So he holds on to that one. It'll bring a new batter out there. Can it be the start of something more? They need to go on a dream run. But Tector isn't going to make his half century in the end. Batted so well, though, with some stylish strokes that disappear into the darkness. He set himself up. His teammates will have to get them across the line. It's 115 for 2.
Yeah, and look, you're going out there now, any batter, they go with McNally comes out. I'm quite surprised that we haven't seen the captain, you know, so maybe he's just saving himself if things get a little bit tricky. McNally comes out there, but they've got a wicket, and that just means that the next batter comes out might just be a little bit more cautious, may not go for the big hit, may just want to push this around, and that means that this match goes deeper. The deeper it goes, the more chance Hungary have.
Yeah, McNally, he wins the raffle to get the next batting spot. You know, you could put 5 guys in there right now that will do a job for you if you're on 11, so there's no chance of running out of batting here, but just a matter of whether Hungary can get some small wins that all add up. A few dots and ones, stay in the contest.
Hit down the ground, and Rasik will do the fielding. So
I think also, sorry Rico, I was going to say, it's also strategic. I think they've sent out a left-hander. They can choose anyone they want, but they think, look, you've got Deploy on now, who's a leg spinner, probably doesn't want to bowl to a left-hander, so let someone out there. So I think that might be what that's about as well. Here's Macbeth on strike.
And this has been launched. Adios. Oh dear, once again he strays into the legs, and every time you do that against this guy, he just disappears. Scott Macbeth, well, this guy is a master blaster, isn't he? This one disappears, and well, that's a little bit of carnage here, the Cardam Oval. Adios, Bolota, and that is going to disappear to the other side of the ground. So 15 runs required of 13 deliveries. And I just get the feeling that this ball, Macbeth is already probably decided whatever comes, I'm game for it. Because, you know, you might as well.
He's been here before, Scott Macbeth. Yeah, he's felt it. He's got a taste for it. He's built for it. And that was a brilliant strike. So, yeah.
Just a tad down the leg, and he's onto it so quick.
Last ball coming up for Zemus Deploy in the tournament, potentially.
And this is hit pretty hard as well. It'll bounce a couple of times, and in comes the throw, fired in. You can see Zima saying, hey, no need to fire it in like that, but plenty of bodies and backing up. It is the end of the 8th over, and Ireland 124 for 2.
Hungary had to battle for that 137 in the end, didn't they? They did battle on 11. And a bit of talk about the importance of giving different guys their hit during the tournament. Okay, only 2 guys got a hit last night under lights, but yeah, the importance of having a number of batters in this situation that have batted and batted pretty well. So they shouldn't get the heebie-jeebies, but you never know. You've got Wahid, who bowled a brilliant last over earlier on today. He's going to bowl the 9th.
Yeah, come on, Yorker after Yorker. That's what he's got to do.
14
Can't be
off
straying
12.
on the legs. Where's this gone? Well, it's disappearing high, and well, that hurts you, doesn't it? If you're hungry, that really does hurt you. That is cruel. It's not a clean hit. It's a bit of an edge, and it goes all the way to the boundary. And that is cruel.
Yeah, that's I won't say bad luck, but he creates that opportunity by giving length, doesn't he? And it disappears.
2 hits away, and I wonder if Hungary now choose, well, you might as well try and just get a few bodies inside. I mean, I know Ireland are still going to be looked to finish this with boundaries. I'm sure they are. Wahid, can he keep this match going a bit longer? Once again, he just loses his run again. That's what he's trying to do, take it as deep as he can. Ireland, like all good teams, would like to finish this with an over to go. Maybe even with a bit more. Macbeth, 43 of 16. Hits it hard, and it's going to get fielded out in the deep. They'll just take the single. So Marzi has to take defensive action to stop this. So, okay, it's only a single. You'll take that. 7 of 10, Ireland. And everybody who was wearing green last year felt the pain and of them losing out to Spain. It was Spain's gain, but Ireland's pain. They're looking to bounce back this time. They're looking to come back here on Championship Week. Wahid trying to stop them. It's high in the air, and it's sailing towards the boundary. It will go to the boundary. It will go all the way. Manos, arriba, arriba, arriba. Que guay, que genial, que grande. Ahora es de tiempo para Irlanda. And they're looking to do it the same way that Spain and Jersey did it, not losing a single match all the way through.
Yeah, they've been fantastic, let's be honest. I mean, Hungary, take a moment. to think of what they've brought to the table here. Team that only won 1 match out of 8 last year. Made it all the way to the final, but I think this could be their last rodeo. This ball,
it's a high one as well. Will they get a run? They'll take a single. In comes the throw, and that will be it. Ireland have done it. And, well, there were a few people in there, I'm sure, that were very, very nervous. But it has to be said, this time round, from the moment we saw them, we knew that they wanted revenge. We knew that they didn't want to lose out of the last hurdle. They came with a young side, but they came with a side that was absolutely fixed on making it through and winning this group final and coming back here in Championship Week. Well done to the Irish, but I have to say, well done also to Hungary. Hungary are a team at the moment where they've made some changes. Changes are not always good. Changes sometimes hurt a few people, but for the good of the cricket that's being played in Hungary, I mean, it was a change that worked. I'm liking what they've done. I like the way that they've played. I like the passion that they've showed. I like the desire. I've liked the team build within the camp. That team is going to get better and stronger. Look at Jared Peretti there, big smile on his face. What a day he's had. But it will be the Irish that will be doing the Irish jig tonight.
and I'll tell you something about the Irish celebrations. They were very happy, of course, to win the group, but they're a team that aren't just satisfied winning the group. They're a team that want to lift that trophy on the 20th of October. So, yeah, quite, I won't say muted, but it's certainly a team which I don't think is happy just winning the group, but one that thinks they can go all the way and be European champions. And who's to say they can't with some of the batting we saw from them tonight, and of course their array of bowling options. Got to say though, the top 3 got the job done there with Lynch, Tector and Macbeth all playing solid hands. I echo your thoughts about Hungary. I mean, change is the only constant, isn't it? And it's been a little bit of a changing of the guard in this Hungarian side compared to what we saw last year, but there's some youth in there. You throw in the deploys and their influence on the player group. They got the absolute best out of the guys. But ultimately, the green machine, that is the Irish team, are the team that will progress to Championship Week on the 16th of October. Let's go back and look at the highlights. Well, good to have a few special guests, as always, in the commentary box. But out in the middle, the Irish, they were laser focused, weren't they, on this target of 138. And a good start from Lynch and Tector had them on the way pretty quickly.
Yeah, pretty quickly. Yeah, you're right. It was great to have Dhruv here from Dream11. But, well, the dream is the dream of the Irish. They wanted to come back here on the 16th of October, and they will, because they win the group final. I mean, it was all about the start. We said this, didn't we, that they had to go big in the power play, and they did. 21 came with that first over. Vinny, I do have to say, I mean, Sandeep Mohandas, we know he's a wonderful player. I know he is. But for somebody who hasn't played any cricket at all to be given the first over against the Irish when you know they're going to be after you, I think that was a big, big risk to take, and it didn't pay off.
Yeah, look, yeah. I mean, on another night, maybe he comes in and he takes 2 or 3 wickets. You never know. Obviously, it was a gamble. It's not a gamble that worked out. You got to feel for Sandeep as well, who's a pretty good bowler, but that's the only over he'll bowl in the tournament this year. Obviously, coming back from injury is never easy as well. But, well, the Irish team are kind of a machine as a unit, aren't they? And they showed immense confidence in each other during this tournament. We talked to Jared Wilson earlier, and he was talking about the squad mentality, the fact that, you know, they've obviously talked about that they need to be unselfish, back each other up. And you could have picked their batting lineup out of a hat.
Yeah.
I think they would have backed themselves to chase this 138 no matter what. But I've got to say, that was a potential turning point, wasn't it? Tector going for 48, brought McNally out. But Scott Macbeth, he had such a good series, didn't he? Finished unbeaten on 44 at the end. And it was the Irish eyes smiling, wasn't it? A year after getting knocked out in the group final, they are going to Championship Week this year in the European Cricket Championship.
Yeah, no pain for them this time. But sometimes they say, well, you got to have a little bit of pain to have some gain. Well, they had their pain last year. Well, this year, no pain. It's all happiness. They have been unbeaten in the group. And, you know, I think we know who the other teams are, don't we? Of course, Spain and their Jersey, Italy. They'll be looking at this Irish side and they'll be saying, right, we've got some work to do here.
Yeah, they will have some work to do, no doubt about that. Ireland 11 then, now the 5th team to qualify, because Netherlands automatically qualified for Championship Week. We've had Spain, Jersey, Italy, and now the Irish 11 there as the Group D winners. Still 2 more to be decided. And I know England 11 big favourites as previous champions, but they're going to be tested. We talked about the fact that they only have 3 players that have been here before to the ECC. That does include Dan Lincoln, their captain. Scott Macbeth finishes things off with McNally. And before that, Seamus Lynch, the machine, with 36-11, got the Irish 11 off to a rocketing start. Take the top scores with 48. Team effort from the Irish. And a team effort, I've got to say, to Hungary, because they had several players step up on finals day and throughout the tournament. Azimus Deploy, I think, had an outstanding finals day. 2 for 29 for him. No one else was able to break through and stop the Irish assault. But I've got to say, Sheikh Razik, for me, he was actually the best of the bowlers, only conceding 14 off his 2 overs. Well, once again, I want to welcome you into the commentary box on behalf of the European Cricket Network. Got Rico full here. Corey Rutker's day off today, but he'll be back on Monday, probably with some questions to answer. But I hope you had a great day off, Corey, in all seriousness. He's brought a lot of fun to this group. I want to take a quick moment to say goodbye for now to some of our Spring Productions crew who are doing the changeover. Yeah. In particular, Elvira, I want to say thank you so much for your work as always. We absolutely love you. And I'll miss her beautiful singing voice in the morning. She always sings over the Andalusia promo video, but they do such a great job, and they're a huge reason that the ECN is such a big success.
Yeah, look, what we see here is fantastic, but you see the magic in front of your screens because of Spring Productions, and yeah, I mean, Elvira is a big part of that, and the other crew members that are leaving at the end of these first 2 weeks. So yeah, I mean, you guys have been absolutely fantastic. You know you're simply the best. Come on, everybody, hands together for Spring Productions.
That's it, and don't worry, you can wear those sunglasses at night because they've all got a fantastic pair of brand new European cricket sunglasses. And well, look, coming up on Monday, it's going to be a big day as well, as England 11 versus Switzerland is going to be a real litmus test for some of the new English guys. I think Switzerland have a bit more experience in this format. Of course, they did play last year, but they've been playing some really good cricket through the summer of 2023. Cyprus and Romania in match 2 will be an interesting one. Both those teams will want to get off to a good start. Malta will have a tough test against English in match 3, but then we'll play the night game. Join us after a day off tomorrow, because we'll be back Monday morning, 9:30 a.m. GMT, which is 11:30 in Central Europe, and 3 p.m. in India. Group E and Group F coming up, and by the end of next week, in fact, this time next week, we'll have a magnificent 7 all lined up and ready to go in Championship Week.
I can't wait. I really can't. I mean, marvellous group, isn't it? And I don't want us to go without also giving thanks to all the other teams that took part in the group. I think it was a fantastic group. I think this is the week. I mean, I always keep forgetting that in a week we have 2 groups. I think it's been a really good week. And I want to, say a big shout out to some of the other teams, maybe even early on, like Serbia, Estonia, Turkey in this. And one thing that really excites me, look, we've seen some fantastic cricket here. We've seen Irish, as we expect them to be, setting the standards, and other teams like Hungary catching up really quickly. And you know what Hungary have done, that's exactly what we're going to see from teams like Turkey, from teams like Serbia, from Estonia. And this is the beauty of European cricket, playing competitive cricket, playing teams that are better than you, but you'll get better yourself as well.
And having players around you that are professional players. I've got to say, love the way that Les Deploy conducted himself this week. He was immensely helpful to his teammates and with us, and honestly, I think his influence could really be felt out there in the middle. He had to speak with other teams, Denmark and Sweden, obviously. Today we said goodbye to Finland and Austria as well. And of course, you mentioned Turkey and what they brought to the competition. Look, we've got to go. We're running a bit over time, but I do want to just take this opportunity to invite you to subscribe to the YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. If you enjoy live cricket, you'll get it 11.5 months a year. And thumbs up this video if you are watching on our YouTube channel. Also, don't forget our social media at European Cricket, and also the home of European Cricket, europeancricket.com. Check out those pictures and the squads coming up in groups E and F. Final one I want to mention is C_Rutgers_28. If you want to send a special message to Corey, who will be back on Monday morning. Rico, great working with you again. Fantastic. Thanks to all the Blue crew as well, all the players, officials, and all the helpers around the ground. They've been outstanding. Also want to say thanks to all the umpires that are leaving us now at the end of week 2. Well, there'll be a bit of a change on the shift there because it is such a task that requires concentration, and it's tough to do it 4 weeks straight, but they've been outstanding. On behalf of everyone here at the European Cricket Network, the European Cricket family, hope you have a great day off. Do whatever you like, but whatever you're doing, make sure you're back here Monday morning, because it's the English and they want that trophy back after losing it to the Dutch next year. Here's some highlights today, thanks to our wonderful crew from Spring Productions. Vinny and Rico saying have a great Sunday. See you tomorrow. We'll see you Monday, actually. Hasta luego, because we'll be back then for week 3 of this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Hasta luego.
Adiós, mi familia. Hasta lunes.